My boyfriend is jealous of my twin brother. Our closeness weirds him out.
How close are we talking here? Are we talking like this close or like this close?
So my boyfriend apparently watches a lot of Game of Thrones.
Oh, it's that close, huh?
Because my brother and I are apparently...
Cersei and Jaime Lannister.
You don't want to be that. You don't want to be compared to that as
Cersei
siblings.
and Jaime Lannister.
Oof.
I see my brother once or twice per month. When we see each other, we may have lunch, catch a movie, take a walk, or just punt back at his apartment or mine and watch movies, play video games, or just have some brews and catch up.
Can we go back to punt back and just change that to like lay back?
And we just lay back. By the way, this comes from BF Loves Go Thrones Too Much. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to r/OKStorytime subreddit. So I see my brother 3 to 4 times per week, at least on a good month. We see each other probably more than 20 to 30 days. We've been together for 14 months.
There's only 30 days in a month, though. Or 31.
Depends on which
February.
month.
February doesn't exist.
Wow,
anyway, I just wanted to point that out. They're like, we hang out sometimes more than 20 to 30 times a month. It's like, that's
so
all
you guys
of a
see
month.
each other every day.
Yeah.
Just say that. My boyfriend has met my brother several times at first. I thought they were cool. My brother honestly got that vibe as well. Beyond hanging out a few times initially, my boyfriend never really hung out with my brother when he was in town, despite me asking, as well as my brother inviting him along. However, recently he brought it up to me that he was not comfortable with us hanging out so much alone, and it made him feel weird.
Brother. He's my brother.
Same parents.
Brother. We actually, if they're twins, they were in the same womb.
Yep. What? Yep.
Brother.
I feel like there's a joke here. There's a joke here.
Yeah, it's instead of brother from another mother, it's brother from the same mother. We are siblings. We are twins.
I'll think on it.
Why do you think that's weird?
He has asked me not to be alone with my brother when we do hang out, and if that's not possible, and it will just be us, then he doesn't like that idea. I reiterate, my boyfriend clearly watches too much Game of Thrones because he seems to have some assumption there is some sort of weird genetic copy pasting going on or something. My brother and I have always been close and had each other's backs. That's it. We live our own lives, but we love each other and make an effort to maintain a good relationship, especially as our own lives begin to move off in separate directions despite only living a few hours apart. I have no idea what it is or why he would want me to do this. He has not given a reason beyond, I don't feel comfortable with you guys hanging out with that guy. Wait. He's not giving me a reason beyond, I don't feel comfortable with you hanging out with that guy.
With that guy? It's my twin brother. Like, this guy definitely got like red pilled or like, he's listening to some advice that's like, if your girlfriend's hanging out with another man, doesn't matter who he is, that's disrespect.
I think he's not watching Game of Thrones. He might be watching a little bit more of The Hub.
Yeah, I don't know what he's watching. I don't know who he's watching or what he's listening to, but he needs to like really, first of all, I think this relationship's over. If that is broached to me as OP, I'm like, and he's just so insecure, it feels like.
Yeah.
That he can't handle his girlfriend hanging out with her actual twin brother.
Or, hot devil's advocate take.
Okay.
We're just getting one side of the story.
Okay. All right. There's one side. There's one side to this story. Purple Trader just donated $250, which gives us immediately another 30 minutes.
We're here for another 30.
And they say, hi, Riley. I went to the post office today.
Okay.
I feel like we're going to...
What'd you put in the post office?
We're going to get something from Purple Trader that's like a box in a box in a box
Don't
in
stop.
a box.
Shut up. No. Don't stop giving ideas.
You don't have to open that, though. You know, if we open one box and there's another one in it, and then we open that box and there's another box in there, it's not getting opened.
Oh my gosh. All right, guys, we got another 30 minutes. Perpetrators in the I don't know why that kind of broke me a little bit when I saw that. I was like, I forgot that we were here for donations, and I was like, oh no.
Not
You're
even
like,
5
oh, we're
minutes
just
in yet.
taping this.
Yeah, we're not even 5 minutes in yet, and you already broke Riley.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Wow. Yep.
Oh man.
There it is.
All right. We're gonna keep going now. That's 2 wheel spins at the end of the story. There was a photo on Instagram of the 2 of us on a hike, along with my brother's friend. I damaged my ankle a couple months back on that hike, and my brother carried me on his back for the rest of the trip. On the rest of the way, his friends took photos because it simply looked funny, but my boyfriend pretty much dislikes those and says it's really weird that you are all 20-something and are so close.
So maybe is this just like he's does he have siblings, and is he coded to not really be that close with his siblings? Like maybe it's like an acquaintance type vibe between the sibs.
Who knows, man?
Because
I don't know where this guy's thinking that.
to be
I was thinking like maybe we got one side of the story, and every time they hang out, they're always like, "Brother, stop."
yeah, I don't know. It just feels, my gut's telling me probably not used to siblings being close in his own family.
Yeah, probably so.
And then also just a base level of insecurity that he feels this like possessiveness, I guess, over his girlfriend.
Yeah.
To where he's weirded out by her actual brother, which is like, that's absurd.
This is weird, dude.
Don't think he's ready for a relationship, really. I don't think it should continue.
Yeah. For F's sake, he is my brother, and I was injured. Yes, I am angry at my boyfriend because he asked me to stop hanging out alone with my brother. I do not appreciate the implications. Reddit, what do you think of the situation? What do you think I should do? We got relevant comments. Webble Womble says, most crazy boyfriends start forbidding contact with non-relatives before getting to this level of paranoia. Congrats on finding an overachiever, I guess. OP thanks, I suppose. Little Stray, Lord, next he'll be uncomfortable with you wearing underwear because the textile is too close to your genitals. And what's that cotton spandex blend got that's so special that he lacks? Thank him for being honest with you and let him know that you'll be patient while he works on getting a grip and recognizing that many people are close with their siblings and that is both normal and awesome. Then continue appreciating your closeness with your brother and being thankful for. Then continue appreciating your closeness with your brother and being thankful you have someone who will always have your back. OP says exactly. I know people who are absolutely wish they had a sibling or two they're as close with as I am with my brother. Of course, my boyfriend has a couple younger brothers and one elder sister, and they aren't really close, so I don't know what if that's got a bit to do with it.
There it is.
Yeah.
And there it is, folks. So I think that's part of it. And then, of course, the other part is just this guy's incapable of, I guess, not seeing every other man as a threat to his relationship.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Because I've been there. We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there with like the guy she tells you not to worry about. It's just that in my case, it's never been her actual twin brother.
Yeah.
Like, because you don't have to worry about that.
We don't have to. Yeah. Ugh. Deleted said, I think you really need to reconsider being in a relationship with someone who can't separate fantasy from reality. OP says he really doesn't watch Game of Thrones beyond a few episodes. He's just really religious, etc. Doesn't watch inappropriate stuff. I just thought it'd be a funny title for a funny/awkward situation. So that was just fake.
You hit that one twice. I think my boyfriend's been watching a little Game of Thrones. A little too much Game of Thrones recently.
That was just fake?
Well, I mean, clearly he did see. I mean, you only need to see one episode
that is true.
to learn about that.
I think it was like the second one. I was like, oh, all right.
Oh, it's episode 1.
It is?
One.
Episode
So he pushes
uno.
the little boy?
I mean, yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
The things I do for love.
Yikes. Deleted says, but as it stands, your boyfriend is still jealous of your brother, which is weird. Have you asked him why he thinks it's weird that you're so close to your brother? OP says he just says it's uncomfortable. However, my brother can be loud and has a bit of a commanding presence. He's one of those people in a room that tend to gravitate to. Also, he and I are more outdoorsy type. We've done hiking, swimming, and Latin dancing together. Mom forced him to go because I wanted to, then forced me to go to karate for him. Then forced me to go to karate a while for him. Okay. Oh, then forced me to go to karate for a while with him. I dropped out quick though, but we did continue dancing and swimming for a long time, and both actually made a number of good friends through those activities. My boyfriend is always up for trying stuff once, but generally he's a stay-at-home, loves the indoors, tends to garden type, and he's an old soul, I suppose. I don't know if that's relevant. I think that kind of shows what kind of relationship you have. You can have opposites
Yeah.
in a relationship, but this amount of opposites, outdoorsies and gardening.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I mean, and it's you don't have to be with like a clone of yourself in a relationship, but it's like if you fundamentally are like I like to go outdoors, I like to be outside, I like to go do things, and you have someone else who's like the exact opposite of that, it's gonna be hard to find not unity, but like oh no, what's the word? Cohesion. Cohesion.
Glue.
Yeah. That's adhesion. Well, or maybe cohesion. I don't know. Chat, let us know. Chat,
let us know. But we got an update,
Are
Chad.
those both glue terms? Let us know.
Update. So, this past Friday, I had a talk with my significant other
What are you doing?
about his feelings regarding my relationships with my twin.
What are you doing?
At first, it was just the same. I just feel uncomfortable.
What are you
No,
doing?
what are you
Fine,
doing?
sorry. It was funny.
He's like, I'm nervous. I don't want anybody to see my mouth.
Update. So this past Friday, I had a talk with my significant other about his feelings regarding my relationship with my twin. At first, it was the same. I just don't feel comfortable, etc. But after pushing for a very frustrating 2 hours, he ends up talking about how, in the home he grew up in, it was very reserved.
Okay.
Affection was sparing, the equivalent of getting a present for doing well on exams, etc. It was used as a reward. He admits that as a result, he sees siblings who are close, especially as close as my brother and I, as being inappropriate, and it makes him feel uncomfortable. He says he's sorry for this and he will try to change. Anyways, fast forward to Saturday evening, my brother and I and a few of our old friends are in the area, so they invite me, my significant other, and a couple of our friends out. We ended up hitting this Latin bar restaurant with about 3 couples, 2 single girls, and 3 single guys. My brother and I and another 2, one of the single guys and one of the single gals who we met Latin dancing a few years back, decided we'll dance since there's music playing and a few other people dancing. It's no Dancing with the Stars kind of stuff, by the way. These are all people who have been drinking and just having a merry time, and those who aren't dancing are either watching and having fun as well. So my brother and I dance for a bit. We stumble here, and due to some liquor, a couple of times it looks sexy is the word, I suppose. A couple of times it looks spicy is the word, I suppose, but nothing inappropriate. If any of you have done Latin dancing, you know there's just something sensual and free about those dances in general. Whether you're with a partner or just doing a little something by yourself, though generally you are with a partner. Anyway, I dance with a few people, including my other female friends and their boyfriends, who don't really know how, but we all have a blast with me, trying and failing, to teach their wasted butts how to cha-cha and salsa. I also pulled my boyfriend for a dance, but he remained planted by the bar area, drinking and generally staying stony-faced. We get back to his place. I'm in the mood to fool around. He's angry and starts yelling about how we talked yesterday, and he thought this effing crap, exact words, was over. Oh, like the flirtation vibes and stuff like that. I'm going to just be real. I don't think your boyfriend knows how to handle a very self-confident woman.
Yeah, I don't think he knows how to handle the concept of like competition.
Yeah.
he's getting it all wrapped up. He's competing with the brother.
That's true.
That's not the same.
Dude, hear me out. B. Josh Allen with Haley Steinfeld. Wait, what?
With a T.
Steinfeld. Whenever, because they were on set together with Michael B. Jordan, and Josh Allen he's like, I don't care. I got Haley. At the end of the night, I'm with Haley.
Right.
Rather than being Ryan Reynolds with Blake Lively, because you saw what Ryan Reynolds did to John.
What?
Do you not know about that? The whole Ryan Reynolds fiasco?
I know there was something with like a director.
No, it was with an actor.
Blake Lively.
Yeah, Blake Lively was suing another guy for like.
I think it was the director.
No. It was another actor. Because Ryan Reynolds got jealous. Anyways, Ryan Reynolds is a jealous type. Be Josh Allen. That's all I gotta say.
You're really putting me in a tough spot because I can't stand for slander for either of those guys.
You don't like.
But you did talk up Josh Allen, so I'm just gonna take that as a W.
Okay.
I love Ryan Reynolds.
Well,
and Ryan Gosling.
After you see what happened, it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
You need to dive deep into it.
I just won't see.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about.
I'm just not gonna see.
All right. Anyways,
I'm just not gonna see. He's Deadpool. Unalive Pool.
He is quite pissed and starts ranting. If you want to F your brother so bad, go ahead. And is basically telling me that he knows I love my brother and that I always effing put that a-hole exact words first. All right, we're done. I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah, man, I've been done, honestly, like... and it's like... Clearly, it's a product of the environment you grew up in. However, that's not an excuse to just be like unaware of like positive family dynamics, and it's just really, really, really intense insecurity. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah,
very, very, very intense insecurity.
I agree with that.
Which means you can't be in a relationship.
You're gonna have to get over this. Call everyone that you just went dancing with and be like, help me move out if you're living with this man.
Yeah,
he says.
I hope not.
I know. He says he would never do something like that with his sister in front of me or other people dancing. At a point, he shoved me away from him really hard when I tried to put my hands on him and calm him down. I got effing pissed off. I go to leave. He grabs me and is yelling. At a point, I start crying and he seems to snap out of it and gets the shocked look and starts saying, I'm sorry, and trying to hug me, etc. He's apologizing profusely, but now I storm out. Naturally, I go back to my place and I call, my twin brother, as well as one of my friends, a girl. The three of us proceed to get wasted together. Woke up on my bed next to my friend and my brother snoozing on my couch Sunday. Boyfriend came over to try and explain and apologize. I told him I don't want to see him. He pushes into my apartment.
Jail.
My brother gets in his face and tells him to F off and not to come near me again, while his other friend who came over, along with his girlfriend, is there too. At this point, it's me, my best female friend, my brother, brother's friend, brother's friend's girlfriend, and ex-boyfriend. And the only reason he's not getting his butt beat is because I asked him not to do so. I tell him it's done and not to contact me or come near me again. And guys, you can come near me and us whenever you want. All you got to do is after this story, go to your favorite podcast platform, iHeartRadio, Spotify, wherever, and come on over and type in OK Storytime.
You heard it.
Yep. Come on. There's so many stories.
You heard it.
Your mom's in the chat, bro.
Of course. Of course she is. Hey, Mom. Hi. I'm Miss Wilson.
Woo.
Hello, Mother. But yeah, that turned really quick.
Well, that guy's lucky he did not end up, eating food through a straw.
I saw Boondocks Saints. Is that what
the movie? Yeah, with Norman
I watched
Reedus.
it last night. I'm surprised he didn't get like a toilet hit him in the back of the head.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
remember that scene?
Look.
I feel like doing log dancing. Remember that part? That part killed me, dude. Sorry.
Dang. Now I have to say it. I haven't seen Boondock Saints. I just know who's in it.
Okay.
Now I've been exposed as one who doesn't know movies. But it's the being like, get off me. It's the hard shoving, getting into the apartment. Again, lucky you're not eating through a straw right now.
Yep.
However, not condoning that. I'm just saying when you get aggressive with someone's twin sister right in front of their face, You're lucky that they're not getting into a physical altercation with you.
Yeah.
And it seems to be just because OP was like, let's not do that. That would just make everything worse, probably.
Oh, yeah.
But this guy's nowhere near ready to be in a relationship if he thinks Latin dancing between siblings is inappropriate.
Yeah, this dude doesn't get it, dude.
Massive insecurity,
Yeah.
and
Just get rid of him.
hopefully he can work on that and find a partner he likes, and OP will find someone who's not so aggressively insecure.
Yeah. Also, a part of me has to admit I danced with my brother simply to get a rise out of my boyfriend due to how much crap he'd been giving me over it. Did not know he would lose it like that. It is what it is. All right. OP come back and edits the update afterwards in the comments section. Yes, I danced with my brother partially to get a rise out of my boyfriend. I've been so fed up of him and the crap he's been giving me that honestly I wanted to annoy him a little.
Yeah.
So to the people judging me for that, don't act so high and mighty as if though you've never had a moment where you have been 100% an angel who just rolled over and took verbal abuse and unjustified nagging and questioning from your significant other. To the people who implied I deserved him roughing me up, thank you.
Huh?
This says far more about your character than it does mine. I had no idea he'd lose his crap. I also hope that coming out with this, also by coming out with us, he'd see that it was just two people interacting and there was nothing strange about hanging out / being close with your sibling and doing fun activities together. I don't even know why I thought getting him to come was a good idea looking back. Yeah. And trigger warning. Think so?
No.
No?
I don't think
All
so.
right, cool.
I mean, I don't think so, but
Yeah.
I do. I see some comments. First of all, the fact that she did that to get a rise out of her boyfriend is kind of a little bit of a yellow flag, a little red flag there, because it's like, well, you're feeding into it, but I mean, at the same time, it's like your boyfriend shouldn't be so maladjusted that he can't handle you dancing with your brother. And I see some comments being like, Latin dancing is like too hot for siblings, and it's like, when you're Latin, that's just dancing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, it's not really, I think in like America, or for like more like, like white Caucasian like culture, like if you like look at Latin dancing, it's like, of course, there's certain ways that you would dance, even if you were Latin, that you would not do with your siblings. And I'm sure they weren't. I'm sure they weren't doing that.
Yeah, it's partner dancing.
Exactly. And it's like,
they're like, oh, you guys are two-stepping together. Like, we can two-step.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not a line dance, but it's also not just like exclusively for like bumping uglies with people.
Yeah.
You can just dance and be like, woo!
I see what you're saying.
It's more. It's a vibe, and it's not necessarily like a bumping tonight vibes.
And if you're not comfortable with that, you just gotta move on and be like, hey, I'm just not comfortable with someone being that close with like, Latin dancing with just everyone. Then just go just get out of there, man. That's not for you.
Yeah,
it's not for you. But guys, we got some donos and another story coming up. Dono time. Keon, do we have any donos that came in before we started the stream?
Yes, we did.
Can you read them out for me, my brother?
I will get those for you if you want to just go ahead and start reading those.
All right, cool.
Daphne says, I'm Latina and salsa and merengue has a lot of touching and humping. It's like, yeah, but you don't have to. You don't have to
touch and
hump your
hump.
brother if you're dancing with your brother. You know what I mean? That's
No.
what I'm saying.
Brother humping.
It's like we flip and we're like, you know what? Actually, the boyfriend was totally right. Toria Bumgardner, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Enjoying the live with the hubs on our Gotcha Day. Gotcha Day?
Gotcha.
What's a Gotcha Day? On our Gotcha Day.
Gotcha these nuts.
Well, hey, gotcha 4 months right there. Gotcha
Your mother
for 4
is in the
months.
chat.
Wabam.
You know what? She knows who I am. She raised me. This is a product of her. So
That's fine. Let me get these first. Strike that, reverse it. Michelle G, Scooney or Scunny IRL, and Corbin Christensen. Welcome to the Nights.
welcome to the Nights.
Okay. Mariah Rain, thank you for the $10. Checking in from the Accidental Rain Army. Happy payday.
Let's
Checking in
go.
from the accident. What's that?
Make it rain.
English
Who's that?
Mastiff. Thanks for being a member for 1 month. Definitely need a chaotic stream to brighten my mood after being told today my fur baby might have cancer
Aw.
after being diagnosed with cancer myself. Dude, horrible 2 for 1. Guys, let's get some chats.
Dang.
Get some hearts in the chat.
All right.
Whoa.
And so sorry about that.
You're gonna overcome.
Yeah,
that.
you will. You really will. And we just got a
Damn.
big dono from the one and only Purple herself. We need a wheel spin for Riley's mom. Sorry if I made your son cry. My eye, not gonna lie, my eyes did tear up a little
Yeah.
bit. I was like,
He cries.
already?
Purple Trader makes Riley cry and scream and
But that's another
poop his pants.
wheel spin.
All right.
Golly.
Yeah. And speaking of that, hey, Purple Trader, thanks again for the $250 at the very top of the stream.
Why?
Giving us another half hour immediately. Janessa, thank you for the $10. Hi, guys. Love you all so much. I hope you are all having an amazing day. I took the day off work today, so maybe 10-hour stream. You guys are the only podcast I listen to when it comes to reading Reddit stories. Yeah.
Let's
Thanks,
go.
Janessa.
All
And
right.
who knows? It just might be a 10-hour stream today. There's no way to know.
Hope not.
You have to stay here for 10 hours.
Aware Bubble sent $2. Kid lost the name battle. Hi, guys.
Kid lost the name battle.
What name? What you talking about, Willis?
Oh,
And
yeah.
Purple
Remind
Traders-
us.
Purple Trader sent in $10. Riley, your mom calling you a weirdo is awesome. Yep, she calls me that. Riley Bug.
She's known
Riley
you've been
Bear.
a weirdo forever.
Yeah.
I assume.
Since
I
the
hope so.
day you were
I
born.
assume she knows the whole
She knows
the whole crew,
Yeah.
the whole
And you think I'm weird? Dude, you should see the other products that
all
they
the
created.
spawns.
All the spawns.
Lick your face. Thanks for the $5. Oh, Dakota, I'm so disappointed in you. Boondock Saints homework for you.
Yeah.
Ah!
I check it out. It's
Yeah,
pretty good.
I mean, I've been meaning to watch that for actually.
it's on
for
Prime. There's
actual
actually a lot of
years.
good movies
For
on Prime
years
right now.
and years, and I just haven't.
Purple Trader is sending in 100. We need a wheel spin for Riley's mom. Sorry if I made your son cry. You did. And Jenna Lee Rosenby has
Rawson.
donated. Jenna Lee
Rawson.
Rosenby has
Yeah.
donated $20. Shout out to Riley for being a champion of dyslexia. And I just messed up your name.
No. You did it right. I just remember she said the pronunciation is Rawson.
Got it.
Yeah.
I have 2 kids with dyslexia and dysgraphia. I admire you for reading out loud. It is a struggle, but hey, you gotta do the job. You feel me? You gotta
do the job,
you gotta
man.
wake up and do the job.
Sammy, thanks for the $10 on the way to, into work. Thanks for the laughs on the drive. Hope tonight is smooth. The unit had been so heavy. Well,
We hope it's smooth too.
hope you have a smooth shift.
And guys,
Sammy,
you know
let's
what
go.
else is gonna be smooth as buttery silk?
Smooth as
Freaking
silk.
wheel spin
These 2 wheel spins.
by none other than. Do you want to do it?
Oh, well,
I was gonna give it to the Cake
yeah,
Man.
Keon, do you
I was
want
gonna
to
give it to Cake Man. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I
you
got
do.
it.
Yeah. Oh, you don't want
I'll
to
do
do it?
one. I'll do one, and then Dakota does one. How about that?
Okay, great. Cake
Right?
Man and Delaxolotl. Oh, Mom, also look at Valley Lily's profile picture. Tell me that doesn't look like your sister. And Susan Chernaskas just gifted 5 freaking memberships. If you just got one, Prim, say thank you. Anna Happen, say thank you. Kay, say thank you. Brooke Foster, say thank you. And this is for Purple Trader. Purple Trader! Oh, God.
How am I supposed to top that?
Woo! Oh, God. Okay, 10 members. We'll add that here in a second.
Just like
10 members. Now we got this one coming from Cake. Coming from Key on Cake.
sweatpants today
Stop! He's wearing gray sweatpants and he's trying to flex. Here we go. I'll give that one a C+. Woo! All right, a 1.25 for 5 minutes. Purple Trader, we're going to save your other one for after this next story. Right, Mom? She does look like Auntie. That's crazy. I'm so glad my mom saw that. Yes, that's been in the work in the year. And we got the last dono before we hop into this next story, my friend. Lick Your Face has just
Your
gifted
face.
$5. Riley,
face.
anything that is wrong with you is environmentally or genetically, which is your mom's fault anyway. Good thing she did a good job with you, though, weirdo. Yep, it is my mom's fault. It is my mom's fault. I can't
Anything
read
wrong
right.
with you is your mom's fault. You hear that?
No, this is what's gonna
You hear that,
happen.
Mom?
She's gonna be like, "Nah, that's your dad's fault. You got that from your dad."
Yeah, I mean, you are clones, so
That is true. I would say I got my good traits from my mom.
the picture of your dad get it like at his
At the wedding?
ceremony.
Yeah.
It just looks like you. It looks like you got married
I know.
in like the 90s.
I know, right?
It's crazy.
Actually, in 2000.
Oh, is it year 2000?
Oh yeah.
That's 1 year
They
off,
actually,
man.
my mom and my dad just had their 25-year anniversary, like March 25th.
Congratulations.
Yeah, 25 years. Look at that.
All right, 30 more minutes.
That's a quarter century.
Who did that?
Who did that?
Was that Purple Trader?
Who did that?
I think so.
Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll read those later. But Purple Trader, I see you.
And I'll add the 10 members, guys, after during the story.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
Are we ready?
Mary, you're my favorite.
All right.
Everyone's my favorite. Sorry.
Ready? 3.
Yes.
2.
I refuse to give my bed to my pregnant stepsister. Now my whole family's mad at me.
Well, maybe she shouldn't have got pregnant in the first place.
I don't know if that's the take.
Let's see.
Let's find out, though. March 10th, 2025. I, 26 male, rent a too small. I, 26 male, rent a small 2-bedroom apartment. I live alone, but I use the second bedroom as my office because I work from home full time. My older sister, Lily, 31 female, is 6 months pregnant and soon to be a single mother. By the way, this comes from user Silence Fiction, and if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit.
Oh, and guys, we just got a $60 donation from Stephanie Lamont. I've been waiting to donate for forever. Also, Dakota, you are one of my favorites, along with Keon. Hopefully, I spelled that right. Also,
So
Riley,
close.
too, because he is a good old country boy.
Good old country boy.
Steph.
We're your favorites?
Let's get some lemons in the chat for Steph. Thank you, Steph,
Thank
for
you,
the 60
Stephanie.
buckaroonies.
So
That's
close.
a very
you
sweet
switched
message.
the E and the I. You were so close,
Yeah,
and I
just-
appreciate you trying.
I
Swap
say
those
he's got
vowels.
too many vowels in there. Dakota
it's
does
not my
too.
fault. I did not have a choice.
Hypothetically, we all do have 3 vowels in our names because sometimes a Y is a vowel.
Sometimes.
Yep.
Sometimes.
The 3 vowel boys.
Remember, I before E except after
Danny?
C. Okay. So, she has some issues with her apartment, in a disagreement with her landlord and in the process of moving out. So she asked if she could stay with me for a few weeks. Of course, I said yes, and that I would be happy to accommodate her for as long as she needs.
Aw.
She moved in last weekend, and the first thing she did when settling in was pointing towards my bed and saying, "I'll take this one." I laughed, thinking she was joking.
You're joking.
Imagine they did hit the Joker laugh like that.
That Joker laugh?
That was a Joker laugh.
I was going more for like a Megamind laugh.
That was 100% Joker laugh.
Rick.
Chat, back me up. So I laughed thinking she was joking. Only later in the evening, when I asked her if she needs anything else before going to bed, did she mention that she was not joking about wanting to sleep in my bed. Now, I'm a little bit of a germaphobe, and I am quite uncomfortable with the idea of other people sleeping in my bed. I told her that I am uncomfortable letting anyone else sleep in my bed, but I will gladly set her up with my guest bed, which I did used to sleep on before buying my current bed, and I know for a fact is very comfortable and spacious.
Great.
How are we
That
feeling?
seems-
How are we feeling right now, Riley?
You wanted that bed. Sorry, it's taken. Here's another bed. Solved. This is done, right? End of story. Am I wrong? Am I reading this wrong?
He says he's a germaphobe and he doesn't let anybody else sleep in his bed. 6-month pregnant sister might deserve the bed that she wants. But it's also, you can have the discussion, right? What I don't like is that it seemed like OP didn't expect.
I disagree
I don't know.
with you.
Let's keep
disagree
going.
with you.
Let's keep going.
You know what? Do a poll
Let's
right
keep
now.
going.
Everyone's
I want
gonna
a
disagree
cup.
with
I
you.
want a little
He
bit
said it's
more.
comfortable and spacious. He has a bed for
Then
2
why
people.
isn't he sleeping on it?
Because he has his own bed.
Right, it's probably better than that one.
Who cares? Who bought the beds?
The one
who
who's
bought the beds?
pregnant for
Who bought the
the
beds?
6-month pregnant lady gets the best bed in the house. I'm sorry. On principle.
This is their sister, not their
Yes,
wife.
exactly.
Sister, not wife.
It's your sister.
If I had a sister and she's like, I want your bed, I'd be like, heck no, girl. You're going to take that one. If Sophia was pregnant and we were in a 2-bedroom and she's like, I want that bed, I'd be like,
I
sorry.
guarantee you, if this was a Sam and Sophia situation and she was 6 months pregnant and she wanted Sam's bed, Sam would be like, yeah.
Well, Sam's better than me. Sam's better than me.
I think this is let's continue. Let's continue, and then I'll have more thoughts. So then she started guilt tripping me, saying that since she got pregnant and she's having problems falling asleep, that she needs the bigger, more comfortable bed. I stood my ground and told her I was happy to accommodate her, but I wasn't giving up my bedroom. She sulked, but she took the guest bed. That lasted exactly 2 nights before she started complaining that the bed was too stiff and that she couldn't sleep. I offered to buy a new mattress topper, but she refused.
Bro's giving out solutions left and right. What's the problem?
And I don't like anyone in this story now.
What?
Now I don't like anyone.
What? This dude's
Because
being
he's like, I'll buy you a
reasonable.
mattress topper. And she goes, no. Now it's like they're just trying to like stand each other down and be like, who's gonna move first?
Who's paying rent?
The OP. OP.
Yep. All right.
Should we do a poll?
Yeah, let's do a poll.
You wanna do a poll? What-
Let's do a poll.
How do you want to do this?
Let's
poll?
do a poll. Give up.
Bet or nah? Or, how
Let's
do you wanna
see. Who's the a-hole? OP a-hole? Cis a-hole? Who's the a-hole?
If sister's not 6 months pregnant,
Do you want that as
I'm
a poll?
throwing her in the guest bedroom.
Okay.
Don't
so,
we're in the guest bedroom now.
She's 6 months
Yeah,
pregnant.
You got. I trust you, Keon.
Okay. OP. Is it stepsister?
Yep. OP a-hole, sister, cis a-hole.
Stepsister.
Stepsister? It's her stepsister. Not even real sister.
Wow.
Not even real sister, dude.
Oh, it's stepsister.
I mean, they are real sisters. Sorry if that offended anyone. But like, it's stepsister. They're probably siblings. They're regular siblings.
And also, you know what? This is really important. Josh in the comments just said, I don't think Dakota understands germophobia. That's actually true. I'm probably really underplaying that in terms of like a decision factoring skill.
Bro,
or
I ain't got germophobia.
like a factor in the decision making here.
I don't have germophobia, and I'm still not doing that.
But that makes it a little more understandable.
And the bed is the most germ-ridden thing, too.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Did you sleep there? There's a stat out there.
You gotta
Someone
wash
did
your
a stat.
sheets at least. What is it?
Twice a week.
Like twice a week. I thought it was like
Twice a week?
Once or twice a week.
Once
yeah.
every 2 weeks.
I mean, not twice
That's
a week.
twice a month.
Sorry, once or twice a month.
Twice a week. This dude's washing his sheets 8 times a month.
They get messy, man. No, mom, no. Wait.
Okay.
I won't stop peeing.
Okay. Is this a vote for who's wrong?
Yep. Sepsis is wrong.
Wow, I've never been this. I've never been
I
this
don't even
up
know where you're
against the
coming
wall
from.
ever.
I know we're gonna
Okay.
hit hard mode.
I've been pregnant 3 times. Sister is absolutely the a-hole here.
3 times.
Dang.
That's 3 hits.
See, I think this is just a failure of communication more than anything. Let's keep going. I offered to buy a new mattress topper, but she refused. Instead, she tried to pull the "you're my brother, you should want to make me comfortable" guilt trip again. I told her that she's lucky I can even take her in since I work 10 hours a day from home and I do value having a work environment that's private, calm, and quiet.
He's also an introvert. Sounds like.
These sound like 2 entitled people going head to head. Not gonna lie.
Well, the apple didn't fall far from the tree.
So, she called me selfish and accused me of not caring about her or her baby. I told her she could take the couch if the guest bed was that unbearable. Well, she did, but exactly for 1 night before turning into an absolute menace. In the second night on the couch, she made sure to sigh loudly all night, accidentally bump into things, and complain the next morning how horrible I was making her feel. The following day, she kept making calls and talking loudly on the phone while I was working. I didn't pay attention to the actual calls and what she was saying, but later it became very clear. In the evening, I started getting phone calls from most, if not all, of my family members. Apparently, she was ranting all day on the phone to my family about how rude and how horrible I was, and how I was making her feel bad and trying to make my family put pressure And she saying I was trying to make her feel bad and trying to get my family to put pressure on me just to let her sleep in my bed like she's on a mission or something.
Oh, hey Uncle Steve, could you send me your email? Oh, hey Aunt Kate, could you send me your email? Get an email list. Hello everyone, just wanted to take ahead of some rumors that are going around. So this is what happened. This is what I did. If you would like to donate for my sister to get a better mattress, donate here. Boom.
Yeah.
Campaign. Get her another mattress. If everyone's going to be complaining to you,
right,
then they should step up and do something.
As soon
You've
as
already
he was
did a
like,
lot.
I'll buy you whatever you need to make this other bed comfortable. And she's
Yeah.
like, no. That's when I was like, all right, now everyone kind of sucks in the story. But I see some people being like, he's not entitled. It's his own house. It's like work from home is like not a lot of people do. I don't know. Just if I was the pregnant sister, right? And I'm 6 months pregnant and I have I'm in a dispute with my landlord. I don't have anywhere else I can't, right? So I'm leaning on my brother.
Yeah.
And my brother goes, you're even lucky that I let you in because I value peace and tranquility in my working environment. I'd be like, I'm going to leave. I don't want to stay where I'm not wanted, dude. Saying that, get over yourself, bro.
Okay,
what are you doing?
Okay,
what are you doing? What are you doing? Saving the world?
I think he said that in regards, she's like, you're not making me feel comfortable. You're not giving me the bed I want. You're not giving me what I want. I understand that she's pregnant. She does deserve to be comfortable. But OP gave her a, he took her in. He probably shouldn't have threw that in her face, but he took her in,
right?
Gave her a comfortable bed that he used to sleep in. I think the sister's being a little overreacted.
I think this all started bad from the very beginning. The sister goes, I'll take that one. So if the sister had instead go, hey, can I sleep in your bed because, I've been having just from a real human place instead of the entitlement, and then the brother probably won't get as defensive, and then she won't feel like she has to win, and then she'll be able to just go, yeah, I'll get the mattress topper for the guest bed. But that never happened because I bet there's a lot of history here with this interaction and dynamic. But regardless, I'd never stay where I'm unwelcome. Okay. So my mom took her side and tore me a new one on the phone saying Lily is carrying a child and I'm being inconsiderate. She also said, I thought I taught you better hospitality than this. I am very disappointed. My aunt called to tell me that my uncle, her husband, used to sleep on the couch and sometimes on the floor next to her when she was pregnant. Even my cousin, who I haven't spoken to in 2 years, called me to tell me I'm being selfish. I agree with all of them.
Nice. How are you doing too?
I agree with all of them.
How's your wife and kids? Great. Cool.
I'm sorry.
You agree with these family members?
Yes. Yes, dude. In a vacuum, a woman who's 6 months pregnant and wants to sleep in the comfy bed, and you're like, no. That is a kind of childish thing to do.
But he said it was comfortable.
He's a germaphobe. I get it. He's got a thing. He's got other things going on here. But I feel like it goes deeper than that. I don't feel like it's just, I can't deal with the germs. I feel like it's I don't want my sister to win. And it's but again, once she goes into the guest room and she's like, it's still uncomfortable. And he's like, all right, I'll get you a mattress topper. Whatever you need to make this space comfortable for you, I'll do that. And then she says no. Now they both suck in different ways.
I think she's asking for a lot here. I know she doesn't have a lot of options. But you got a bed.
Dude, I don't know. Again, now that after the beginning of the story, everyone sucks. But at the very beginning, it's why aren't you just giving the bed to the pregnant sister?
It's me, Keon, and everyone in the stream versus you right now.
I don't care, dude. I'll stand on it.
Keon, what do you think?
I don't
What do you think, Keon?
I would have a genuine conversation with my sister and be like, hey, can you get your own bed? If you really need to get my bed, you can have it for a week, but then get your own bed. Like a couple days. Not right off the bat.
I'm just not a sibling.
I'll give Kiona the bed for maybe a couple of days and hey, you got pregnant. How about to have your partner buy you a better bed?
Wow.
It's not my job to take care of you. Yes, I'll take care of you, but it's not my job. I'm not the father of your child.
Anyways,
well, I don't think he's taking care of her. This is another ice swan situation. So my father is taking my side. telling me to ignore them and that my sister is an F up that she got in that situation in the first place.
Ooh.
Again, like, I feel like there's a lot of layers as to why they're interacting this way. She's going to be a single parent. She probably is not in touch with the father. So there's probably a lot of shame being directed at her from OP and the dad. Meanwhile, you know, I don't know. There's a lot going on here. It would just be so chill. I'd be like, yeah, I guess. Sleep in the bed, pregnant sister. You're not going to be here forever. You're going to be here temporarily. Regardless.
What about when the baby's born?
Yeah, she's not living here when the baby's born. I'm not taking care of your baby. That's not on the table.
Line?
That's not on the agenda.
That's
I'm not becoming the father of the child.
All right.
All right. So, but I feel like my mom is giving him a super hard time in the background because he did sound kind of hesitant when I asked him to have my back. Honestly, I'm just feeling like I'm in the middle of a soap opera drama. My mom is threatening to come take Lily home. Yeah, like that's much of a threat, haha. But she's giving me such a hard time and telling me I disappointed her and that she raised me better. I don't know how to feel about this anymore. Don't feel anything about it. Let your mom take care of her. What are we even doing? Am I the a-hole for not letting my pregnant sister sleep in my bed? OP was voted not the a-hole. Here are some top comments. That's a why. Am I the a-hole for not letting my pregnant sister sleep in my bed? That is a a-hole statement. But
that's what's happening.
With all of the context in this story, I think everyone sucks. I think this is a whole stink show going on right now.
Everyone but OP sucks here.
All I have to say is, it was your choice to get pregnant. That does not. If you are pregnant, great. We'll help you and any way we can. But you are not queen or king of the castle.
Yeah.
You do not get all the accommodations. You can get some help, you know, but that is also up to your partner or whoever, you know, is helping you.
Now, if this was a couple, dude, you better be on your knees, you know, doing whatever you got to do to make this woman happy.
Yeah, it's your wife, dude. If she tells you to sleep outside, you better
You're gonna
go lay down in the
yourself
grass,
up a tent, man. Like, you know what to do.
Oh, Dakota, you're the one that sucks, Josephine.
Dude, she did put a dono.
Damn. Wow, we're so okay. So it's ice swans and pregnant siblings. No, it's not the siblings. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. All right.
Pregnant sisters.
I think, again, my point with all this is that it was all in the execution that was wrong here.
Danielle says sis is entitled. She has nowhere to go. Going above and beyond to accommodate her, and she is not satisfied. Think Monk when germophobia. Have you ever seen Monk?
Okay, I keep forgetting the germophobia.
Yeah.
Okay.
It hits people.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That really does pump the brakes on OP being an a-hole.
By the way, again, isn't she 6 months pregnant?
Yeah.
So you should have figured this out a long time ago how to be comfortable.
Yeah. Plus, I'm not even counting the germophobia thing.
It was the first month?
I think with germophobia thing outside of this, it's still a-hole. Being entitled.
I mean,
I know she deserves to be comfortable. OP's done a lot. I don't know. Worst case, keep reading.
You're your second trimester and you don't know how to be comfortable?
I do think germophobia included, setting up in the guest bedroom, being like, it's not working, and then him being like, I'll make it work, and then her being like, no, the only thing that's going to work is your bed. That does make the sister more of an a-hole than the brother. But I think everyone's operating from a place of very, very little empathy and sympathy here, which I don't like.
I don't know.
And also all the people in the chat being like, you wouldn't have this take if all of us were screaming at you. I would. You have no idea how stubborn I can be.
Yeah, he is pretty stubborn. That's why we're...
And you do. I am unfazed at that 91% down there. Okay, comment number 1. Not the a-hole. Tell your sister your mom has offered to let her stay, so please pack your bags if the guest bed is uncomfortable. Boom. Perfect. Everyone who has call them back and ask when they intended to pick your sister up and have her stay with them. Comment 2, get her out of your house ASAP. You're going to end up with her in your room, baby in the guest room, and you're going to be sleeping on the couch. Check your lease and tenancy laws. Do not let her use your address for mail. Seriously, get her out before she gives birth. Ship her off to mom. Yeah, was that the plan the whole time?
Probably. Who knows,
Was the plan for her to just live there forever?
Who knows, man?
Because if that's the plan, that's not happening.
Yeah.
Up front, letting you know that. Comment 3, I offered you a place to live, and you have returned that favor by turning a bunch of flying monkeys on me so you can steal my bed on top of the rest of my home. You are disrupting my work and my life. I expect you to be out tomorrow. Maybe one of your flying monkeys will take you in, not the a-hole. Comment 4, not the a-hole, and I would just say, oh, sure, that's a perfect plan. You can come tomorrow and pick her up and take her home. I'm sure she will be much more comfortable there than at my place. Why didn't you offer this before knowing how small my place was and knowing that conflicts would happen? But yeah, go ahead, pick her up, because if she continues to disturb my work, well, I don't know how long she can stay in this house in general. And there's another update from the next day. OP's upstairs working on Cold Harbor right now.
I'm so glad you catched up in the series.
I'm still not done yet. I'm still not done that. But so don't spoil it. I really don't know what that is. I don't think anyone knows what that is. But anyways, we're at the update.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go ahead and just get into it. All right.
There does seem to be a bigger plan than what is here.
If the plan was just to low-key actually invade OP's house like on a long-term basis and like raise your infant child there and probably have him as like a just like a live-in nanny.
Yeah.
That's
messed up.
Not right.
And Secret Waller said she did OP even said in the beginning that he would let her stay for however long she needs, which means to stay forever and you can and have whatever you want. Also, in the beginning, I think the Thomas said this. Didn't she get, or Miss Jaybird, didn't she get kicked out of her apartment?
There's like a dispute or something going on with her landlord, so she can't stay there right now. There's something going on there.
I need more context on that situation.
You know, Dad's basically like, yeah, she's a F up, like whatever. She can't believe she got pregnant. It's not like that's what our bodies are built to do. Yeah, and again, so I saw Kimberly Fine's like, Dakota's flip-flopping so hard on this one. I think, but only because I wasn't really using the germophobia like as a factor. And like really, if you do have like legitimate germophobia, it's like you would never share your bed with anyone, even if they are your sister. So
yeah,
that's his boundary, and then she didn't respect that, and then that's bad on her.
Yeah,
but at the same time, unfazed. I would like to answer a few common questions I saw in the comments. The guest bed is in the living room. It's stored in the second bedroom, which is my office, but whenever I have a guest, I set it up in the living room. The living room space is quite big and can comfortably fit the guest bed, couch, and living room table as well. My parents live 4.5 hours away. My parents live a 4.5-hour drive away, and they are the closest family members to my apartment. That is why I didn't initially think of suggesting anyone to come and pick Lily up to take her to their place. I, in fact, did not get my sister pregnant. What the F, guys? Lily is moving out of her... I've just got to acknowledge that was insane.
Reddit.
Lily is moving out of her current apartment because it is being sold, and the new owners aren't sure if they want to keep renting it. So the reason that she's getting kicked out isn't even her fault.
Oh, the landlords.
It's not like she's like behind on rent or like she's being... It's just literally the property's being sold out from underneath her, and she is in the middle of...
No sympathy for the single mothers.
Yeah, right.
Oh, you're a single mom? You got to get out of here.
Yeah. So the new owners aren't sure if they want to keep renting it or what to charge. So that's why she's moving out. Anyway, here is the update. My mother made the drive over yesterday. She came in quite furious, barely said a word to me, and wanted to just take Lily and leave ASAP. She had that cold, disappointed look on her face, and it broke my heart, honestly. I told them, Lily and my mother, that I wanted to talk and explain my side of the story. I would also like to hear this explanation. I told them both that I didn't want them to leave on bad terms. I sat them down in the living room and explained my side of things. I also decided to show them the original post, and it did help them calm down and made them second-guess their opinions. Also, I did believe they were quite embarrassed, judging by the looks on their face when I showed them the post, to see everything written out like that, but they didn't dare to say a word about it. In the end, they both agreed that my apartment is my personal space and also my workplace, and they understood why it was difficult for me to give up my bed. It wasn't totally smooth, though. They still gave me a bit of a hard time, saying that while they do understand my side now, I still could have been the bigger person and just let Lily sleep in my bed. At least they did drop the whole "you're selfish" act. As for the rest of the family, I demanded that my sister called each and every one of them to let them know my side and calm them down. Lily was reluctant at first, but my mother gave her the look. And eventually she came around and told me she'd do it on the drive back to my parents. I was honestly surprised she agreed. My aunt even called me today to apologize, and that was definitely unexpected and very satisfying.
Nice.
Lily is now staying with my parents, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I get in a few weeks, and I wouldn't be surprised if I get news in a few weeks with them ranting about her being entitled in their house. Can't wait to see how they'll handle that one. Hopefully, this is the last time I'll have to deal with this. Lily still needs to move her stuff from her old apartment, which is a 30-minute drive from me. So I know she's going to ask for my help. Not that I would mind. I'd be happy to help her. But I'm worried she might want to come stay at my place again or use my place to store some of her stuff, which you don't need to allow.
Hey, girl, there's a storage unit down the road. We could set you up with that.
Right? Yeah. Or it's like,
I can do the down payment. You got the rest.
Why don't we take the stuff that you want to store here and store it at the place that you're going to stay at?
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Boom.
And by the way, you can stay listening to full episodes with stories just like this on Spotify and iHeartRadio and Apple Podcasts. Wherever you listen to podcasts, just search OK Storytime, and there's 53 days worth of stories for you to listen to. Over 2,000 episodes, over 1,270 hours.
2,342 episodes.
So get crack-a-lackin' on that. There is a little bit more story here.
Let's do it.
I like where we're at.
Yeah.
Do you have any closing thoughts on the situation?
Nah, we know where I lay. I'm just glad the parents stepped up and helped Lily out.
Yeah, that seemed like maybe it should have been the solution
at the beginning.
From the very beginning.
Agreed.
Especially because if OP really does have actual, germophobia, because some people are like, I'm a germaphobe, and then they'll just go like, achoo. And then like, that's not you don't have germophobia. You just don't, I don't know, you don't like being around sick people. But like germophobia is like, I mean, when you use the word phobia, like it's like a real impactful thing on you day to day.
Yeah.
So if he really is a germaphobe and she really did say like, I need your bed and I refuse to hear anything else you have to say, it's like, that's, OP's not being the a-hole there, okay?
Yeah.
However, the lack of sympathy for a pregnant sibling is very startling to me. Let's finish this story. Also, she might bring this whole thing up again, and I couldn't be asked to deal with it once again. That's a problem for another day, though. Hopefully not. Ha 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 ha. So in the end, I believe it turned out the best way possible. And I have you guys to thank for that. And we have some top comments here. Number 1, so naturally, your sister will be sleeping in your parents' bed, right? Since mom doesn't think it's a big deal. Okay, all kidding aside, you handled this perfectly. You were not the a-hole then, and you're still not the a-hole.
Agreed.
Skirt. Comment 2, amazing how busy work is going to be for the foreseeable future and all the tight deadlines you have, and get a coworker to back you up. But you can ask if anyone knows a good moving company, or just dodge her calls, and after she's moved, tell her you needed a break from her after all the drama she caused you. Warn your dad you're going to do this so he can get ready to handle it on his end. Most importantly, remember you don't owe her a thing right now. The way she treated you isn't how you treat family you value when they're doing you a favor. And also, what kind of idiot moves out but doesn't move their stuff? Talk about a preventable problem. Also, check your lease for any limits on how long guests can stay. Comment 3, still not the a-hole. I'm so glad you spoke to them and got the story straight. They sound like they think you're still in the wrong. I honestly would take a big step back from Lily and anyone who was disrespectful to you. Don't help Lily move. Don't help your 6-month pregnant sister move. She needs to figure it out on her own. You were nice enough to her and she tried to take advantage of you. See, this kind of stuff is just like, stop it. It was a moment in time. Now we can move forward. You don't have to hold on to this grudge that she was annoying in your house forever. If your pregnant sister needs help moving her stuff, and you want to help her, you can. Like, there's no need to become vindictive over this, in my opinion.
Also, Teacher Yo says, Dakota, as a person whose siblings were pregnant, it's not about no sympathy. Clearly, OP had sympathy because they let them stay. It's about boundaries.
Right. But I get it. With all the bed stuff, I'm now firmly on, like, germophobia, no respect for his boundaries and his, like, you know, way of life. That's whack. She became the more on the a-hole side as soon as he was like, I'll do whatever you need to do to that guest bed to make it work.
Yeah.
And she was like, no. At that point, now it's just like a sibling dynamic that's probably been there for their entire lives, where it's like she wants a thing and he says no, and now she won't stop until she gets that thing. That's my guess. I don't have siblings, so I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
But that's what this is reading as. And
seems like a lot. But guys, it's the end of that story.
Yeah, it is. That's the end of that story.
That was tough for you. That was tough for you.
Hey,
man.
you know,
I'm sorry.
You can't have everybody agree with you all the time.
I feel like you were trying to recruit people.
Look, if I had a 6-month pregnant sister, I'd help her move. I don't care if she's annoying. She's moving 5 hours away from me, first of all.
And we got it's dono time. What's up, Keon?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if she just wanted everything that you had?
What? I can't do that. I'd be like, sister, we need to like talk about how to get things that you want in life. You can't just have the stuff that I have.
And guys, we just got another 30 minutes. Purple Trader, I saw what you were doing. She was like inching the goal bar.
Oh,
more and more every time. Crazy.
This is it.
What?
Oh my God, I did not say this. Skull and Rebones. It wasn't about the bed. It was about the bedroom because the guest bed gets set up in the living room.
The space.
Oh.
Still, it seemed like...
Which is fair.
It seems like they figured out. Dono time. Howling Wolf has donated $10. First time donating, but I follow you guys for 3 years now. Keep being you and keep putting a smile on our faces.
Yes.
Dude, thanks for being with us for 3 years.
Yeah,
Heck
thanks
yeah.
for following, dude. Oh, yeah. Howling Wolf. Princess Tika Axolotl Army has been a member for 14 months.
Holy cow.
Wow. You're going on the year poll. Hey, everyone. Dakota still handsome and cute. And everyone else can't flirt with you since you're taken. I'm a good girl. LOL. Zeke and Bella say hi. Hi, Zeke. Hi, Bella.
Hello.
Hello.
Josephine Madolo Miller Payne Donner Hirschman says, Dakota darling, I'm not mad. I'm very disappointed. She's an entitled brat who doesn't care about OP and thinks she can rule over his home FFS.
If I had a sister who was 6 months pregnant, she'd be sleeping in my bed if she wanted to. Then I won't change my mind about that.
Everyone knows that.
I will not change my mind about that, and I will not change my mind about secret weddings. Tattoo Mania, thank you for the $25. Hoping for a long stream so I can listen to y'all at the gym tomorrow. Dono for Dakota and Riley, only because Kiki has been demoted. What happened?
Kiki, what'd you do?
What did you do?
What'd you do, Kiki?
I just didn't say hi back because I missed it. I'm running.
No.
I'm steering the ship, running the engine.
He is
checking
dude.
all particle accelerators, and I missed it.
He's juicing up the flux capacitor.
He feels bad. Alana Pope, thanks for the $5. OP wasn't 6 months pregnant when he slept in the bed. Pregnancy completely changes your body and how you sleep. OP wasn't 6 months pregnant when he slept in the bed. Oh. Got it. I see what you're saying.
Oh, being like, the guest bedroom, the guest bed is comfy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
but I think it's the...
He wasn't 6 months pregnant.
It's the bedroom. It's that she was in the living room that she didn't like it, I'm pretty sure.
Sally Toes sent $2. She got herself kicked out. It's her fault. Well...
She didn't really get herself
I think that was at the
kicked
beginning.
out.
It was at the beginning.
Now she's just living with her parents.
Sally Toes didn't have all the context. On that one. Yeah. It was
earlier
before.
The apartment. Yeah,
she didn't get the context.
Well, to be fair, at the beginning of the story, that's exactly what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Jenna Lee, Ross, and B, thanks for the $10 for the cakes. Show
That's
them.
for you.
Where are they at? I mean, just the man with the cakes.
You got to spin the wheel. I'll show it when you spin the wheel.
Okay, we'll do that.
Purple Trader has sent in $10. Pair character flying in the air. And Purple Trader sent in $5. A sticker. And Purple Trader $10. And Purple Trader $20. Yeah, she was just inching it this whole time. She was like, and I saw it, and I was like, "What are you?" I see what you're doing.
I know she loves to do that. Stephanie Lemon, thanks for the $60. Have been waiting to donate forever. Also, Dakota, you're one of my favorites, along with Keon. Hopefully I spelled it right. And Riley, too, because he's a good old country boy. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Stephanie Lemon has donated another $20. I want to keep my favorite men on the live. And you did. You got us for another 30.
Keep your men alive on the stream. Michelle, thanks for the $15. Finally caught alive. And it's you three cuties. I love you guys. Thanks for the love, Michelle. What the heck?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, my
Josephine
God.
Malo Berquist says, Dak, you're wrong. Accept it.
No. It's my opinion.
He does have a hard time accepting.
What? You can't
People
say...
do have a hard time accepting when they're wrong around here.
Pause. You cannot... This is an objective thing. Or subjective.
Opinion?
It's a subjective thing. That's... If I was in that position, I would give up my bed, but I'm also not a germaphobe.
You seem pretty heated about this.
I think...
Because you're in the
And
corner.
I got a lot of people who are like, yeah, pregnancy is pregnancy. But it's like, dude, if my sister's 6 months pregnant and needs the comfiest bed in the house, I'm going to give it to her. I guess I'm wrong for that.
561784 sending $5. Dakota, germophobia is a pathological fear of contamination and germs. I had to look it up for you.
I know what germophobia is. Maybe I was talking earlier, like if you have it or not, if it's like serious or if it's just like you're sick, like get away from me. No, here you do that. Sorry. Honeybee85, thanks for the 5 Great British Pounds. Hello, boys. How is everyone? Answering from yesterday, Dakota. Yes, your candle is blue. Haha, it's just the paper wrapping. It isn't. Okay, love you all. Hey, thanks, Honeybee85. Kimberly Holly, thanks for the $11. 30 more minutes. Indeed. And Purple Trader, thank you for the $10. Little tee-hee. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, I don't know. I could keep wasting breath on this story, but it's like...
It's getting hard. Not gonna lie.
It's just...
It's getting hard on my end.
Hey, shut up.
I'm just saying.
You know what's hard on my end?
My wiener. Sorry.
Hey,
I'm sorry. I'm being too
did
much.
we get these?
Huh? No, you're not being too much. Don't worry,
And
brother.
Jessica
I'm just messing around. Jessica
Spila.
Spila.
Thanks for the
Spila.
$5. Dakota, you've waited so long to watch Boondock Saints that they came out with the third movie. They have a third movie? I only thought they had one. And Sammy, you would love the part in Boondock Saints where the guy that plays the goblin, what's his name?
Willem Dafoe.
William Dafoe. I will remember that for now.
Willem.
Whenever he does like log dancing in it, it's hilarious.
Log dancing.
And Sammy, thanks for the $10. Have a good night, y'all. Could you scroll down? I hope you're still here when I take my break in a few hours. We just might be. Kimberly Hiley says, "Hi boys, time for chaos."
See, now here's the thing.
Yep.
I'm giving that bet up to my sister.
We got that
but
one.
if she's trying to trick me and like stay at my place for a year instead of just like unacceptable, because you go stay as long as you want, stay as long as you need, but that doesn't mean stay indefinitely.
What's going on?
I'm just hitting that last part.
Thank you. We're going to another one.
Yeah, we're gonna do another story.
Sorry.
You know what? I'm gonna
Stephanie,
make your life hell. This next story, dude.
Stephanie, what if we agree? Stephanie 11920 liver as. Thanks for gifting one.
That's Oliveras.
Oliveras. What?
What did you say? Oliver ass?
Oh, I thought liver as. I took the O in Oliver as a 0. Liver as.
Liver ass.
Sorry. All right, here we go.
One more, and then there's wheel spin.
Stars Fall Up. Thanks for being a member for 7 months. Dakota, what part of MI are you from? Missouri.
I'm not. I'm from Missouri. But if I was from Michigan, I'd be from Kalamazoo.
That's hilarious.
All right, who's coming up
I'm
here?
from the St. Louis area.
You can spin the wheel, Keon.
Oh, yeah.
Spin
Have him
that
spin
wheel.
it, and I'll show my butt. How about that?
Just spin the wheel.
All right, come here.
It's time to spin the wheel!
Harriet Spaghetti says, Sibs can be folks who share trauma. Thanks for the $2, Harriet Spaghetti. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, what has this podcast turned into?
What are we?
All right, let's do it. Oh my gosh, dude. Stop, Keon. Spin again!
Yes!
This is for Purple Trader. Hush, Riley. We want the cake. That is hilarious. And 1.5 for 5
It
minutes.
is 1.5.
And Ellie Payne has donated $5. Dakota, you are very sweet. Don't ever change. I don't agree with your take, but I understand it. Looking amazing as usual. Lots of love to you. And of course, to the whole crew, but definitely to you. Dude, Ellie. Ellie's in your line, man.
Thank you, Ellie.
He says thank you. Man. Aw, sometimes you gotta disagree. Sometimes you gotta disagree.
Whole world against me. I know
like
Ellie's got my
small
back.
lumps. Did someone say my butt's small? Because you're seeing it from the. Yeah. Okay.
Here we go. You ready?
Not. Let me do the 1.5. 1.5 is up.
Free. Maybe I should be Doc Ock for this story.
Nah, you gotta be the Green Goblin. Willie
You have
Ham.
the voice.
You got these? Both of them?
Pathetic.
Yes. I got both of those.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Back against the wall. I don't budge. Except I do a little bit.
3, 2.
My father accused me of being involved in my mother's affair. I lost all sympathy.
Involved in what way, my guy?
I, 19 male, have had a strong yet loose relationship with my parents for the past 5 to 6 years. At that point, my father, 40 male, started using my brother and me as therapists, telling us about all the bad things that had happened in the past. Whenever these conversations would come up, I would make an effort to show I was listening so my brothers could put their headphones on and not have to hear it. By the way, this comes from Golden Angle, and if you want to submit your own stories, go to r/OKStorytime subreddit. So, wow, Montana Avs girl, thanks for the 40 freaking $5. Heart. Aw.
Double hearts from Montana.
Okay. There it is.
Let me
Hey.
be, and that's another. Jeez. Okay.
Another 30 from Purple Trader. And another wheel spin.
We need another wheel spin.
That's what they said, and that's what they'll get. Wow, wow. Wow, wow.
Goodness gracious.
The power of the sun.
Of course. I feel like this is where it's going to take away right now.
All right, let's go.
Let me be absolutely clear.
Let me be clear.
I'm going to be absolutely clear with this. Given their content, those conversations were not kind. Those conversations were not the kind a father should have with his sons at such a young age.
Such a young age.
To make things worse, he would tell us these stories on the car rides from school where we couldn't exactly leave the conversation.
Oh, I hate captive conversation.
Dude, my mom would do this to my brother every single day. My brother, this is what would happen. My brother would come in the car and do this. And mom's
Sleep.
like, how's your day? How's your day going? And my brother's like,
Sleep.
I'm just tired. I'm just tired. And my mom literally took him to get blood work done because he was like, why are you tired all the time? What's happening here?
Yeah.
He's just like, I'm just tired.
I just don't want to talk.
I'm just tired. I just don't want to talk
my
about
day.
He would do that to me too. I would drive 45 minutes to school and back and he would sleep the both ways.
Sleep.
Hey.
Every time we...
I'm not going to lie. I love sleeping in the car.
That
Me too.
I've never seen a man fall asleep in a car
I fall asleep
faster
in the
than
car
Keon.
so quick.
I don't know. You have to see
Like
me
a
in the backseat
baby
of the car.
being rocked in a
No,
cradle.
I love sleeping in the car. Like I put my head on the
Same.
window, boom, sleep. I'm gone.
Dude, I love sleeping in the back of people's
I
cars.
can't.
I love sleeping in the car.
Can't do it.
So don't say anything about your brother. He's
Well,
right.
Well, no, he shouldn't be. He should talk to us.
No,
he should
he
have a
was just-
conversation with me.
He's not right. He was just avoiding.
Imagine
No, he's
driving.
right.
Okay, imagine driving Dakota every day to work, and it's 45 minutes away, and he would not talk to you on the way to work.
Because he
both
wants
ways.
to sleep.
But he shouldn't. But you have to drive both ways, and you're also tired.
Both ways in the snow, uphill.
Okay, I'd let him sleep. He needs his beauty sleep.
Dude,
You
unbothered. Let's go.
are killing me.
Yeah.
When he wasn't telling us about his past, he was constantly showing us every bit of bad news the internet had to offer. Oh, insert company we eat at weekly has more than shady dealings, or this government agency's doing horrible stuff in that country. It might not seem like much, but this was every day that he did this. I would want to put something. Never mind.
What?
I would want to rip my ears off if I had to hear this.
Really?
I was gonna say a really
I think
dark
it would
joke.
depend on my age. If I'm like,
I can't stand
if I'm
people
like,
like this.
12 and I can't really contribute or really don't have the maturity to add to this at all, then like I would probably be really uncomfortable. But like If I'm like older or like an adult and I can have my own opinions and thoughts about the things he's talking about, I would probably be interested in it. It would probably get really contentious really fast, though.
Yeah.
However, I would be interested in having the discussion.
My mom said that kid slept all the time. He still does. But this is just, I know someone like this. Every time they're around, I do my best to just not be around them because I can't. The negative energy. Oh, did you hear about this in politics? Oh, did you know that if you do this, it's going to be bad for you? It's just like, live life. Breathe air.
Yeah. See,
I don't know how I'm going to get there.
I love
but it will be wonderful.
I become a little devil's advocate when I get in those conversations. People are like, do you think this? And I'd be like, well, what about this? And you know, I don't know. I like
that. You've done
it's
that with
almost
me?
like a.
Have you noticed that I just like kind of walk away from that conversation? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
You'll be in a group and then you'll start doing that. And I'm like, and I go somewhere else. Clock that. It might not seem like much, but this was every day he did this. What's weird is that this wasn't a building habit. It just started one day. Whenever we tried to tell him to stop, he'd either start it back up the next day or he'd get offensive with us. I'm not exactly sure how to explain that, to be honest with you all.
I can explain
Those of
it,
you
bro.
who had to deal with people like that will understand what I mean.
People just don't like being told to shut up. At the end of the day, no one really likes that feeling.
That is true.
I'm not saying that they're like, he should have. Yeah, this guy sounds annoying, though. As someone who can be annoying, this guy sounds like annoying.
Super annoying.
And so maybe that's why I would enjoy talking to him, because we'd be annoying together.
A few months ago, I reached out to my grandfather regarding my mental health, wanting someone's opinion on whether or not I should get a therapist. He gave me a non-committal answer, which was fair enough. The next day, my father pulled me aside to talk. I asked if this was about my chat with my grandfather. It wasn't. After he asked me to elaborate, I told him about what I thought was the main issue with my mental health. A regular user I've found harder to shake once I realized what it was. His response to me opening up to him was to say, "That's it?" before one-upping me with his own recent trauma. Oh, you just have an addiction to this? Oh, dude, I've been addicted to this for 20 years.
Yeah, it's real emotionally underdeveloped behavior right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a guy who just wants to go blah, 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 listen to me. And then you're like, hey, Dad, I got an addiction. He goes, shut up, loser. My addiction's way better than yours.
Let me tell you
about
it. I've
for
been
the
giving
next
people
45
addictions.
minutes.
I've been giving people addictions.
Yeah,
my whole life.
I give it away. I give them away.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have minded so much if this wasn't the one time I had wanted to hear him. I wouldn't have minded so much if this wasn't the one time I had wanted him to hear me out after years of being forced to listen to him vent. Then there's my mom. And I'll be honest, there's not much to say here. I love her, and she's done nothing against me or my brothers. In the end, she was the best parent she could have been given the cards in her hand. The only reason I'd call my relationship with her loose is because if I go no contact with my father, I'd cut her out as well and not force her to pick a side. Onto the current situation. A few days ago, my father pulled me aside to talk about something. Usually when he does this, he needs to vent, and I mentally prepare myself as such. I was not prepared for him to ask me if I thought my mom was cheating on him. Here's where I state that not only do I still live with them, but I also work in the same place that she does. And I'm with her barely 30 feet away, 9 hours from Monday to Thursdays. I work 4 hours on Fridays. On top of that, she rarely leaves home, only going out to lunch with her sister and mom or when she decides to go get groceries. Always being back within a reasonable time frame. There is no time for her to even try anything. So if you're going to ask someone, it's going to be OP. And guess what OP's answer was? I simply said no, because there was no other answer. I couldn't think of anything. I later learned he suspected me as the being in on it.
How old is OP right now?
19.
Dude, like that's... How are you going to ask your own kid if his mom is cheating on his dad or her? I'm not sure with the...
Yeah.
But regardless, it's like... I'm all for being like, did you hear this weird thing that, like, this company did? Like, oh, but, like, once you're like, hey, is your mom cheating on me with someone in the office? It's like, dude, Back all the way up. That's not something you do.
I think what happened was the dad got hooked on some kind of news. Like he started watching like either Fox News, CNN News. I don't like the news because they always dramatize everything. I mean, not gonna lie, we dramatize everything because we gotta get you hooked in.
We read drama.
Yeah, we read drama. We gotta get you hooked in, and news like platforms do that. That's why I read journalism because like their rules are like it has to be this certain way. It's not very clickbaity. But I think he just started going into it, started watching this news, and then just kind of turned into this person.
I don't know. Maybe you saw the Ashley Madison leaks.
What?
It's a joke that's only for those who know it.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. Bottom line is, if you're not careful, you'll let other people do your thinking for you.
There we go. There we freaking go. I wouldn't know this until yesterday when my youngest brother, 16, told my mom when we got home. Still, I had no clue what to do with this knowledge. I did not and still do not want to be anywhere near the situation at all. I didn't know if I should tell my mother. Given his personality and his current mental state, I knew the situation would likely get out of hand very quickly if she'd push him on it. So, with no idea what to do, I decided to sit and wait for when we would come home that Monday, yesterday. When we got home, I was hit with the fact that my father had spent that morning talking to my brothers about the situation, showing them his proof, which I'll go into later, and telling them over and over that she had already admitted to it. According to my youngest brother, when they tried talking rationally with him, he would just say, "See it through my perspective," or "Listen to me with an open heart." What about we listen to you and with a critical mind, with some critical thinking?
I'd be like, Dad, I'm not going to listen to you talk about how mom's cheating on you. Go talk about that with anyone else on earth besides your 16-year-old son.
How about you, Purple Trader, stop. How about you go talk about it with her?
Yeah, or like your buddies, or like a therapist, or like HR at work, or like literally any single living being on earth. A dog, a cat, anyone besides your sons.
A brick wall.
Yeah, anyone besides the people who are the most emotionally invested and sensitive in regards to the situation.
And he's lying about it too. He's like, "She already admitted to it, so just tell me."
It's crazy.
What are we doing, dude?
Crazy. Susan S. says dad is cheating. With this level of projection,
Probably
I wouldn't doubt it.
I have no idea how long he spent with my brothers on Monday talking about it, but he didn't convince them. A few hours later, I chose to take a jog while the rain was light. It had been pouring all day, and I took the chance when I saw it.
Jog in the rain is so nice.
When I left, I passed my parents talking in the carport. When I came back, I saw my dad was alone. He pulled me aside before I could get inside. This is when he showed me his proof. His physical evidence was text between the two of them. While most of them were long walls of text, which he made me read word for word, I do remember one particular message of the two. I do remember one particular exchange of two messages. He said, "Please just leave it at work." That's where it all began. She simply replied with, "Okay." From his perspective, this was her admitting to cheating. This was also when I learned he thought she was cheating with my boss, whose wife works 10 feet away from my mom in the same department. This guy has zero critical thinking.
Yeah, this guy's like, "Hey, all this stuff happened at work, so just leave it there." She's like, okay.
And as the wife, she probably gets hit with his like wall of information all the time. She's just like, "Okay, let me just finish it. Let me just get out of this conversation, because if I don't say anything, he's thinking I'm ignoring him.
Well,
so I'm just going to give him a response."
Yeah, he's doing classic confirmation bias. He's like,
"Dude,
that okay was not okay. I'll only cheat on you at the office. It was okay. I hope we never have a discussion like this ever again." Like,
dude,
this
this would drain me. This type of person cannot be around.
Yeah, I mean,
You will lose Riley and just a body with no soul in it would be sitting there.
God, I mean, I wonder. I'm sure like the lack of trust right now might have maybe it's something to do with like all the conspiracies or like all the news and how everything's bad and such. So it's like now everything's bad and that means my wife's got to be cheating on me because I saw some article about how like 60% of like women cheat on their husbands with work people or like whatever. Like,
dude got clickbaited every day.
He's not thinking for himself.
From my mom's perspective, she thought he was talking about negative emotions. She knew she'd been distant with him in recent times and figured that's what he was talking about. The following text followed in that pattern. Her saying that she'd be better / do better, saying that he deserved better, and him taking this as her admissions of guilt. Keep in mind, she's never outright said she was cheating. And as far as I saw, she's never hinted at the topic to begin with. After this, he said that when he picked her up last Friday, she smelled like chemicals. Here's where I tell you that certain areas of my workplace deals with a lot of chemicals. The most detail I can give about the actual nature of our work is that we deal with small plane parts. In her position, my mom is in charge of the inventory cage at work where she's constantly at and where a good number of the chemicals are stored. On top of that, she moves around the whole building getting paperwork and important info where it needs to be. So is these like good smelling chemicals or just chemicals in general? You'd figure that at least one day out of the 4 years she's worked that she'd get chemicals on her. At that point, I completely checked out of the conversation and noticed my mom leaving the house and going into the woods on the back of our property. We live on my grandparents' land, with the majority of it being forest, which we'd go through by on the regular. Dude, same. I nodded at her as she passed by, trying to give my father a hint that this was his chance to show his proof with her present. He instead took it as a sign to keep going, completely oblivious as he talked about how she just walked back inside to sulk. Not the exact words, but you get the idea.
This is just like way too much for the kids. It's like, and look, I'm just trying to like have a little bit of like sympathy for this guy who's clearly like, I don't know, gone to a place where he can't trust literally anything.
Yeah.
But it's like he cannot be talking about this with his kids.
Can't, dude.
And it's like, and you can't be like just thinking that you're like, none of this is ironclad evidence of anything.
No.
And
like everything else he's probably seeing. Like our statistics out there, I'm going to base all my information off this statistic. That's probably not even real.
So if I'm OP and I'm like the oldest one, I'm like coming down. I'm legitimately worried about you.
Yeah.
Because this is like you're behaving like unhinged. You shouldn't be talking to my brothers about this. You shouldn't be talking to me about this. You should be talking to your buddies with it. Go get a beer or go bowling or whatever. Go to a therapist. Go to the doctor. Go talk to anybody else besides your kids.
TLDR bot. Who is the father? Okay, I don't think it works yet.
What?
What?
Working on something.
What?
After he went inside a little later, I followed her into the woods, mostly to make sure she wouldn't try anything. That's when she told me that she was considering agreeing with him just to get over with it. Makes sense. I mean, you've said it time and time before. Whenever cops like put a suspect into like a scenario and they're interrogating them, they're like, "Did you murder this person? Did you like kill them?" And they just say yes so they can leave.
When have I said that? Oh wait, yeah, no, I do say that. Yeah.
You said it at least 3 times on this stream.
It's like
Not this stream, but in general.
I don't know. I don't think be like admitting that you cheated with your boss when you didn't, when your husband's acting so unstable is a good idea, because then it's probably going to make its way back to the workplace. It's like this is rough.
Yeah.
This is like
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I told her in no uncertain terms that the idea was horrible. She agreed, saying that it would just open another world of problems. When we got back home, I saw that my dad had driven off somewhere. Taking the chance, I left my mom as she went inside and decided to call my aunt for some help. While I won't share family history, or it doesn't matter, I can say that she's relatable and careful in situations like this. To say the very least, she probably got cheated on. After almost half an hour, she agreed to take my mom to lunch this weekend, making sure to make a show of picking her up so there wouldn't be more fuel to my father's fire. Now comes today, where I learn that the situation is on a slippery slope and where I lost the last bit of sympathy I had for my father. On my lunch break, he sent me a text. In case you don't want to see it, it was instructions for me to spy on my mom for him. Please note that I had previously told him that I couldn't and wouldn't do anything in the situation. I would need a hard confession for me to act on, which leads me to the final part. My father picked her up from work an hour and a half early. This was worrying because I know how he argues. If he can't use extreme examples to make you look bad, he'll gaslight you. If either option works, then he'll simply say, "You're right," and storm off out of the area. In a locked car, he is stuck with the first two options, and my mom is forced to bear it. Something to note is that it is only 20 minutes away from my job to my house. I offered to pick up dinner on my way home and asked my youngest brother if our parents were home. At 4:57 p.m., he said they got home. She left for work at 3 p.m. For nearly 2 hours, she was left at the mercy of his delusions. He isn't a physical person, but he grew up with people who had that argumentative style, and he improved on it for the worse. With that said, if she simply says that she cheated, I won't believe it. He's essentially trapped her with him for 2 hours with no third party, and although I can't prove anything as I wasn't there, I think he spent that whole time trying to verbally beat it out of her, whether or not they got home because he's lost his patience or because she admitted to it, and I don't yet know.
Oh my God.
Dude. I don't like people like this. I don't like people like this at all.
No, this is really not good. This is really, really not good. And if I'm OP and Dad keeps doing this, I'm like, Dad, divorce her.
Yeah.
Divorce her. If you can't let this go, if this is something you're going to feel like is a thing forever, then divorce her. Start the proceedings. All right? Because I can't do this. My brothers can't do this. She doesn't deserve this. And I guess you should go find someone you can trust.
Yeah.
Stop talking to me about it. You know? I feel real bad. I feel for everybody in this story.
Yeah, dude, this guy just needs to go away. And you should go away after this story because we got plenty more crazy stories just like this one. Go to your favorite podcast platform, search up OK Storytime, and boom, bot, bam, there we got it.
Bing,
just for you guys.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no. I've seen this happen in action with friends of mine. And it's just like, why are you entertaining this? You deserve better. Please get out of here.
Yeah, it's like not even, I wouldn't tell the mom that, although the mom deserves to not be with this guy.
Yeah.
But I would say that in an attempt to just like snap him out of it. Which is like, dude, like, just shut up.
Yeah.
This is, you're just hurting everybody. You're making everything worse. And it's not even real.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Yeah, this is scary too.
You need therapy. You need help.
Honestly, this whole situation is tearing the two of them apart for different reasons. And it's all because he can't get this out of his head, out of his own butt. Because he can't get this out of his head because he can't get his head out of his own butt. I listened to this man for years explain to me the horrible things that have happened to him in his life, just for him to toss my insecurities in the place of his own. I have sat with him through every round of depression he's had while he barely took note of mine, and now he wants me to believe my own mother is cheating on him with my boss. I know he's stuck in his thinking, and there's no way I can see to get him out of it. I've been a voice of reason for him in the past, but I already know he's not going to listen.
Woo!
Yikes, dude.
Dang, I see some people in the comments being like, head injury, ? These are paranoid delusions. He needs to be seen. And I agree. It's like
brain trauma
this
or
is a
tumor?
level of paranoia that is like very like it's like that's why I can't like slam dunk on him too hard because I feel like this guy's going through an acute like mental health crisis right now.
Yeah,
you know?
probably.
It's hard to be like, this guy just sucks. It's like, no, I don't know. Something is like crossed up in his neurons right now is what it feels like to me.
My thought process, if you do not trust your wife that much, you're just going downhill. You gotta check with someone else. This is your responsibility to fix what's going on in your head.
Right.
Is on you, and you need to go see someone. That's
correct.
Where I disagree with. I'm like,
I mean, no one can go make him do it.
Yeah.
But
he needs to do it himself. And if he's not taking the responsibility to do it himself, then everyone should leave. No one should be able. No one is subject to this, or should be able to be subject to this. Oh, dude,
it's like,
I don't. These are my least favorite people right here. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm gonna get more water.
Dakota's gonna get more water. I'm gonna read all these effing donations. Half of these are purple traders, inching the freaking gold bar. Goodness gracious. It's Julian. Thanks for being a member for 2 months. Been watching you guys for 2 months now, making use of all the endless hours of podcasts. Also, Sophia, did you ask ChatGPT for that shrimp recipe yet? She did not. I will tell you that. But if you ChatGPT it, you could probably get it. Also, Gronk it or DeepSeek it. Montana AVS girl has donated $45. Heart. Thank you. We heart you. Purple Trader has donated $100. We need another wheel spin. Guess what? We got on the list. We will knock that out for you soon. Trish21 has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. If you have become a knight, say thank you to Trish21. Lick your face. Thanks for being a member for 3 months. He got dumps like a truck, thighs like a what, baby, move your cakes. Sure, why not? Love you guys. You guys are the best. That was for you, Keon.
I know.
That song was for you.
And I loved it. Thank you. Thank you, Lick Your Face.
Maya Butrex has donated $5. Hee. Thanks for adding to the freaking chaos. Purple Trader sent in $20. Shiba Dog in samurai armor, waving a banner.
Krista Shellhart, thanks for gifting 5 memberships.
Let's freaking go.
Sound off if you've been gifted a membership in chat.
Stephanie Lemon has donated $40. Riley, did you miss the Southern sweet tea? Because I really miss Mexican food from Cali. Oh, that's a tough one. I do miss the sweet tea, but I would take the Mexican food in Cali any day out of the week. I can make sweet tea here.
I would also agree with that. I've never been a sweet tea guy. I've always just been
I used to be
unsweetened iced tea.
I used to be really big into it, but not anymore.
Purple Trader, thanks for the $20. Pair character looking at himself in the mirror, saying thanks for being you, with hearts popping out of his eyes.
Frank the Pug is gifted 5 memberships. Frank, hello.
And Purple Trader, thanks for the $5. Pair character lifting some weights, saying keep it up.
And Purple Trader gifted $5. Pair character holding his belly, laughing out loud. Here you go.
Purple Trader just loves these pairs.
She just
Kohoko90, thanks for the 25 buckaroonies.
Goodness gracious.
Nice to see you back, Kohoko.
ID Vincent is sending $5. Hi everyone, you guys cheer me up. It's been a hard week from being sick and finding out my amazing father-in-law has bladder cancer. Thank you guys.
Dang.
Dude, Heidi Vincent, I am so sorry to hear that.
It is rough, man. But you know what's kind of great is that the prognosis for cancer in the last like 5-10 years has become so much better for so many different cases. So it's you know, it's not necessarily the of course we don't know the situation, and Heart's in the chat. But prognosis is probably great. Like my mom had stage 3 breast cancer, like out of nowhere, and you know, like 20 years ago, that prognosis would have been horrendous, but she crushed it, and she's still in remission. So cool. Yep. Shout out to all those fighting the big C, man. Lindsay Payne, thanks for the $4 New Zealand dollars. You all bring so much comfort, laughter, and smiles. Thanks, Lindsay. And Mama Storm, Thank you for the $25. So much love. You know what? Lean on me. Lean on the
I think
chat.
Riley got these, but if not, just
When
get them.
you're Devaney Delgado, thanks for the $5. Misa, thanks for the 662. My favorite trio tonight. Love you guys. Hope you have an amazing Easter and long weekend.
You as well.
Thank you. Yes, you as
Easter
well.
weekend. Hope everyone has, a happy Easter and a very chill weekend, especially for this weekend.
Yes. Ugh. I've been so busy for every weekend for like the past almost 3 months.
And then,
Or no, 2 months. Michelle Washam. Michelle Washam, thanks for the $2. Sleep. And then Purple Heart. I
And
cast sleep
we got
when he.
Dakota is.
Or
but
I
we
mean,
have a-
wheel spin.
Yeah, we're doing a wheel spin.
Oh, spin that wheel, my guy.
All right, I got it.
Go spin that wheel. Go get that them southern muscles. Put them blue collar muscles to work, boy. Woo.
Go.
Yes. Ow! Okay. It's 2x. Now wait, we
Hold
have
on,
to.
I gotta put it on.
Hold on, don't donate yet.
Don't
Don't donate yet. Give him a buffer. There's gonna be like a 20-second buffer, right?
Like, I'll let
So
you know
give
when
him
it's
a little
happening.
buffer.
I'll give you guys a
Everybody get
buffer.
ready if you plan to donate.
Get ready. Get it ready.
Ah.
What have I done? Purple Trader, look what you made me do.
Spun the wheel too good.
I didn't do it in like 5 minutes, and I didn't get 10 minutes like one time.
All
Like
right,
someone did twice
it's
in a row.
coming up. Are you guys ready?
I can't
Yep.
talk yet. It's
I'm
true.
ready. 3, 2, 1.
Bang! It's up. It's live. It's live. It's live. We've got double donos live.
Now there's one.
Okay, so should we wait or we get in the story?
Just wait. Let's just wait
This is antagonizing.
because we don't want to
I'm
read the story and then be like,
scared.
ah!
I'm scared. What was that first one? Let's read it. Ileana Pope, thanks for the $10. Having a hard week with the hubby's surgery and me having to return to work while he's still in ICU. So glad to have
There it
y'all
is.
to watch. Sepsis has taken a serious toll on my hubby. Dang. Well, he's
Dang.
gonna pull through, Ileana.
Yep.
He's pulling through.
Ugh.
Hearts and
Sorry.
prayers in the chat
Glad
for
that you can
Ileana.
be here with us
Yeah, thanks for being here.
today.
There it is.
And here it comes. Caitlin Van Campen, thanks for the $50. I just got paid. Whoop whoop.
All right, we're done. It's almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done.
Heidi Vincent dropped
done.
20 gifted memberships. Woo, which is another wheel spin. And Viron, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
What was it?
Ooh, and Purple Trader. And we've got not a number out of
What was it? I
1,500.
don't even remember.
What happened?
No!
What
You guys
happened?
broke it.
We just broke it. Keon is going to have to fix it. Sorry, Keon.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. Now I have the. Ugh.
Wow.
Gee.
Wow.
Riley,
wow,
I need
wow.
hands.
So I think maybe these might all be 2X's.
No, these
No,
are
no,
not
no.
2X's.
Well, they all probably came in
Well,
at the
we
same
are
time.
we got it. But
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
you guys have the track.
we got the tracker. We got the tracker. Yeah, but it was on there for 1 minute. And I'm going to help Keon with that. And guys, I'm going to
That's the
have
worst time this broke.
Sophia come in and read the story for you guys.
Ike. What? Guys, the moment that's happening right now is, I swear to God, Sophia came in and she's standing here, stanced up, and I swear to God, it looked like she had like the I flew up face. I flew up. Snark.
Sophia's going to come in. We're going to read
Wow.
some more donos as Keon's going to fix this.
Oh.
Goodness
I flew up.
gracious.
I swear she just walked in and did the
Keon,
I flew up.
Probably what would be best is if you go to the YouTube video, see what we had down here,
I'm going to.
and then add everything that came
I
in.
know. It's very hard when.
All right, guys.
It's the worst time for it to happen.
Yeah, but we got more
Damn.
time coming up. Keon's going to do it.
I'm going to add 30 minutes right off the bat.
Goodness gracious.
So-
Don't add anything yet. Don't add anything
you're
yet.
right, you're
Don't
right.
add anything yet. Yeah. So we're going to get there.
But it will be sorted, folks.
Yep.
It will be
Sophia's
sorted.
coming in a second. Here you go.
Okay.
That was
Helen
wild.
Fredrickson just dropped.
Oh, wow.
I think that's our biggest Svensk Krona we've had.
Goodness gracious.
200 Svensk.
Heidi Vincent has gifted 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Heidi Vincent.
Montana Avs Girl. Hey, thanks for the $50. Like the stream. That's true. Like the stream.
Holy cow. Trish 21 is sending 50 Australian dollars. Shibu dog jumping in the air with fireworks around him.
Woo! V-Ron, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. And Henri, the cat, thanks for the $10. Meow.
Squiggy Axolotl Girl, thanks for gifting 1 freaking membership.
Krista Shellhard, thanks for the $5. You all are awesome. And Purple Trader, thanks for the $50. Lamau.
LMAO. And Gloria has donated $100. More time. We're gonna will spin that one. Haney has gifted $5. I got Shy Dakota. You did good, but Hane is pronounced like the E and hello, but you can pronounce it however you want. Haney. Wait, read that. Read that. He's gonna lock in. He's gonna lock in.
Also, I'm seeing Josephine said she sent 249, so not the biggest. My bad, Josephine. Don't put me in a dungeon.
Seymour Boots has donated $10. Did I say that right?
Hold on. I got Shy Dakota. You did good, but Hannah
should do a song and dance while he does math.
Hannah. Okay. Hannah's pronounced like the E in hello, but you can pronounce it however you want. I'm gonna pronounce it Hungus.
Susan Chernakis. Thanks for the 10 freaking bucks.
Sounds being weird.
Thanks. Okay, we'll fix that. Don't.
Thanks for the $10, Seymour Butts, and also Glory. Thank you for the $100.
Yeah, we're gonna
more time.
And Wiggle Grand. Oh my goodness, I can't even read that. Wow, these are hard. I give them hard names.
Mimosa. Thank you for the $20. More time. Akio Mimosa
And Helen
Akio hands.
Helen Fredrickson.
Akio hands.
Helen Fredrickson has gifted 200 SEK. Happy Easter, or just a long weekend if you don't celebrate. Happy Easter, everyone. And Charlie Louise has gifted 2 British pounds. Love you guys. Made one first ever dono.
Yes.
Let's go.
Don't worry, Chad. I'll fix it.
Thank you.
Momentarily. This is
Yes,
the
happy
worst
Easter
time
to
for
everyone.
it to
No,
happen.
You got to do.
Just
You got
Ezekiel
I
saying
got
send
this.
Dakota to
Figure it
El
out.
Salvador is wild.
Oh my gosh.
Hellacious Hustler. Hellacious Hustler, thanks for the $10. Keeping me sane through my mandatory overtime. Enjoy the fruits of my labor. Well, I hope you enjoy the fruits of ours.
And Michelle Washam, thanks for the 5 gifted $5. You got my name right in the end. Let's go. Maybe I didn't get it right.
Washam.
I'm going to leave you to Sophia.
Washam. Can the wives opt to throw Dakota in the volcano? Man, I am up against the wall today, but I am not flinching.
It's cold.
Yeah? You've got Uggs on. How are you cold with Uggs on?
It's cold.
You're in a hoodie. You put on pants. You're in shorts.
It's cold.
Okay. Okay.
Apparently the...
Do you want to read this? No, I'll read it. Everyone is really liking everything I have to say today.
I don't believe you.
Everyone is fully enjoying and agreeing with everything I've said all day long.
Interesting. That doesn't sound normal.
Interesting. Abnormal. Well, there's a first time for everything.
Yum, yum, yum.
I have a question for you, actually, Sophia. If you were 6 months pregnant
Yeah.
and Sam had the most... No. What do you mean? You can't talk. You're not on the mic.
He's got you there.
If you were 6 months pregnant and you needed a bed or you wanted Sam's bed, would you be like, give me your bed?
Why don't I have a bed?
Your apartment is being sold out from under you because of management changes. But there's also a guest bed, but it gets set up in the living room and not an actual bedroom. And you're pregnant for 6 months.
You know, I don't think I would ask Sam for his bed, but I would be a little bit annoyed that Sam didn't offer me his bed.
Okay. I'll accept that.
I'd be like, not offering the pregnant woman your bed?
Nina Nilsson goes, Dakota, no! But see, exactly, not offering the pregnant women your bed. But also in this context,
But
you
I
have
wouldn't
you have germophobia, or he has germophobia in this context. So with that included, it does make it kind of difficult. Anyway,
Okay.
Sophia said you should offer pregnant women the bed.
Almost done.
Yeah,
guys.
but it's
Okay,
like
let it be
offering.
said.
It's like if you were on a bus and a pregnant woman was like, "Give me your seat. Come on, give it to me." I'd be like, "Whoa, that's crazy."
Yeah. Okay.
But
So
like if you saw a pregnant woman, like you should probably offer your seat. to
the
your pregnant
actual context is she walked into his bedroom and went, "I'll take this one."
woman. That's crazy.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Ezekiel says Dakota hates pregnant women. No, I only the pregnant ones. No, just kidding. I love everybody who I don't hate, and I hate everyone on an individual basis. You have to really make me hate you. It takes a lot.
I hate all frackers.
All frackers.
Yeah. All
Well,
of them.
I certainly am not a big fan of Dick Cheney.
That's
But
individual.
you're not
though.
blaming the laborer, are you?
No.
Okay, good.
The fracker.
Never blame the
No,
laborer.
of course
That's
not.
the trap that they
Oh,
want
right.
us in. They want us to blame the people who just have to
Exactly.
put food on the table.
No, not
We
them.
need
Never
to blame the
them.
people who are making systemic decisions.
I feel like when I
that
say
involve
frackers,
destroying
I'm
the
talking
environment.
about like the top guys.
Yes, Dick Cheney.
Give me one
Yeah.
more minute, guys, and then I'll update it. Yeah. You guys broke the wheel, guys. Way to
Yes,
go.
we
What?
ended up with not a number. So many donos, I think, hit
Nan.
at the same time that it
Fine.
went nan.
I went my nans. I found it.
Whew. Yeah, again, no, never mind. I'm not going to waste any more breath on it. How has your day been, Sophia?
I've just been recording
Boom.
since 12.
What did you do when you woke up? Did
Where
you
we're
read
at.
anything?
I woke up. So I've been waking up every day and watching Psych.
30.
Okay.
And that's maybe bad.
1750.
I haven't watched Psych.
Oh, I love Psych.
What would you
30.
say? What would you rate it in the
You
echelon
would like Psych.
of 2000s television? Like, where would you
30.
put that?
Hi.
Like, high on the pyramid?
Hi.
Like, House?
I never watched House.
Oh,
I've seen a lot of TikTok clips though.
Bones?
I like Bones.
Where
Higher
would you
than
put Bones? But it's way
Higher-
up there.
much
It's
higher
way
than
higher
Bones,
than
yeah.
Bones.
With the
Supernatural.
Kelsey Hoff.
I never watched all of Supernatural. I saw like a season.
I also haven't
So it's
watched
higher
Supernatural,
than it's higher
but
than Supernatural. For me.
I'm kind of stunned that you haven't watched Supernatural. I
I've
feel like
s-
that's such a
With the pants.
you-coded
I
show.
saw like 2 seasons and it wasn't my thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
And I was the thing is like like the super hulock. Did you ever hear
Read
hear
that
term?
comment.
Super Hulock?
Kelsey Hoff says Dakota, she should still have her own bed. WTF? Did she sleep in her own house?
I
I have no idea.
Good night, the Valley Lily.
I
All right,
think
I
she
updated
was,
it. I updated it. I had hands.
to answer
They're
that.
my own.
Nice. I think she
Also-
was also having problems sleeping in her own bed. She's been having problems sleeping because she's 6 months pregnant.
I think we found the magazine that I was in as a model.
Wait, what was I saying?
No.
That was what my sister said.
Oh my God. We need that.
Yeah. Did you realize how my sister
Yeah.
said that? It's like, oh, the magazine that Keanu's a model for.
Oh my
Dude.
God.
I was watching an episode of Psych this morning, or maybe it was yesterday, and it was like Sean was going off on a tangent or something, and I was like, this is Dakota.
This is me.
Yeah.
Yes, literally someone just commented Dakota would love Psych. He would totally
Yeah.
get Sean's humor.
You would love
I need to watch Psych then.
It's truly, I think, such a masterful show in the way that they use like the duo of Sean and Gus. James Roday and Dule Hill are like an iconic duo because they just bounce off each other so well.
What else was he in?
Dule Hill was in Holes. He was also in West Wing.
Oh my God.
Wait, what about Holes?
That was the other
Movie
guy
Wolf.
from Psych. Not because the other guy's Australian, right?
No.
Because
James Roday?
there's a black guy and a white guy.
Yeah.
And
Neither are Australian.
really? I thought the white guy was Australian.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Is he English?
Nope.
He's American.
Yep.
Okay, I don't know where that came from. No, like not in the show though, like in real life.
Nope.
Okay. Just I had to clarify. Jeez.
Someone said they need an explanation on this magazine. I was in a magazine as a hand model.
In your
Yeah.
hands?
Wow.
You found your hands?
He needs
was-
hands.
I
He
need
needs
hands.
hands.
Oh, speaking of hands.
Oh.
What's up, chat? I miss you. Also, I got a crop.
Ooh, I'm going to steal it from him.
That's not
everyone.
even cropped, is it?
It is.
It's just You got to have midriff.
It's a crop. It's a crop, Skoda.
Doesn't it have to be natural like that's crop?
No, there are various levels of crop.
Okay.
And I think the best crop,
I'm unfamiliar with crop.
I think the best crop stylistically for a man is like where you raise and it's cropped. That's a good crop.
I'm saying.
He even has the jacket too.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I pulled it up.
Oh my God.
The power of
The Doc Ock is going hard.
For all our listeners, I look like Doc Ock. All right? I'm dressed like Dr. Octavius.
Well, the Alfred Molina one from Spider-Man 2.
Honeybee85, thank you for the 2 pounds. Sophia, you don't like Supernatural? Disappointed. To be clear, I didn't not like it. I just didn't like. There are so many seasons, and I didn't get
like 15 or
I
something.
didn't like fully get into it because I kind of lose interest in things if there are more than like 5 seasons, and I just lose.
That's why Breaking Bad is the perfect TV show, because
Yeah.
it's 5 seasons of raw, absolute perfection.
But I was gonna say earlier that I was in the Super Hulock thing, except I wasn't in the super part.
What is Hulock?
So okay, so Super Hulock.
Guys, we need
Like-
to read.
Last
Why?
thing. She's
I'm
going to explain.
talking- I just
she's just
got
going to
here.
explain. We have 3 hours. She's going to explain
I
what
have
Super
been
Hulock is.
Reading since 12. Let me have
We
this
just
moment.
need to explain Super Hulock.
Okay,
Okay, not
Super
me.
Hulock, mid 2000s, like 2010s or whatever. Supernatural is coming out. Doctor Who is in its prime, and Sherlock is like also prime. And so Super Hulock defines the fans that were watching all 3 of those
That
and
was
really
such a
into
Tumblr
all
thing.
of those fandoms.
And it was
Tumblr, dude, that was
Doctor,
Tumblr.
yeah,
like,
Tumblr
it was
era.
Doctor Who,
Tumblr
Sherlock,
era.
And Supernatural.
Okay.
But I was in Doctor Who, Sherlock, and Merlin. Secret third option.
Yeah, you're the Merlin.
My mom loves Merlin.
I was definitely Doctor Who and what?
Sherlock?
Now, yes, exactly. I was just thinking of the one that I wasn't in, which is Supernatural.
Right.
But I loved Sherlock.
Sherlock was great.
No,
Yeah.
no, can you give me
I was obsessed with.
Can you give me a
Oh God, what's his
thumbs up
name?
on
The guy who played Moriarty.
Oh,
One of my
Andrew
favorite
Scott.
actors.
He's one of my favorite
yeah,
actors.
he's phenomenal.
Did you watch 1984 or listen to 1984?
I have not yet.
So
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Anyway,
Too.
Can you give me a thumbs up on that?
Trish21, thanks for the 3186. My favorite year,
Ooh.
3186.
Elania or Elania
from
Pope,
the
thank you for
future.
the $5. They have hubby on a super stupid strong antibiotic to kill off the sepsis after an otherwise successful amputation, but the antibiotic is brutal. I am wishing you the best. And wishing
Yeah,
you the
I
best.
bet that is
Yeah, it's
antibiotic
really hard.
that strong is pretty rough.
Yeah.
We
tell me if you
did
got
And
thumbs up on that. Thumbs up. Susan Chernauskas, thanks for the $10. Love you, boys. Windguardian Mimosa, thanks for the $20. More time. Hellacious Hustler, thanks for the $10. Keeping me sane through my mandatory overtime. Okay, so we did get that. Enjoy the fruit of my labor. Did that. Yep. Charlie Louise, thanks for the $2.65. Love you guys. Made my first dono ever. Thank you,
exciting.
Charlie. Sorry, I'm not sure if we've.
well, we haven't read this one.
yes.
Jessica Whitley, thank you for the $5. Hippo character applauds whilst nodding in approval, saying
Ooh.
GG.
We got a whilst.
A whilst
We got a whilst in there.
in a description of an emoji.
Someone
It's
says they're
nice.
debating on
crazy.
watching Game of Thrones.
Whilst.
Yeah, watch it.
I've only seen
There
5
was,
seasons.
there was a major reason why that show sweep the awards, and they're not allowing them to like win awards anymore. They didn't they do that? Wasn't that a
I
thing?
mean,
Thrones?
it was. I don't know if they were outright banned from awards or anything,
I
but
think they stopped letting Game of Thrones win awards because like you guys sweep every year, and
Well,
it's
I
just
mean,
not fun.
honestly, once they got past season 5, they didn't have to make any rules because the quality just starts to drop off
Yeah,
because
I
they
watched until
don't have
season
the
5.
books
We got these
to
too.
rely on anymore. Yeah. So okay.
Yeah, we got these two. Yeah.
Those are new, I think.
No, these are.
Krista Shellhart, thanks for the $1. You all are awesome, and thanks for the $5. You're awesome, Krista. Hey, you're awesome.
All right. We've explained Super Hulock. We've
Whew.
read the donos.
'Kay.
Now it's time to read the story.
We've got another story coming up right now. Let's get
Damn,
into
3
it.
hours? Jeez, Louise, when did that happen?
Swept? Yeah, I said swept. Right? I swept this.
Sweeped.
I don't know.
Did I say swept? I said swept.
I heard swept, but
No, you said swept.
I said swept. Okay, making sure.
You said swept.
swept.
Who was reading?
Why didn't we do that with Tom Brady though? It's me. It's me.
It's me.
Yes. Woo!
All right, 3, 2.
I prioritized my partner over my best friend. She thinks I betrayed her.
Well, she should find a new friend, I guess.
Very nice. Very, 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 very nice take.
Time
Time for a new friend.
for a new friend.
I, 31 male, met my best friend Veronica, female 46, 6 years ago. We clicked instantly. She was the best friend I always wanted as a teenager. We became sisters, quote unquote. I am queer. She met me right at the beginning of her separation from her cheating husband, and she was a stay-at-home wife until then. By the way, this comes from user Various Prize 5954, and if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So we were calling and messaging every day, spending a lot of time together, cooking, going out, partying, having sleepovers, watching movies, and so on. We were everywhere together, making plans for vacations, weekends, and more. Back then, I didn't have much of a dating life, and every time I tried something, it didn't last long. So once we became friends, I didn't have much chance to spend my time differently than with Veronica and some other friends. However, I felt she was becoming very dependent on me, and I encouraged her to get a job and make new friends, as this was what was best for her. I felt responsible for her well-being. I grew up taking care of my younger sister, so this is probably the reason, and I didn't like the feeling of her social life being dependent on me. We made a little group of friends when I spent a lot. We made a little group of friends where I spent a lot of time, and she got a job and met other people. I was still her main person and her best friend, and she was still mine. I was next to her all this time during the separation from her husband, helping her get over it and making her suffering much easier just by being me, making her laugh, calling her every day after work, staying with her on the phone for hours when she didn't feel well, even when she had her period. I had to show support and endure all her tantrums, for which she didn't apologize because she didn't admit she was wrong.
Yeah, that's so messed up that Dakota had to sneeze.
You know what's actually messed up?
What?
Being like a fully grown woman in your 40s and being like, oh, my period. Like, everyone's gonna have to deal with my nonsense now.
Okay,
I'm on
I
my
was really
period.
wondering what you were about to say there.
No.
Oh,
was
my
too.
period.
No, I mean, periods suck, but like at this point, you've had them for decades, literally. And it's
Okay.
like, you can't be like, my
I'm gonna stop
my
you
emotion.
there.
What?
Yeah, you know.
It doesn't
I'm
entitle
gonna
you to
stop
be
I'm gonna stop you.
a bad friend.
Sophia?
No, that's true.
That's
true.
what I'm saying.
That's
Okay.
Am
true.
I?
But they do change your emotions, and you can't. As an avid period haver myself, it can change how you act
Yeah,
in
but-
certain situations.
but imagine
and
that
can be more
you-
snappy.
You made Stevie you just threw tantrums at Stevie for like 5
That would
days
not be
and then
okay.
didn't apologize.
No, yes, that's the issue.
Okay.
That's
So
the
can we
issue.
back me up a little bit, please?
Yeah, Can we not? Can we stop
throwing me to the wolves,
I
please?
was just worried. I was just worried.
You know
but
what? Women
you're
having
right.
periods? I don't believe it. I don't even believe it. Show me the evidence. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Just making sure you're.
But no,
yeah.
Casey leave. Yeah, I. The only point I will not contend to is that they don't get better. I've had them for how old am I? 10 years now.
Right.
They have not got better.
I'm seeing that, but it's more
Yeah.
of like the whatever.
the
I'm not going to
apologize.
go into it. Whatever.
no,
It's
but
like
you are
Wolverine
right.
and his claws, and I'm leaving it at that.
I don't
And
know
no
what
one's
that
going to
means.
understand what I mean.
Don't know what
except
that
maybe
means.
Keon. But it's okay.
But I will agree with you on the point that if you snap at people on your period, you should apologize.
Yes. Okay.
Agreed.
When Wolverine's claws come out, they hurt every time.
Yeah.
But after they come out for
We
the
are
1000th
we are
time,
not-
it's a
we are
little
not
easier to deal with
comparing-
the
We are
pain.
not comparing Wolverine's claws to the menstruation.
I'm not comparing. That was all within the context of the comics. that had nothing to do with the period.
You had one point, and we're gonna keep going.
I'm trying
I'm
to
gonna
help
jump
you.
off the freaking.
I'm trying to help you.
No, all women are Wolverine, and that should be a compliment.
It's a freaking
Okay.
compliment, okay, guys?
Are you
Anyways,
calling all
so
women
she would-
hairy and angry and
Okay.
And they're all short.
they're all Jackman.
Yeah, every woman is Hugh Jackman. Okay, God. I'm taking the jacket off. I'm getting hot
Yeah.
because Sophia came in here and now demanded the temperature.
Okay,
is-
but
or not,
nothing
no,
changed.
not demanded, declared that the temperature was too high. So now it is becoming too hot.
Oh, okay. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's. I
said
guess
it was
I'm
too
saying that
cold.
you have powers.
But I said it was too cold.
You know what? I don't know what to think anymore. You read the rest of this. Taking a nap, man. This is crazy. I knew today was gonna be weird.
I was like,
I knew today was gonna be weird, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you're good.
All right. Which she did not apologize for these tantrums because she didn't admit she was wrong. Buying her flowers or presents for different occasions or just randomly when I was visiting her. I wanted her to feel special and to show my appreciation. Also, she was a good friend to me, taking care of me and showing up when I was sick or needed to talk to someone or was just disappointed in love. Things that best friends would do. Things were good for 3 years. Things started to change when I met my current boyfriend. We've been together for 3.5 years. She didn't like him from the beginning, just like that. They didn't click, and I think that's fine,
That's
which,
okay.
yeah, you should think that's fine because that's not her boyfriend.
She's not dating him. It's fine.
Um,
As long as no one's being disrespectful.
yeah.
It's okay.
The reason
have
they
to
don't click is because he verbally shouts her down.
Yeah, he's like, you suck.
That might be.
Oh, you're
that's-
on your period. I hate women. That wouldn't be
Stop
okay.
it. That's proprietary.
Is it?
Is it? I don't even know what that word means.
Yeah, I don't think that meant what you meant it
Yeah.
to mean.
I'm just a baby. I don't even know what.
I'm just a baby.
No, but I do. Okay, now I have to be like, I do know what it means. Yeah, I was saying me disrespecting women
know
is a
what it means.
proprietary aspect of me.
Yeah, no, I get you.
I don't. I'm actually afraid of women, so
Just-
don't
yeah, we
talk to
know.
Keep
me.
going.
God, this is going so bad.
trying to help you.
She didn't like him she didn't like him from the beginning, just like that. They didn't click, and I think that's fine. They were respectful to each other and still had a good time when we were together partying, but never friends. Good. But once I met my boyfriend, Aaron, I liked to spend my time with him more and more. We made friends together, which I really liked to spend time with. But at the same time, I started to meet less and less with my other group of friends where Veronica was. Also, Veronica. She was still part of my life, and I met her every week. We were calling and messaging every day. I was more in contact with her than with my boyfriend, but I was spending my weekends with him. She said multiple times, why don't I invite her to the home parties where I was going? I tried a few times, but she was never easygoing. She had demands of the host or was being too loud, and I was tied to her. I couldn't decide to go home or do something else because she couldn't be left alone there. She asked me to stay with her a few good hours until she felt okay to go home. After all of this, I didn't want to invite her anymore. Yeah, I wouldn't either because it's like, what are you, a chaperone?
Yeah.
What are you, her mom?
It's really annoying when you have to like babysit friends. You know? Like you don't want to have to do that.
Yeah, especially when they're like older than you.
Yeah.
She started to complain more and more that we don't spend weekends together anymore as we used to, that we don't plan vacations, etc. I felt like I was in another relationship and actually had a girlfriend. She started to feel more and more depressed, and no matter what, I had to stay on the phone with her until she felt better. The issue is that many times she didn't say anything, but expected me to understand just like that. All of a sudden, I would realize she wasn't answering anymore. She was silent, treating me for days or weeks. Starting to discuss again, she expected me to apologize as if what I asked for. Okay. When we started to discuss again, she would expect me to apologize. And if I asked what for, she would start to be passive aggressive. Later on, when she told me she didn't feel well, she expected me to show up immediately. A few hours later wouldn't be good enough because she felt bad at that moment. This is not a friendship dynamic.
No.
This is like a caregiver dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, like she seems really reliant on you. Like that seems to have been the kind of dynamic of the friendship from the start, where she's very codependent, and you just have to kind of ferry her along.
Yeah, that's not your responsibility.
You're not her mom.
Yes. You're not my dad.
Yeah.
These kinds of moments would happen every week or two. Now, looking back, I think it was only manipulation for attention. We had a lot of fights where we decided that we couldn't be friends anymore or couldn't be close friends anymore because I couldn't keep up with her expectations of me showing up in the relationship the way she wanted. Basically, I was the best friend she could ever wish for, her words, but it was still not enough. She couldn't explain. She wanted someone to share her life with, and I wasn't that person anymore. I bet part of this is like that you guys started this relationship right after like things broke off with her husband and her life partner.
Yeah, and
now
so she's
yeah.
using you to kind of replace that relationship void. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Especially being like, I can't explain it. It's like, oof, then it's deep down under the cracks and crevices of your brain. She wanted someone to share her life with, and I wasn't that person anymore. She even admitted that the real problem was that I didn't give her the attention I used to in the beginning. However, I tried to explain that friendship changes, in my opinion. However, I tried to explain that friendships change, in my opinion, and people can grow apart.
And also, I think friendships are kind of like waves a little bit,
Mhm.
or like, but like not waves on the ocean, like waves in the sense that they oscillate and they change, and sometimes you guys get closer and sometimes you're farther away, and you know, and it's okay. That doesn't mean that your friendship's gonna end. It just means that you're at a different point in your life.
I do the same thing. Literally, I perfectly agree. It's like
Yeah.
sometimes you're like, whoop,
Yeah, sometimes
and then
you're
you
right
line
here.
up, bang, right on the line, whoa, and now you're out, whoa.
Yeah.
Regardless, this is not a very even dynamic.
No.
So, we aren't in each other's. But we are still in each other's lives. We're in contact every day, and we know what's happening with our lives, and we are there for each other to support. This is what friendship is to me. Even at that point, I was still more in contact with her than with my partner, whom she often pretended didn't exist. Finally, she confessed she was in love with me.
Yep.
But
That was pretty obvious.
yeah,
Oh, wow.
I don't know why I'm feeling like I need you to be a life partner. Oh, it's because I'm in love with you. Oh no.
Shocking.
She confessed she was in love with me, but dang, I was so wrong when I thought we could still be friends. You thought that?
Girl. And I mean that not in a gendered way. Girly.
Yeah, that's a girly moment,
Girly.
regardless of what bits you're rocking with.
Oh, man.
Did your shoe melt?
It's like something weird on it.
Okay, that's fine. Well, let's get back to the story.
What was it saying?
Don't know. It became more toxic, but I did my best to have empathy and compassion and help her move on. She couldn't understand that what she wanted from me was actually a boyfriend, and I couldn't give her that. She was gaslighting me, saying that her expectations, like calling her in the middle of the night because she felt sick due to her period or felt down for no reason, or making plans like we were living together, were actually friend level, and I was wrong when I felt that a boyfriend would take such responsibilities. Girl, you just said you're in love with her. You're trying to gaslight yourself more than anything right now. 'Cause
Yeah.
You can't gaslight OP. You already told him the truth.
Yeah. She's like, no, wait. Let's walk it back.
Walking that back.
Walking it back.
I
Sprinting
love
that
you
back.
like a brother.
She's like, you totally misunderstood what I was saying.
Okay. Last year, 2023, my partner was away for a year in Australia. Also, things between me and Veronica got worse. I was still not able to meet her on weekends as she wanted, and she didn't feel important enough to me. Therefore, she told me we were done. August 2023. We couldn't be close friends anymore, and we couldn't have a relationship anymore, but only with some other friends when the case deemed it appropriate. I accepted these conditions. Later on, a month later in September, I decided to go on a day trip with another friend. She mentioned the date when she would be celebrating her birthday, sometime in December. I told her that I wouldn't be able to come because I bought a ticket to visit Aaron, my boyfriend, and also have a vacation there. She knew how much I was waiting for the moment to visit my partner. I was able to meet him only twice before that trip due to long distance. I live in Germany. Oh, wow. I explained how important the trip was for me and how much of an opportunity and once-in-a-lifetime occasion it was. We decided to go to New Zealand. She didn't take it well and instantly zoned out. She called me later that evening telling me that I knew how important her birthday was to her. I knew that, but also that trip was very important to me, but she didn't care. I want to mention that every year since I met her, I made her birthday really special. I put effort into finding out what she really wanted every year in such a way that she could never suspect that I would actually get it. She was surprised every time. I would spend the whole weekend with her and make her favorite cake together, which takes 3 to 4 hours. Stay until the end of the party every time and clean up her flat, even sleep there and wake up with her and have breakfast.
Dude, you're boyfriending too hard.
That was actually boyfriend.
You're boyfriending too hard. You got to create some distance.
You do.
Especially if she's in love with you.
Indeed.
Oy, oy, oy.
Oof. Okay, never mind. Say it though. I convinced the people she wanted to come or I convinced the people to come or stay if they wanted, or they could leave. Okay, sorry, that sentence makes 0 sense. I convinced the people she wanted to come or stay if they wanted to leave the party at some point. Does that make any sense? Did that make any sense?
Again?
Last time. I convinced the people she wanted to come or stay if they wanted to leave the party at some point. That sounds like a sentence that someone says to you to try to melt your brain. So basically, I convinced the people that were planning on coming, they could come and stay or leave the party when they wanted, all so she could feel special and celebrated. But this one time I couldn't be there, she decided to come to my door, ring the bell continuously, and call and message me to open the door. She needed 5 minutes to discuss. She showed up unannounced, and I didn't open. Yeah, that's not how you show up to talk to people.
Nope. You call. Say, ring, ring, hello. Let's have a conversation.
Yeah, ring, ring.
You hate me on my birthday. You hate me on my birthday.
Doing
That's
like
probably what she sounds like.
What's that guy? The Tasmanian devil?
You know, I feel like I was more Donnie from the Wild Thornberries. Tasmanian Devil's like
yeah.
Okay.
What?
Don't worry about it,
You just
Keon.
don't understand.
Don't worry about
That
it.
was a very
trust me.
easy to understand
Don't
conversation.
freaking
we just had.
even worry about it, dude.
Yeah, I bet you don't even know Flea's the voice actor for Donnie from the Wild Thornberries.
I do.
Yeah, how do you know about that?
Sit back there and look cute because of you.
That's right.
Okay. Sophia, do you know who Flea is?
No.
Okay. A few days later, I invited her to discuss, but she didn't want that. Her goal was to interrogate me. When I did get my ticket, when did I get my ticket? Why didn't I consult with her before? Why the dates when she was celebrating her birthday? She wanted to make a story in her mind, and she believes I intentionally picked the dates so I couldn't come to her celebration. Although she was clear from before that we were not close anymore, she still had expectations from me.
She's like, you're not my best friend anymore, but also I have the same expectations that I did from before. So you have to keep doing everything that you did before, but also you're not my best friend.
Yeah, this is so exhausting. I'm moving on. I'm cutting off.
Yeah.
I'm saying, girl, this ain't working.
It's not working. You try to be friends. You try to have the conversations.
We are at an impasse.
Indubitably.
A dubious imbalance
Yep.
within our friendship.
Truly.
So, with that being said, she told me this was a deal breaker for her. Knowing how important her birthday was to her and deciding to go on vacation with my partner, that's the deal breaker.
Ay, ay, ay.
Before going on vacation, I went with flowers for her birthday, and she complained that I just gave her the present, but no emotion. I didn't even stay to talk, I just left after 10 minutes. Later, I realized that I was rewarding her behavior, like in many other past situations, because I am a people pleaser.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, I can
When
see
we
that.
got the CPP, dude, oh my God.
I can see
we
that.
gotta work that out. You cannot be a friend with someone in this spectrum of personality. If you are a CPP, you gotta
What's
get
the C for?
chronic people pleaser.
You didn't like PP?
No, CPP.
CPP? Okay.
See, it's funnier. Okay. Now, 1 month after her birthday, it's my birthday.
What? No way.
No way. You have a birthday, OP?
And I bet she like did all the same things for you, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. She's gonna send you to
The moon.
Yep.
She's gonna bring you the moon.
She's gonna send you into space with Katy Perry. Now, 1 month after her birthday, it's my birthday, and she is traveling the date I want to party. I made the invitation in the friend group, and she said twice that she couldn't attend that weekend, indicating which weekend she was free. Now it's been a few months since the celebration, and mostly my friends are actually on her side, saying that her expectation that I would call Veronica before booking my flight to double check with her that it's okay that I won't be in town for her party. I don't find this to be right.
No, it's not. You don't have to check in with her about you going on vacation with your partner.
Especially when you've made like the past, they've been best friends for 6 years. So like the past 5 or 6 birthdays, you've made them all very special for her.
Yeah, no, this is crazy. I'm sorry. I've had friends that I've had very close friendships that I've had for, almost 20 years. And I don't expect them to be at every one of my birthdays. That just isn't feasible.
Well, you just don't have real friends then,
Yeah, I
Sophia.
guess they're fake friends.
I think what you're not understanding here is that your friends are letting you down.
They're all letting me down.
Yes.
They should have been checking in with me.
You need
if
to
it's okay
demand that all your friends become
show
your
up
boyfriend.
to my birthday. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Also, I understood that in her mind, we were still besties, and I would have had the responsibility to be present on her birthday. If I was still best friends, then most probably I would have called her to inform her before booking my ticket, but we were not. We had discussions where I clearly stated that I don't want to be put in that category because I can't fulfill that role anymore. Yeah, and she said she's in love with you, dog.
Yeah, and she said she's in love with you.
What?
And
This
she
is
also
uneven.
said she's in love with you.
You can't build the house on sand.
Yeah. There's no foundation there. I think why are we still here? What are we still doing here?
I don't know, dude, but go enjoy your time with Aaron in New Zealand, for God's sake. Even so, honestly, every year I made her birthday special. That I could have gotten a little bit of understanding, but she chose not to. Also, she didn't like the fact that I booked my ticket in August and I only told her about it at the end of September. And in her opinion, I was a mischievous coward. Wow.
Were those the words she used? You're a mischievous coward.
Your mischievous cowardice is not appreciated, and I don't want to date someone who's a mischievous coward. It's like, well, great, because we're not
dating.
We're not dating. I'm not your boyfriend.
So funny, we're not dating.
Oh. Well, I was scared of her reaction, and I wanted to wait for the right time to give her the news, knowing that no matter what, it won't be the right approach. Afterwards, she said our friends agreed and were also disappointed that I didn't even propose to change the date of the party, and it showed that I don't actually have any interest in her birthday. By the way, if you have interest in listening to full episodes with stories like this one, all you got to do is go to Spotify or Apple Podcasts or iHeartRadio. Wherever you listen to podcasts, just search OK Storytime, and you can have the whole OK Storytime world in your hands. Just in a device, just like that.
I ate it.
You can stream it into... You ate? Over 2,000 episodes? 1,270 hours?
That was me reacting to
my
eating
body
all of
would
them.
be really
I can't
reacting.
it. No, it's me. I'm doing the Doctor Who moment where I have so much of the time energy in me.
Yeah,
You know?
your time energy just explodes out of you.
Yeah.
And then you become... Who's the doctor after that?
After which one?
After Matt Smith.
Oh, Peter Capaldi.
Yeah, you become the old man. Which really he's.
I was
already-
actually
he's so
thinking
old.
I was Rose in this situation. Or I guess it could be
season
Donna.
one.
Yeah, because
season one throwback.
I had taken the time vortex.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I was not.
Yeah,
I was not thinking. Sorry, you're just so smart. I just consider you the doctor.
I appreciate it.
It's a pretty
I guess
solid.
it could
It's a
be
pretty
Donna.
solid compliment, guys.
Yeah. No, it is. I appreciate it, and I take it.
I take it.
It's mine.
Okay. So we do have a little bit more story here. Like, I think it's cut off and move on.
I think you've tried your best. I think you put in the work, and it ain't working. It ain't happening,
She
bud.
expects you to be like
She wants a
attached
boyfriend,
at the hip.
and you're not into her. And also, I'm pretty sure. I don't think you said you're bi, so it ain't
I
happening.
think
And you're in a committed relationship.
they are though. They are queer.
Yeah, but we don't know if they're bi. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, I think
I
that
think
they've
they're
been.
gay.
I'm not even gonna touch that.
What? I'm just saying.
I don't know what the difference between queer and bi is.
Queer is an umbrella
Well, it's
term.
like as queer as a spectrum, but it's like she said I'm queer and had dated women before.
He said. Oh,
He?
okay. That was my question. I didn't know if he was bi or not.
This is a
Man.
no.
Yes.
Nuh-uh.
Yes. Man.
I'm going back to the top.
So I think
We're starting this over for the
This
first.
is a bi man, I
It's a
believe.
man, my guy.
No. Oh my God. This entire time I thought this was a
Yeah,
woman.
I've been talking about him as a he the whole time.
I just wasn't gonna call you out.
Well, anyway, it's a bi man.
Dang.
So yeah. So she
Guys,
is
I'm
operating
distracted
under-
today. Okay.
Okay.
You gotta give me a break.
Yeah. So we got
Okay.
queer umbrella term.
Dang. Well, no, I was just confused because I was like, well, wait. Because anyway.
Yeah.
I thought I had that M flipped upside down in my brain this whole time.
Yeah.
Okay. In my opinion, it was her party, and if she wanted me to be there, she could have proposed to change it. I don't find it right for me to propose that because it was not my party. Yeah, that's
It's
the
my
rules of
party.
partying.
Mhm.
In the exact situation I was in a few years ago, and when I heard some friends were not in town on my weekend party, I proposed to change the date because I wanted them to be next to me. After all this, am I the a-hole for wanting to exclude my best friend from my life and from my birthday party? Well, we've already determined that she's not your best friend.
Yeah.
So
So we're good.
you're fine.
You're good.
Like,
You're in the clear.
ugh. Well, I can't even. You have to give the take on that because I literally read a different story the entire time in my head. So
well, no, I mean, she's expecting you to be her boyfriend, and you're in a partnership. But you were doing all of these boyfriend things, and so I think it's just putting up those boundaries and going into your next friendships, realizing that you need to be a little bit more careful about how much time and energy you put into your friendships. And not to say that you shouldn't put time and energy. It's just like there is a line, especially when you have a partner. And making sure that you're not like being codependent, because it's just not healthy. But
indeed,
that's the end of that story.
indeed.
Indubitably.
And now we
have
will read
donations.
some donations.
Do we have any wheel spins?
And
We have a couple, but
we
I
have
still have to use the little Sam's room.
a handful.
Okey-dokey.
All right, so the Sam's room.
Squiggy axolotl girl. Thank you for the 149. A yellow dog is the sticker.
Something just flew past my ear.
I know not. Darlene,
No,
thank you
there's
for
a
being a member
bug.
for 9 months. Hello, cutie pies. I hope you get lots of chocolate this Easter weekend. Me too. Cat561780 thank you for the $2. Jacket off. Jacket. Oh. Are you tricking me?
Well, it's because
I'm
I took my
tricked.
jacket off.
I'm tricked.
It's because I took my jacket off. Are you
Winkles.
still cold?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Actually, I'm at
you
perfect
need
temperature
more
right now.
iron.
No.
That's what happens if you're low on iron. You get cold
No,
all the
just
time.
women just have different temperatures.
Well, actually, I think there's anemia runs more in women than men.
I don't have anemia. I've been to the doctor multiple times. Don't have anemia. Been checked. They just always think that I have anemia.
I think they might
and-
be ischemia.
No, literally one time they. Okay,
You're
I'll
always
set it up.
cold. Why are you always cold?
It's just how I am, man.
Why are your blood
Winkles.
vessels too narrow?
Thank you for the $5. There's an old episode where Sam and John and Sophia have a period simulator thingy. Make Dakota do it.
I know what that is. It's a tens machine, and if you don't think my teenage dumbass like put that on my body at max power
Yeah.
with my friends, you're crazy.
You crazy.
I've done it, and it does hurt a lot.
Yeah, see? Wimp. Squiggy Axolotl Girl, thank you for the 149. A purple cat. Lovely. What was I going to say? I know not. I'm hungry. I just wanted to put that out there.
I need to let go.
I don't know. I do have Raynaud's, Sonny.
Raynaud's.
I have Raynaud's.
Raynaud's?
This is true.
Raynaud's? It's not Raynaud's?
Not that I've heard it.
Pedro situation?
No, everyone I've ever talked to about it has said Raynaud's.
I had a friend in high school. They called it Raynaud's.
Well, they sound silly.
Oh, they have Raynaud's.
So do I.
So they're silly.
And I've talked, yeah. What?
And you're silly. Because you have
Bummer.
Raynaud's.
Well, anyway, yeah, I do have Raynaud's. I like lose I'll lose what's the word? Circulation in like 2 of my toes or something.
In
It
your
usually happens in
toes?
my toes, yeah.
Oh.
It can happen
It
in
might
both
happen to
your
my
fingers
friend's
and your
hands,
toes.
yeah.
It happens to both.
She had it real
I
bad.
mostly get it in my toes.
She had to pull over once.
Raynaud's?
Dakota's right.
Literally
Yes.
everyone I've ever talked to about this has said Raynaud's.
How many people have you talked to about it?
A lot. And, like, I don't know. I haven't kept a
Ray
tally.
Loads.
Okay, wait, actually, someone said I was right.
I have only heard Sophia's
Yeah,
version.
I've
does-
only ever heard it pronounced Raynaud's.
Well,
but I
my
don't know.
friend had a way worse case of Raynaud's than you, so I'm gonna go.
What do you mean way worse?
Like literally, both of her hands would just stop. Like they would go like completely white and stop working. It happened when she was driving once, and she had
Damn.
to just like
She should go to the doctor for that.
She did. She did. She was 17 when this happened,
Okay, jeez.
and she's but
See, Miss I think it's maybe it is a potato kind of thing.
side with
Yes.
Dakota, and I'm a nurse. Boom, it's
but then
over.
also Miss Death
It's
says no. Sophia's
over.
saying it right.
Well, is she a nurse?
I don't know. Are you a nurse?
No, but Patisse is.
Well, we don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. She might be just saying that. Who knows?
I could say that.
Who knows?
But anyway, I think it might be a potato.
Side with Dakota for this
Cat
one only.
Cat5617804.
Get out of here,
Thank you for the $2.
Wingles.
Sorry, Sophia.
You've agreed with me
Jaiba
before.
says my doctor says same way as Sophia says it.
Well, your
That's
doctor.
two and
What are
$10.
you arguing
is a
about
silly
now?
goose.
I just got back. What are we
Raynaud's.
arguing?
I think it's a potato situation.
What's the potato tomato?
Well,
Raynaud's
nobody
or
calls
Raynaud's?
potatoes, to be clear.
You like potatoes. I like potatoes. Potato,
like
potato, potato, potato. Let's call the whole thing off. Okay, let's read.
Give me a thumbs up on any of these.
What?
Thumbs up on the. I just like you give me a thumbs up. That was really cute.
You asked.
Thank
You asked for it.
I said thank you,
Thanks.
but I meant on the donations.
MTAVS girl, thank you for the $5.
Nope.
Like this, $50. Sorry. Thank you for the $50. Like that stream. And Glory, thank you for the $100 freaking buckaroonies. More
Wow.
time.
You know what that
More
means?
time.
Y'all have 2.5 hours.
It's not enough.
You have 2.5 hours.
It's not enough time.
Purple Trader, thank you for the 5
for them.
buckaroonies. What does this say? Pair character doing a classic mic drop.
We're going to have to start drawing some of these pair characters again.
I know. Squiggy Axolotl Girl, thank you for the 1 gifted membership. V-Ron, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And Heidi Vincent, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. That's another wheel spin. We read that one.
And we need 2 wheel spins.
Dakota, you
That's
got
funny
this,
that you called
man.
us cute puppies and then you said you hope we eat chocolate. I don't think
Got
those were
this,
related.
man, you got this. Whoa, that was a kind of good one. You missed
Hi.
it.
How are we doing?
Honeybee 85, desperately so. I also need a snack. But alas, I cannot.
This is gonna be for Heidi Vincent.
I also need chapstick. My lips are chapping.
Huzzah!
All right, 10 minutes. Go ahead. This is for Glory.
Glory.
Clap your hands.
Whee! Spin that wheel. Hey,
50
yo,
members.
50 members. Big spender. Awesome, big spender, big spender. Yeah. Can't even hear Dakota singing. But we got a story to read. Boy,
10. That's 10 minutes. Boom.
Now you know what it's like to be in the field of fire.
Okay.
Yeah. Reading this. Cool. I'll add the members chat in during the story. I'll let you guys know.
What the heck? Oh my god, I'm like tripping out.
What?
I saw a black smudge on my head that's not there.
It's not even Ash Wednesday.
Oh, today's a weird day.
You're
guys.
funny. You're pretty funny.
I'm freaking funny, man. Oh, man. I need a hair tie.
Wait, was Ash Wednesday
No.
yesterday?
No.
No.
Ash Wednesday was like a
Last
while
month.
ago,
It was
man.
like end of the early month.
Sorry, I don't keep up.
We're about
with,
to have Easter.
I don't keep up with Christian
Ash Wednesday
tradition.
is like, it signifies the beginning of Lent. And then we just had Palm Sunday last Sunday.
Oh, dude, give me a Palm Sunday. Nice.
Let's do it.
I'm happy with that.
I'm glad.
You're not gonna say hi to your mom?
My mom. Oh.
Like-
Oh, hi, Mom.
My mom never comes.
Hi, Mom. She'd be
She
mad.
used to watch all of her streams. I don't even know if she watches. Mom, where are you?
Mom, everyone's mad at me today.
I actually don't know if she can get into the live
I
streams.
know my mom would agree with me about that first one until we start. Okay, I'm going to stop talking about that. I can't stop talking about that.
What?
It's just the principle. With all of the other context of that story, I was
stop.
definitely dead wrong.
Oh,
I was wrong. I'm saying I was wrong.
look at who it is.
I'm saying I was wrong.
Who are you talking? Who are you talking to?
Nick DeBerkey. Love you, Nick. I called dibs. I called dibs on Nick. All right. Whatever, Sophia.
Sophia,
Whatever.
Ready?
Yeah.
3.
Don't act shocked we're popular.
Dakota, are you okay?
No, I'm not. I told you it's a weird day.
This is Dakota. Your son's not okay.
Don't
He's
tell my mom
bullying-
that. She's gonna
he's-
freak out. I'm
He's
fine.
bullying me.
I am fine.
He's been calling me weird names all day.
Have I?
Giving me the eyes.
I can't even tell you if I have.
All right.
I just saw you move your mouth like a rabbit.
All right.
Oh my god.
5.
Ugh.
All right. 3.
Sorry,
All right.
I might know.
Ready? 3.
Okay.
2.
I exposed my friend's affair. Now she thinks I put a curse on her.
That's.
Her putting a curse on her.
Don't worry, I didn't finish that. Don't worry, guys. No curse has been placed
Everyone
upon
go
you.
drink water and go smile. The curse is reversed.
I, female 30s, had a best friend, Joy, female 30s. We had a lot in common, including basketball, music tastes, and even had similar hair. So we talked about hair products and styling a lot of the time. We were on the same basketball team. Joy was married to another woman, Sarah, and they had 2 young boys. By the way, this comes from Southern Ad 6871. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to r/OKStorytime subreddit. So, Joy and I would often end up on nights out together with other friends, mainly as we had the same taste in music. Sarah would come along for gigs, but skipped club nights. One night back in 2019, Joy and I were getting a taxi home when Joy confessed to having an affair with a woman at work. She did not want Sarah to know. I was friends with Sarah only through Joy, and I felt that the relationship was none of my business. At the beginning of 2020, Joy and Sarah separated, but due to the pandemic, they ended up still living together. During this time, Joy and I started a relationship. I'm bi and poly, which is important later. Oh, wait, you and Joy? You and Joy?
Wait a minute. Hold up.
You
Wait
and
a
your
minute.
friends?
Somebody
Okay.
call Mr. Clean, because I'm sensing this is going to get messy.
Without hesitation, it was the best relationship of my life, even though we weren't open with it to save putting Sarah through more upset. Oh, so it was under wraps. This continued until 2021 when, in a conversation with another friend, I found out that Joy and Sarah had reconciled and were back together again.
Okay.
But y'all were still... Joy hadn't broken off with me nor even told me. That's not how poly works.
So you became a non-consensual affair partner.
That's not how poly works. I split with Joy, upset at the lack of communication.
Yeah.
However, we ended up getting back together, albeit with me aware Joy was still with Sarah. Was Sarah aware that Joy was with you?
Right. That makes all of you suck if y'all all did this and knew that Sarah thought she was just exclusive with Joy.
Then you're stuck.
Y'all all suck if that's the case.
This is my biggest failure, and I realize how much this caused. Smells good.
Okay.
I smell something.
I smell gas.
I'm eating food.
I smell food, though.
Okay. Maybe it's just, it's probably just, there wouldn't
my
be any
food's
gas
fire?
in here, right?
Is that why? I don't know.
Am I crazy,
Gas.
bro? God.
Maybe you're getting gas poisoning. Maybe you're having carbon monoxide poisoning. Anyway. All was fine until 2023, when Joy started asking me more and more about my poly lifestyle and being with men. I thought nothing of it, as we shared pretty much everything about our lives. Well, now I'm like, is gas?
Do you smell that, though, right? It smells like propane or something.
For sure.
And we have propane around, which is why I was like...
You don't smell it?
Well, you have a
Can I
bowl of
smell your
food in
food?
front of you.
Yeah.
What is it?
Pokeball.
That should not smell like propane.
Maybe it's fish? Is it fish in it?
Hold on. Just,
you get
guys,
a
sorry. I'm just
Pokeball?
making sure that we're not all going to
Yeah.
explode really quick.
1 second. Smell is food. We're checking, everyone. I'll read these donations. Purple Trader, thank you for the $10. Sophia, your package was shipped out today. I'm excited. Josephine Mandolo, Miller, Payne, Donner Hirschman, thank you for the 65 sec. Dakota, you may have annoyed the shibi out of me this week, and I may have roasted your butt yesterday and yelled at you today, but I still love you, Habibi.
Dang, I don't even remember you roasting me yesterday. Is that bad?
I don't know. But we're going to keep out. It seems like everything's fine. Joy admitted to me that she'd received flirty messages from a mutual friend and teammate, Andy, and was considering a relationship with them too. Are you telling anyone about this? Is everyone aware of all of the people that are involved in your relationship now?
Yeah, come on now. Come on now.
I was a little shaken, but asked just to be open and communicate with me and to remember our friendship as well as our relationship. However, Joy stated she was worried that Sarah had more chance of finding out about Joy's affairs if both affair partners knew about each other. Sorry, OP, you suck now.
Everybody sucks in this story except Sarah.
Yeah, poor Sarah. Sarah is the only person who's not in the wrong here. So although she told me about Andy, Andy was not told we were also together.
So, when is the question of what could I have done going to come up? Because I can't wait to scream at the top of my lungs, tell Sarah.
This was uncomfortable for a few months, with me repeatedly asking Joy to be honest to Andy about us and how I felt burdened with all of Joy's affairs. Really easy solution. Whilst Andy didn't have to carry that weight. However, Andy found out about us via rumors from another teammate and promptly dumped Joy. So yeah, that's what you should have done.
Yeah.
That's what you should have done, yeah. Joy was inconsolable and made me feel useless as both a friend and a partner. Within a week, Joy has ended our relationship too, but asked to remain friends. I was gutted as I knew it was in retaliation to being dumped by Andy, but agreed. However, the friendship was not the same, and Joy was spending more time with Andy. I asked if they were back together, and Joy was adamant they were just friends. You're being lied to. I tried my best to hang on to our friendship, but it was making me so ill and upset with my attempts to spend time with Joy, whereas she was happily spending 3 or 4 nights a week with Andy.
Dang, so you're jealous and you don't care that you've ruined Sarah's emotional state?
Wow. And
For who knows
Sarah
how long?
still doesn't know.
Sarah, wait, I thought Sarah found out.
Andy found out.
Guys, I'm huffing gas over here, okay?
Dude, no, but that's fair because freaking. So we have OP here, who is with freaking Joy, and they keep going back and forth in their relationship. And then Joy's also dating Andy, who I guess now is going back and forth in this relationship. And Sarah, all the while, doesn't know about either of these relationships, and is presumably thinking that they're in a exclusive relationship.
Man, I hope Sarah's out there getting her money up, getting her funny up.
I was certain they were back together, but Joy kept telling me I was wrong. I was paranoid. I just thought the worst of her. Dude, she's actively cheating. You know that she's actively cheating on people. What do you mean thought the worst of her? She's actively cheating on people and you're aware.
Thought the worst of her. It's like, was that the worst I can think? The things that she's done?
The thing that you're actively doing?
She's doing?
Joy also argued that I was being selfish as she needed her own time to spend with her boys, making me feel incredibly guilty and selfish for asking for her time. Also, I forgot that Sarah and Joy have 2 children. Yeah. 4 months later, and both Joy and Andy made it onto the selection team from our basketball league. That night, I found out I had been deselected from the roster. I asked the captain why this had happened and was given a vague response. Messaging Joy directly, she said there had been a mistake, but her response was also very vague. This went back and forth for a week before I was given an official response, which amounted to that I had been removed as I was not required within the team. I was angry, upset, and very lonely without the team, and I got in a bad place. One night, I got very wasted and messaged both Sarah, Joy's wife, and Andy's wife to tell them both their partners were having an affair. The next morning, I was racked with horror and guilt over what I'd done to 2 people who had nothing to do with the team. Wait, I'm
sorry. You were racked with horror and guilt about people who had nothing to do with the team. You should be horrified at your own guilt. What are we doing?
So we messaged Sarah.
By the way, did I not say this was going to get
also
horrifically messy?
Wasn't aware that Andy had a wife. Andy's awfully freaking high and mighty about Sarah cheating on her when she's actively cheating on her wife.
I just want to give
you guys all suck.
I want to give Sarah the crown she deserves.
Is this a women's soccer team? What's going on here? No, that wasn't like, I'm actually asking, is this a women's soccer team?
No, it's a women's basketball team.
Oh, it's a women's basketball team. What is going on here? Why are you all cheating on each other? Why are you all getting angry about the person that you're dating cheating on you when you're cheating on that? What is this? I need a chart for all the cheating that's going on here.
Don't date people with husbands and wives, you silly gooses.
The next morning, I was racked with horror and guilt over what I'd done to 2 people who had nothing to do with the team. I sent out apology letters to them both and even sent apologies to both Joy and Andy, but had nothing in response.
Why would you apologize?
You suck, OP. I ended up moving teams and found... Sorry, your actions suck. I ended up moving teams and found myself working back into playing once more. I tried to keep out of both Joy and Andy's way when it came to tournament days, keeping away from my old team and teammates, but also away from the advanced team that Andy played for, that Joy had also joined, with them both playing for both teams. This went on for months. Then, oh boy, I got some juicy gossip.
Ooh, the hot goss.
I was at an open workshop day with a member of the advanced team, was chatting with me, and she mentioned that Joy had been removed from their team. I didn't want to look like I was snooping, but not only did it turn out that Joy and Andy had indeed been continuing their affair, who's shocked? Who's shocked? No one.
No one. I'm sorry, OP, that your lying radar is not very good.
Joy had also been sleeping with other people on the advanced team. Andy found out and blew his lid and told the team that either Joy or he stayed, and they picked Andy. I didn't realize Andy was a man. I thought they were all women.
Now they're doing the team. Now, why are we focused on the roster of the basketball team here?
Yeah.
You're actively home wrecking 2 marriages.
Let's focus on the roster that's going on in Joy's life.
What are we
she's
talking
got a roster.
Well, to be fair, yeah, it is Joy who's really taking point.
Yeah.
Joy is the point guard of the home wrecking team.
Joy's the center of this cheating
But
circle.
it's like, dude, like you gotta take a little bit of responsibility for yourself in staying in this, right? No one's forcing you to.
Nope. This was delicious enough on its own, but there's more. My old basketball team started to fall apart and lost every game in their tournaments in 2024. Both Andy and Joy ended up leaving the team, and Joy has to travel over 3 hours to her new team, taking up a whole day away from her boys. The reason she would deny spending time with me was to spend time with her boys.
Just really pause really quick, though.
Yeah.
OP loved all of this.
Oh, yeah.
And
she
just gave it away.
I mean, OP
and it
doesn't
gets so much
care.
juicier or whatever.
The thing is, OP doesn't care about the people that she's hurting in this story.
It almost feels like, can you go back to that line? I want to quote it exactly. What was it? It was delicious.
It was delicious.
This was delicious enough on its own. Yeah, freaking right, OP. You thrived through this whole thing, I bet. If saying it like that, my prediction is you enjoyed 95% of this.
And Britball says, okay, I just want to make sure I got this straight. Sarah and Joy are married. OP was dating Joy, but Joy was also seeing Andy, and Andy was also married.
Mm-hmm.
Just you saying that made my brain go, huh?
And also Joy and Sarah had kids.
Mm-hmm.
The reason she would deny... this new team also lost most of their games. So Joy is punted out for one team, loses all the games in a season, and now is in a distant team, missing out on time with her sons. That's not where it ends, though. A few weeks back, the company Joy works for announced it would be folding, and there would be redundancies across the board, meaning Joy would be unemployed in a month or two. Last Friday night, I was getting ready to go to a gig when there was a knock at my door. It was Joy.
Oh, Joy.
And then you close the door. You go, oh, hey, Joy. I was...
Click, slide.
Yeah. I was quite surprised to see her, as since leaving the old team, she had no reason to be on this side of the city. Joy looked disheveled and tired. I cautiously opened the door a crack and asked what she wanted. Joy looked around for a bit and then asked if I knew she was losing her job. I said, yeah. She asked if I knew Sarah had left her. And I said, no, I had not known that. She then asked me if I had anything to do with it, and I was confused. I had sent Sarah a message over a year ago stating the affair, but since sending an apology letter, I'd not had any contact at all. Joy then said, am I cursing her? And I asked her what she meant. She asked me if I had put a curse on her because her life was falling apart. Joy's out here taking a jackhammer to her life, and then she's like, OP! Why did you take a jackhammer to my life?
She's literally
holding
the
the
meme from the
jackhammer.
Eric Andre show where he just goes, "Gaboof," and he goes, why would you do that, Handel?
Yeah.
Why would you do this? It's... you cursed yourself.
You cursed yourself.
You cursed yourself.
You cursed yourself.
You said, I cast the curse of non-consensual polycule. Nobody will know of anyone's partner.
It's just called cheating. It's just called really complicated cheating. I took a moment to take it in before giving a small laugh and closing the door. Joy must have taken the hint because she drove off shortly after. By the way, you should drive your butt over to full episodes of stories just like this. Just go to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or iHeartRadio and search up OK Storytime. But there is a wee bit left to this frustrating story.
A wee
little bit left to this
little
frustrating
hanging on.
story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't be
OP
Joy.
is so unaware of the role that she played in this story.
Yeah, OP has written this like they're just like an outside kind of observer.
Yeah, they're like, oh, I've been hurt. I'm the victim in this story.
Oh, but that was delicious enough on its own, but it gets even juicier.
Yeah, no,
You liked that.
You're a cheater.
You enjoyed
You're a
this.
cheater too, you know? You don't get to escape it just because you didn't have a partner that you were cheating on. You were still actively involved in an affair.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And also freaking a homewrecker. Obviously Joy broke up her own marriage, but you were actively seeing someone who had kids.
Yeah, I find it very hard to believe that there was no knowledge or awareness of the, situation that all of these people were in terms of their homes or their other partners.
But OP knew. I mean, even when OP found out that Joy was still still seeing Sarah, she didn't change anything. She kept dating her.
Yep. It's bad. Don't date people who are married.
Don't do it. Or people who are in relationships in general, unless everyone's aware. But there's more. So despite doing nothing, as I'm not a witch, Karma has stepped in to bring Joy back down to earth. Wow, so like not aware.
Just like completely outside of reality right now.
I know I should not have continued a relationship with Joy whilst she was with Sarah. And for that, I certainly deserved the guilt for the upset I caused, but it's so nice to know that Sarah also broke from the lies Joy was telling everyone. Now it seems the whole basketball league is aware of Joy's affairs, including with me, as I've had previous teammates apologize for not speaking up for me when I needed them.
What is up with this basketball narrative too? Shut up about the basketball team. Let's talk about the relationship upheaval. It's like, why is that even mentioned right now? Why are you talking about the roster?
And have been made to feel more comfortable around them in their new teams. All I can say is a big thank you to Karma. Comments, and I'm so excited to read these.
Let's go.
Comment 1, no offense, but you all sound toxic, petty, and problematic as heck. Yeah, you got done wrong, but honey, you knew Joy was a cheater before you got together, so what did you expect? This is not how you do healthy poly E&M at all. Comment 2, where the heck does Joy get all this energy to date multiple people in secret? So it's harder than normal dating. Have a full-time job and raise children. I have a job and a cat and am not dating, but can barely get off the couch. And that is the end of that story.
Damn, we needed like 18 more comments.
Wow,
That's
Joy.
wild.
I want more comments.
Yeah.
I want to know who's freaking dragging OP through the mud. Because
what an absolute mess
messy,
that
messy,
was.
messy. And just like truly,
So
OP was just like, yeah, I know, I was wrong. No, you were more than wrong.
So Joy admits to OP that she's cheating in her relationship with Sarah. Fast forward, now OP is in a polycule with Joy and others, when in reality, she's already been told that Joy cheated on her partner. So what are you doing? Why would you want to associate with that person? Hotness? Are they hot? Everyone in the story is really hot? Is that it? Is that all it is?
They've got to be. They're in a women's basketball team. They're all hot.
Hey, I know
and toxic.
a female. I know a women's basketball player that Keon really likes. What?
I love Caitlin Clark.
Yeah,
okay?
you're a big fan of Caitlin Clark.
What does that have to do with anything?
What does that have to do with it?
Because she said the female basketball players are attractive.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark. Huh? Is there gas in here? I'm going to go inside. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm doing more investigation because Keon just said that he smelled something too. So.
Janessa, thank you for the $5. Fell asleep, then just now woke up and saw the Worm Queen. Love you, Sophia. You're my top favorite. Ah, shucks. Thank you, Janessa. I appreciate it. Honeybee85, thank you for the £2. Give OP a spoon to stir that pot. True. Brian Grissett, thank you for the $20. I had a roomie that was adopted. At 18, he met his sister from his bio mom's side. She brought her girlfriend. As they talked, my roomie realized her girlfriend was his sister on his bio dad's side. Later on, his sister broke up. Yikes. That's messy. That's from us. Christy Cameron, thank you for the $5. Ash Wednesday for Australia happened in February 16th, 1983. More than 180 bushfires, which destroyed 513,979 acres in South Australia and 2.46 million acres in Victoria in a day, caused 75 deaths and 2,676 injuries. What?
That's just
From Ash Wednesday?
No, I think it just happened on Ash Wednesday.
Oh my God.
You thought
I thought it was,
started the
I
bushfire?
thought they were burning. Well, because you burn the palms from the fire. Jeez. Wow. Purple Trader, thank you for the $5. Sheba Dog saying, "Hey you," greeting joyfully. But that's the end of that story. And end of all those donos. I think. Yep, we indeed did get that one. Shauna XEZ says it's not a female basketball team, it's co-ed. That's a good point. Yeah, I think it's like because they have other jobs, so it doesn't seem like it's just that's their full-time thing that they're doing. How's your day going?
It's going.
Nice.
It's great. It's Thursday.
Nice.
Tomorrow's
Tomorrow's
Friday.
Friday. We get to do our gaming stream. Always love that.
We'll see. We'll see.
What?
Where did you guys get on your gaming stream?
I don't know where we are. Where are we on the gaming stream? We finished a side quest.
We're still in Jungle Town, I think. Or
Yeah,
Fantasyland.
we're monkey and fairy,
Monkey Fairy.
respectively.
I don't think we're gonna explode, everybody. I think we're okay.
I think we're okay, guys.
I think we made it.
I don't want snack.
It's weird
I
though.
don't want food. I'll be okay though.
Do you want to go get like a quick snack?
No, I'll be fine. I had my.
What's going on for this Ash Wednesday stat line?
We should be gel on Monday. I haven't heard anything else.
Mm?
Yeah.
Mm?
Gel asked if we're streaming on Mondays. It's Easter Monday.
Oh, yeah. We don't
Yeah,
get
we don't
holidays.
have that off.
We don't have holidays.
No day off. There's no days off here.
What are you talking about?
I know. I'm just too cool. I'm not too cool for the game stream. I'm just such a good gamer that I'm too good for the game.
You're too good.
That's actually true. He's probably the best gamer I know.
I just have the most heart, you know?
What was our time at E3? We'll have
I
to find
literally-
that. You have to say it while I'm reading this next story. Or no, we're still in dono time. Okay, do we have any more wheel spins?
We already. Oh,
I don't think so.
we
Okay.
don't have any more wheel spins right now? Huh.
Oh God. Today's weird.
And you only got here at 2.
Yeah, I'm not tired. It's just a weird day.
I'm tired. But let's get into this story.
Well, are we gonna turn the thing off, or are we
Yeah,
just
we
gonna?
can-
We're just gonna
I
talk
thought you
for
were- I
another.
thought you were going to talk for like
Yeah,
another minute.
you know what? Let's talk for another minute and 20 seconds. Did anyone else besides me smell gas?
I smelled something. I don't know if it was gas.
It smelled like I don't know, but it's gone now.
You know
Maybe
what?
'cause
It's
we
probably,
all-
it's
It's
probably
not in
my
the
food.
house.
It was probably my food.
I
It
think
did
it
not
might
smell like
be
your
that.
food.
Well, if there's fish,
I
in
went
it,
over
could
there
be.
and gave it a big old whiff,
Well, 'cause
and
I
that
ate
did
the
not
majority
smell.
of it.
Yeah, but what would you have in there that
Guys, are you
smells
coming
like
on Saturday?
protein?
You busy on Saturday?
What's on Saturday?
Stevie's birthday party.
This Saturday? No, can't do it.
Rough. I'm barbecuing.
Can't do it. I've got rock climbing, picnic, birthday, meetup.
Birthday.
Well, what time is your birthday?
Eight.
Someone say I farted? I didn't fart.
I probably can't.
Oh, because it was gas.
Where is it?
Here.
I probably can't.
Which is very nice because Stevie just invited me. And I was like,
Yeah.
that's great. I can't go.
Bummer. Well, I'll be grilling.
Guys, it was not a fart.
I'm gonna be bringing back the grill. Gonna grill some salmon, some potatoes.
That grilled salmon was delectable.
You didn't eat it. What are you talking about? You weren't there.
All right, Sophia, I hate your cooking.
Well, you weren't
Your
there.
grilled salmon, mid.
When did you eat grilled salmon?
You've made salmon at
Not
a
on the
potluck
grill.
I was at.
That's true, but not on the grill.
Made yourself some
I
food.
tried to you teed me. I just complimented your cooking, and you're
That's
like,
very
nuh-uh.
This is very
Actually, you're a
sweet.
liar.
You're a freaking liar.
You know what? Deceiver. Right there. There she is.
Ah, dang.
She's shown her face again. The deceiver.
narc.
Ah, narc. What did you say?
Ah, narc.
Narc.
Dude.
All right, ready?
No.
I think you need like a full-on refresh.
Hmm?
Guys,
Wait a
I've been
minute.
making friends with all of the people at my my local coffee shop, and I've now followed some of them on Instagram, and one of them follows my ex. I'm like, how do you know them?
How do you? It's people know everybody here.
It's so strange.
That's my favorite thing to do
Yeah, I'm like, why did that happen?
because I always do that. I'm like, oh, we're following each other. Why do you know people that I
Yeah, what
don't?
what
I don't.
is this?
Because LA, I say this to so many people.
Yeah,
LA
so
is one of the
small.
biggest small cities.
It's so small. Everyone knows everyone. We're always 1 degree apart from whoever you meet.
I'm that guy.
Yeah.
That is kind of true. It's because everyone's networking.
Everyone's always networking.
Stop poking the bear. I won't.
All right, let's do it.
Ezekiel, I'll never stop. I won't
Ready?
take it back.
Won't stop.
It's true. Your
Ready?
salmon's mid. Prove me wrong.
It's really
3,
good.
2.
I cut off my best friend right before my wedding, and I don't feel bad.
Yes, you're gonna have to find a new. What gender is OP? Maid of honor or best man.
Female.
I guess you're gonna have to find a new maid of honor.
I hate Let's View. I hate Let's View so much. All right. We're having a little baby technical difficulty. And here we go, and now it's back. And we're gonna read this freaking story. Thank you, Mary Lou Brad, for saying that you like my rings. Kevin Bacon. Only one person has told me I look like Kevin Bacon. It's my 5th grade teacher.
You do look. It's the nose.
And now it's you as well. I, 26 female, and my now ex-bestie, let's call her Amy, also 26 female, have been close friends for the last 15 years. When I met her in middle school, I was a very awkward and withdrawn person. I was still living with my family, who mistreated... Wait, what? Are there still... Oh, sorry. I was still living with my family, who mistreated me physically and mentally, and I didn't know how to have normal interactions or how to make or keep friends. By the way, this comes from user You Got No Dirty Jam Jams. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, despite this, she was happy to be my friend and teach me social norms. She always went out of her way to make sure I knew I was always loved and always had somebody to rely on, and acted like the big sister I had always wanted. She was also very honest about certain behaviors or opinions I had that she didn't like or were inappropriate, and would suggest how I could work on them to be a better person in the long term. For this, I will always be grateful. I want to know what those are, though.
What?
You know, like the behaviors or opinions that she didn't like.
Yeah,
I would like to know what those were.
Spell them out for us,
Just
why don't you?
to make sure your friend's not just like low-key manipulating you.
Yeah.
But I digress. Cut to a few years later. I left the house when I turned 18 to attend uni in another state. I would come back home every few months, but would spend most of my time with Amy. I noticed that her family had become a lot more controlling. They wouldn't let her leave the house without them. They'd also police her friendships and relationships and gaslight her into doing what they thought was right. At the same time, Amy began belittling me in small ways and talking down to me. She'd call me names, comment on my weight or style, and how miserly I was.
She's calling you miserly?
That is a wild insult.
Whoa. She's like, you're always so miserly.
It's like, okay.
Oh, I'm pulling out the freaking ghost of, I don't know, Christmas Carol insults now.
Hey, sorry every meal's not Fogo de Chao and expensive champagne, okay?
What?
Was it miserly? Like you never you don't spend anything? Miserly?
I think so, maybe.
Yeah.
I just didn't quite understand until you.
It's like basically like a weird way to call someone cheap.
Yeah.
Or like an old-timey way to call someone cheap.
I thought it was like, you're like.
Can you double check that, Keon?
I think you're right, but I originally thought it was like.
Oh, do I know a word that the English major doesn't know?
Dude, how dare you? I know the word. I thought it was like grumpy.
Yeah.
Like, the old miser. But I think.
Oh, like a curmudgeon?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's a classic mix-up. You mix up
miser.
A classic conundrum. You're mixing up miser with curmudgeon.
You're right. Because I was thinking like I'm Mr. Heat Miser. No.
I don't know what musical that's from.
A miser, a person who hoards money and is excessively stingy, often to the point of living in wretched circumstances to save money.
So it's different from frugal in that it's a guy who has a ton of money and just decides to spend literally none of it.
Scrooge.
Yeah.
And he's like,
miserly.
Well, I got the vibe of it, you know?
Yeah. Well, frugal is just like, I don't spend all my money.
I had the vibe. See,
miserly,
together we got it right.
Rich,
together we got it right because I got the, and you got the frugal part.
That's a high five, folks. We're a team.
Team effort.
Okay. If we were hanging out as a group and a friend made a joke, she would jump at the opportunity to make fun of me and have people laugh at my expense. I let this go most of the time because she was my best friend and I owed her so much. Sometimes I'd mention it and she'd get angry or upset and claim I misunderstood her and that I'm being dramatic. We'd stop talking for a while and then become friends again, pretending the fight didn't happen. But this would happen over and over again. A few years down the line, I moved to a different country, got a master's degree at an Ivy League university, and met my fiance, who means the world to me.
I'm not wearing my Ivy League sweater anymore. Should have been yesterday. I was wearing my Harvard sweater.
Yeah. She's gone there.
Yeah,
She's
yesterday I was at the
Harvard,
climbing
to
gym, and they were
Cal.
like, some guy was like, "Oh, did you go to Harvard?" I was like, "No."
Please tell me you said yes.
Oh well, I said
You
yeah. I
always
was
gotta
like,
go with it, dude.
I feel bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to show off.
I feel bad. I don't want to be too intimidating.
Amy, on the other hand, slowly isolated herself from all of her friends. She claimed these friendships, which wouldn't last more than a few weeks, weren't good enough for her, and she spent all day at home by herself while her family turned even more bitter and controlling. It was difficult to have conversations with her because she had become incredibly misogynistic and a bit of a pick-me.
Yikes.
She would always talk about how women have become so low value.
Ew!
And they
Who is
need-
this girl?
Yeah. This is Andrew Tate wearing a wig.
Yeah. Andrea Tate.
Andrea Tate. She would always talk about how women have become so low value and they need to be better for their men and the need for more men's rights.
Who is this woman?
No rights have been taken away from men.
Men's rights?
They
Which
all have the
rights do you not
same
have?
rights. What?
That's bonkers.
Bring back men's right to
Bring
commit
back men's
hate
right.
crimes.
What?
Bring back a man's right to use slurs. What are you talking about?
She's like, back in my day, a man could beat his wife.
Back in my day, in the golden age.
The golden age of men. When men were real men.
Yeah.
I was in the kitchen. You could be in the kitchen, girl.
Yeah.
If you want to be in the kitchen, you can go in the kitchen.
What?
Yes. I'm not even saying anything crazy. If she wants to be in the kitchen, she could be in the kitchen.
If you want to go to South Korea, you can go to South Korea.
Okay, well. There we go.
Just read the
She'd
story.
talk about how we're too hard on certain misogynists. Think bald man ordering pizza in potato Europe.
What does that mean?
What does that even mean?
That was like a riddle. Think
God.
bald men ordering potato. Potato.
I can't read mysterious riddles.
Riddle me this, Batman. Bald man.
Bald men eat pizza
Bald
in
man
potato
pizza,
Europe.
Ow. She'd talk about how we were too hard on a certain misogynist and that he had some valid opinions. I'm pretty sure they're talking about Andrew Tate.
Yes, sorry. Think a bald man. Yeah.
Which is crazy that I was like, I just said that, like,
Yeah.
there's no way that this is actually, this
she's
is
like, I
Andrew
think-
Tate in a
I
wig.
think we're being too hard on Andrew Tate. All of those women that he trafficked probably wanted to be there.
This video's
It's like,
not going
what
to
are
get
you
flagged
talking
because
about?
we've said Andrew Tate so many
And
times.
also trafficking.
She's also let her boyfriend treat her poorly, claiming that what little he did, she barely deserved.
Girl, get out of there.
What's going on? This is like
internalized misogyny so deep that I don't even she can't get out of it.
Yeah, it's definitely whatever that family dynamic that's popped up now is definitely playing it apart. It was very hard for me to hear her talk like this, considering the harmful past I had, and it was horrifying to see her slowly turn into the opposite of who I knew her as. Not to mention the belittling was now in full drive. She judged me so harshly on my decisions, most of which are just normal life choices. She told me I wasn't womanly enough and that my ideals of a relationship were problematic. Hers?
Well, the problem is that you can't be friends with this person anymore because she is kind of dug so deep into this world, like someone said, red pill world, that she's just incapable of seeing reality. And she's got this
She's got the
crazy
blinders on.
internalized misogyny that you cannot reason. Like she's in this weird cult right now, and you cannot reason with her while she's in it.
I can't imagine
Yeah.
just the level of self-delusion.
Yeah.
To be like, I don't deserve to be treated well.
self-hatred.
Right.
Like this self-hatred that's in some of these women who have so much internalized misogyny that they're like, I actually don't deserve rights.
Yeah. Gutter Dweller says internalized so deep it's no longer internal. Yeah, it's like literally. Yeesh. Okay, here we go. Every time I expressed an opinion, she would jump and express an opposite opinion and demand that I debate with her, even if my opinion was a basic human right. She would mention things I told her I'm insecure about in front of other people, but without mentioning my name. Ooh, that's trash.
And the funny thing is that if she actually didn't have, if she was actually living in the world that she supposedly wants, she wouldn't be able to say any of this.
Yeah.
Because everyone would be like, shut up, woman.
And what's crazy is it's like you're free to have this opinion.
Yeah,
and I'm free to have the exact opposite. I'm not going to debate you on it. You're not. Oh, now debate me right now. It's like, no, I agree. Let's agree to disagree.
Yeah.
I'm never going to agree with you. You're never going to agree with me.
Yeah.
Let's live our own lives. There's an opinion.
Riley, what are you freaking doing?
Riley's just having a conversation with himself in the chat, and he's giggling about
donating.
it over here.
He's donating.
He's just giggling about it off screen. Okay. She would mention things I told her I'm insecure about in front of other people, but without mentioning my name. For example, I told her about how I wished I had a better job after uni and that I moved to another country just to keep earning minimum wage. I also told her that over time I was able to fathom more and more about how badly my family had treated me and that I was consumed with anger and it was taking over my life. When we would hang out with friends, she would casually mention how she could never work a minimum wage job that didn't make her happy and that she feels sorry for people who only focus on their anger and that she would never stoop to that level.
Oh, you exhaust me, lady. You exhaust me.
Yeah, we know that we can choose not to hang out with people, right?
Yeah, literally, I would have stopped hanging out with her ages ago.
There's no law that says once you've been friends with someone for a certain amount of time that you have to keep hanging out with them.
Yeah, I've had friends whose opinions just really slowly I realize, we just really don't align on things, and then you just kind
of. Oh, excuse me. I need a little water.
He needs a little water.
I'm under attack.
He needs a little water.
I'm under attack.
A little water in his life. He needs a little water in his life.
He got the whole water in his gullet. Okay, whatever. Don't talk to me today.
Whatever.
Don't talk to me.
Don't call me.
This is coming from someone who has never left the nest, always had someone do her chores, has never paid a bill, and has more or less never felt the hardships of adult life. And the way she mentioned my issues was worse than when she'd openly mention them because it made me feel isolated and took me straight back into my previous life at home. Why are we all giggling?
Because Riley's typing. He's talking to himself. Georgia Lee says, why are you confiding in someone who criticizes and judges you? And also someone who tells all of your secrets to everyone around you.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, again, this is why at the very beginning of the story, dang, Heidi Vincent just donated 20 gifted memberships and sent us into another 15. My goodness gracious. The beginning of the story, my warning siren started to spin up when OP was like, yeah, and she told me all these things and behaviors and opinions that I shouldn't have.
Yep.
And I thanked her so much for it. It's like, are we sure that was a positive thing? Or was she just manipulating you to be her little play thing?
No, I mean you can bring up things when you notice them in your friends, but it usually isn't. And so I've got a list of things that you need to change about yourself, and it's this, and definitely this. That's not how you bring up things.
I mean, I had to be reined in a little bit in my younger days.
Yeah, but I'm sure
I still have to be reined in a little bit. In my older days.
Hopefully, they didn't come to you with a list of things that they didn't like about.
Yeah,
you.
It was more just don't say that. Don't say things so quickly. Was really all I needed to be. It was think for 2 more seconds before you say certain things to people. You know what happened if I Okay. I had to walk on eggshells around her not to provoke an outburst and not to overshare anything she could use against me. But I still kept the friendship because I owe her so much.
Owe her for what?
Again, it's the thing where it's you helped me see these things I needed to change. And it's I think OP's maybe just a little bit too much of a sweetie pie.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna mark my
thanking
page.
the
What
cult
was it at
leader
the very
for
beginning?
changing your personality.
OP had said I was awkward and withdrawn. I, went through a lot of stuff at home. I didn't know how to have normal interactions.
So OP
which
was
kind of makes you a soft target.
well, OP was Pygmalion, or not is in Pygmalion. Is like the what's her face? Is it Pygmalion?
I don't know.
Or is Pygmalion
I'm
the person?
unfamiliar with Pygmalion.
Story of Pygmalion, which is if you know, I think My Fair Lady, but it's basically you have this like in Pygmalion, the original story, it's like a statue that this artist creates and then it's brought to life to be like.
Is it a pig?
No, it's just the name Pygmalion.
Dang.
But basically, it's like, oh, you have to like love me, and you have to,
No, I feel like you just
Okay.
did a pretty bad job explaining that to me.
I'm sorry. This is a story of Pygmalion.
That's
Okay, actually, I have a better one.
It's a
I have
story of
better one.
Pygmalion.
It's the story of Pygmalion.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
Oh my lordy. Well, here's the story of Ileana Pope donating that $49.99, $50. On top of everything else that I'm dealing with, my supervisor just called me and told me that I got a complaint from training at my new job today, and it could get me fired because I'm new, but I've been so stressed with everything with hubby. It's not going to get you fired. It's not going to get you fired. You're fine.
It's your new job. It's your new job.
You're fine.
Miss Silvertier agrees with me.
It could get you fired because you're new. That doesn't make any sense. New people get a little more leeway because they're new.
Oh, my explanation was bad. I agree.
Ooh, oh my God, Mom, you can't dunk on Sophia.
It was bad. No,
you
it's
can't.
true.
We can't both. Now I actually feel bad if we're both.
No, it's
we're
true.
both slam dunking on Sophia.
It was a good reference, but a bad explanation.
Good
of the
reference, bad execution.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah. Heather says Pygmalion is My Fair Lady. She's a girl from lower class raised to such a high class she no longer fits in her own world. But the original myth is that she's a statue that comes to
The
life.
mythos.
Yeah.
Okay. So I still kept the friendship because I owe her so much and I didn't want to leave at a time she needed me. Amy had a habit of sending regular hour-long voice notes where she would ramble on with a few important things about her life scattered here and there. I was listening to one where she talked about being a shell of her former self, which was maybe 5 minutes of the voice note, and she ended it with, OP, you may feel like you've become more dull as well, but we just need to focus on becoming a better person. That was it. How dare she comment so nonchalantly like that? That was it?
Dude, she called you dull?
That was it? She went, you're boring, just like me.
She said, you're miserly and dull.
Wow. That's a strange line to
Who
draw.
is this?
I would have drawn my line way, way earlier.
Dude, is this the ghost of like Christmas future or whatever? She's like, you're miserly and dull.
I don't know.
I've come to you
I don't know.
to tell you that you're miserly and dull.
You've called me dull. Forsooth. I shine with the glisten of 1,000 suns. Whatever.
Or whatever.
Or something like that. Something casual.
Something like that.
I never thought of myself as dull. I had spent my entire adult life trying to find my true personality away from my family, and I had just begun therapy sessions to work on my anger issues. I asked her why she called me dull. She's like, I'm not dull. I got anger issues and loads of childhood trauma.
Yeah, that makes me so freaking interesting.
I'm interesting AF.
Yeah. That's actually so funny to use that as like the explanation for why you're not dull. It's like not like I do loads of things. I go out. It's like, no. I have trauma and anger issues.
Well, it definitely makes you a little interesting.
Yeah.
I asked her why she called me dull. She didn't respond. I asked her again. She said I mentioned something like that about myself some time ago, and that if I wanted to talk about my opinion, I can call her anytime. How nice of her.
Why are we still friends with her?
And why are we getting more mad at this than anything else?
Why are we still like your anger issues need
interested.
to get you out of this friendship?
Yeah, also, if you're listening to hour-long voice messages that are rambles,
8-hour-long voice message?
you kind of might be dull.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Yes, no.
Did I miss that?
Yes, listen.
Read again.
She would send, she had a habit of sending regular hour-long voice notes, not 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, 60. And I'm going to say it, OP.
I fear you might be a little dull if you're listening to hour-long voice messages.
If you don't have the wherewithal to not listen to those, you might be a little boring.
After like 2 minutes...
Say, girl, I'm not listening to all that. Are you crazy?
Oh, I just realized I forgot to listen to some of Riley's voice messages. Just remembered. I was busy at the time, and I texted back and said, I'll listen to these later.
I wish y'all could see Riley's face right now.
And I
I have the perfect view.
I can't see Riley's face.
We
Thank
all
goodness.
love you, Riley.
No, I just have to get on that because Riley sent me some sketches.
Dude, not gonna lie. The past 6 months, I've been terrible at staying like up to date with my responses on stuff.
Oh, I'm okay with
I've
responses,
been so
but
bad.
if the problem is with the voice messages, if I'm out.
Well, yeah,
You
and then it's
know?
like if you
Then you
listen to
can't
part
listen
of
to
it and then you put it down, it's like gone.
Well, no, you can save them.
I know you can, but it's like sometimes it just doesn't. Sometimes I've had them disappear
You
because
can
I'm
change that.
old. See,
You can change
you're a youngster.
You can change that.
Who's that?
Supernatural. It's what do you mean? That's it's Supernatural.
Oh wow, that's got to be from like the first season.
It's Sam / also Dean from Gilmore Girls.
And then
also could just
Soldier Boy's
be-
in that show too.
He could just be he's definitely in Supernatural there.
Huh? What? Okay.
Wait, I'm not ignoring Riley. I'm not ignoring Riley. I just remembered that I forgot to listen to them because I was out. I'm not ignoring him, I
Wait,
swear.
Love to Eat says we are not dull. We're listening to hours-long podcasts right now.
Okay, yeah, but
That-
we're
but that's-
way better than that, girl.
That's
on.
not what this is. Are
I'm
you
sorry, are you
you're
comparing
us?
to her rambles? Are you comparing us to this, like, monster's rambles? Love to eat. I'm offended.
Dude, we are so much better than 8-hour-long voice memo from this annoying lady. Okay.
I'm offended. That is the most offensive thing that's been said all day.
Wow. Yeah. Whew. Okay. I told her I didn't like the way she'd been treating me unfairly all these years and that I won't keep making excuses for her behavior. She told me I seemed convinced that she's the enemy. I told her I'm not going to let her walk over me anymore and that I won't let her be the victim this time. She said this was just a misunderstanding and that I've become too negative. I finally told her I expect an apology and that if she couldn't respect me as a human being, I have to take a step back from this friendship. We didn't speak for a few months. Cut to now. Bro, are you going to talk to her again?
Stop.
You know, what's the point you would have cut her off? Do you have one in your head? I have one in mind.
It's like at the beginning of the story.
Okay, like the very beginning?
Yeah, it's like at the beginning of the story.
The moment I had told her something like in confidence, and then she's dropping it like it's like, oh, like, yeah, like in a group of our friends with me present,
She's
she goes,
like,
I could never do this thing.
I'm not gonna name any names.
I'd
but-
immediately be like, hey, why are you talking about me like I'm not here? And by the way, I'm not going to be here anymore. I'm leaving.
I
Goodbye.
think when she says that Andrew Tate is an okay guy, that's when I'm out.
Yeah.
That's when I'm like, oh, we're different
I
people.
kind of forgot. She was like, women deserve to be treated worse.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
be like,
She said that.
Yeah, that's it. Cut to now. My fiance and I decided to do a destination elopement with a few friends. Throughout the planning, I kept thinking I needed to invite Amy to the wedding. I always envisioned her being there, and I thought we could reinvigorate our friendship, so I texted her and invited her to my wedding and offered to pay for her flights and accommodation. She said she would check her schedule and congratulated me on my wedding. Then
Early.
crickets. Good. Don't care about this person. Stop it.
You offered to pay for her flight?
God, this is the worst chronic people pleaser I think I've ever seen.
Oh, yikes. You got to go to the doctor for that.
Let go of this.
Or a therapist, I suppose.
Let go of her. I asked her if she could figure out if she was able to come because I needed to make the bookings. I told her I'd be happy to sponsor her stay there for longer if she'd like to find a job and move there or have some personal time to relax. She said she would have to come with her dad because they wouldn't let her travel alone. I was okay with that, even though it was kind of weird. A few days later, she asked, why would you invite me to your wedding even though you think I have failed as a friend and I'm not worth talking
That's
to?
an excellent question.
That's
the most reasonable thing she said all day.
the first thing that's made sense in this whole story.
Wow.
Okay, so we've got
Wow.
one person who's in the real world here. Let's figure
And
it
it's
out.
shockingly the person who's the worst.
I told her I didn't think she'd failed as a friend at all, and that I just wanted to enforce my boundaries. I told her that she was my best friend and I wanted her to be there.
Girl, you gotta get more friends. If
Oh
this
my
is your
God.
best friend, why are we scraping the bottom of the barrel for friends?
Shoot, I lost it.
Hey.
I told her that she was my best friend and I wanted her to be there. She said that she didn't feel any emotional connection from my side and that I abandoned her when she needed me the most. She said she thought I broke her trust even though she treated me like family. She then wished me good luck with life and said it was nice knowing me. At this point, I was so angry I called her dramatic and said that she didn't care about my needs.
Joy.
I told her, wow, oh yeah, that was so angry of you.
He's like, I have anger issues. You don't care about my needs.
And you're being dramatic. Maybe
Grr.
OP's just saying it in the nice way.
Yeah, maybe
OP did not be that nice.
Maybe her friend was like, you have anger issues. And OP was like, you're right.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's a belief that she picked up from this, horrible friend. I told her I'm sick of her always turning herself into the victim and that the only reason she didn't want to be friends anymore is because she is no longer the center of attention. I called her a narcissist and told her to give up her pride and get real. She did not respond to this.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
And by the way, you can respond to the knowledge that there are full episodes with stories just like this on Spotify and iHeartRadio and Apple Podcasts and wherever you listen to podcasts. You can respond to that by going and listening to them. Just search OK Storytime on your platform of choice. And you have a plethora, in the most real sense of the word, a plethora of stories to pick and to choose from. So we do have a little bit more story left. We're
hit
coming up on the end here.
Boom,
We all
boom.
know how we feel.
We all know.
Let's get it. I am now in turmoil. I don't know if I made a huge mistake and have lost my best friend forever. She's not your best friend. Or if I should be glad to dodge a bullet.
Girl,
Ding,
you
ding,
didn't
ding,
dodge
ding.
the bullet. The bullet hit you.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the bullet hit you, it went out, and then you dove in front of it again, and then it went out of you, and then you dove in front of it
Yeah,
again.
you somersaulted into it.
Somehow you got hit by the bullet, the same bullet, like 6 times.
Yeah, but in OP's defense, the rest of the parts of her body that didn't get hit by the bullet did dodge the bullet.
It's true.
So, I've had my fair share of narcissists in my life. I'm a recovering people pleaser.
I don't know if you've recovered yet.
But yeah, you're definitely in recovery still. But I can't say for sure if I just overreacted.
No.
So am I the a-hole?
Girl,
No,
girl,
no, you're not.
What?
You're really not.
Girl.
You're too forgiving. We do have an edit here at the very end. During our entire friendship, she was happy to listen to all my problems and be there for me if I needed her. She'd offer what advice she could. Sometimes she'd be condescending, but I think she was responding to the best of her knowledge. She also expressed happiness whenever I was happy, and she'd support me in my life decisions that she agreed with. I don't know. To be honest, that does sound like at the beginning of their friendship, it was probably good.
Probably.
And then this
then she
thing
turned
happened
into
with her
this
family. She became
Red pill.
Andrew Tate
Yeah.
with a wig.
Andrea Tate.
And she became Andrea Tate. And it was over. It was curtains after that.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
Well.
that is the end of that story.
Therapy. Continue to go to therapy, OP.
Yes, more therapy.
More therapy.
Be aware that you're kind of a soft target for these kinds of people.
Yes.
Like if people are narcissists or if they're manipulators, like you will be a target for them.
You are the old lady to their Nigerian prince.
Yeah, the email. Yeah. Oh, God. That was a great reference.
Thank you.
Have you ever gotten one of those?
No.
I have.
But I did get one. I got an email maybe 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and it was like, I've got your nudes and I'm gonna leak them to everyone and blah blah blah. And it was like a super long email. I was like, I don't have those.
Yeah, that was. I got the same thing. It was like
ooh,
email with old passwords and
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
and I was
yeah.
like, well,
It's
I don't
like
use
I hacked
those,
into your photos,
and I
was
don't
like,
have those.
don't have those, so
Yeah.
don't know where you're getting those from.
Yeah.
But that is the end of my time. Edu.
Yeah.
Edu.
Okay. I'm out ski. I love you all. I'll be back. I know I will. I'll be back. Okay. Mwah.
All right, we got some people joining us. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. What's up, people? Hello. I'm here. Hey, how's it going? Me and who else? Oh, it's Riley.
What's good?
Hey, guys.
What's good?
Oh, hi. Hi, Tony Stark. How are
Tony.
you?
I'm Iron Man.
How are you?
Yeah, we're working on our own version of Jarvis. Actually, you got some donuts over there?
Oh, yeah? Oh, we do. Straight out your mouth.
We can't call it Jarvis. Someone in the chat asked us if we could call it Jarvis, and
Jarvis.
Disney will drone strike our house like someone said before.
I feel like you can make it really similar to Jarvis.
Calling it Jeebus.
Jeebus. Bless you. That's how he sneezes, everyone.
It's probably the first time anyone's ever seen me sneeze.
That's how he sneezes. It scares
my head
him.
hurts.
It's scary, you
Anyways.
guys. It's okay. Anyways, we've got some freaking donos. So, number one, Elania Pope sent $19.99. Thank you very much. She says, apparently they went to some higher ups, weren't well known for being forgiving, and said that I talked to them some type of way. Yeah, probably because I was stressed as heck with everything I have going on.
Dang. This is a
Dang.
part two. She thought
Okay,
she
I
almost
figured.
got fired from her job today because she went through training and didn't talk to someone the way their bosses wanted them to.
Oh,
So
but
hopefully things work out. And so
Yeah.
sorry. And she's going through a hard time with her husband's like not doing
Oh.
the best right now.
Oh,
So
a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully everyone's
Hearts in the
everything's
chat for
fine.
Ileana.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, another one from Ileana. It sent $50. Oh my gosh. On top of everything else that I'm dealing with, my
Ew.
supervisor just called me and told me that I got a complaint from training on my new job today and it could get me fired because I'm new, but I've been so stressed with everything with hubby. I'm guessing this one came before.
Yep.
That one,
There's the
but-
context.
Yeah, thank you. I get
Goodness
it now.
gracious. And we just got a big donation from
Did we?
Hannah.
Oh.
And guess what she just said?
I don't know. She said nothing. She said nothing. But she sent $80, so
That's
everyone,
crazy, Hannah.
give the love to Hannah.
Hannah, we love you.
But Squiggy Axolotl Girl sent $5 in the Canadian dollar. I'm pretty sure that is. She says, "Love the hair, Angie." Oh, thank you.
She just got her haircut yesterday, and I did
A
notice.
few days ago. Did you? Did
I
you?
did. You were all like, "Look at my hair."
Because I told you. I
But
said,
I
"Look,
noticed."
Look, I got my haircut. And
but
then you're-
I didn't see you.
you don't get
didn't, like-
bonus points for that.
I
It's okay.
Giving myself
You
bonus
notice
points.
things. But Purple Trader sent $5. Says, Angie, do you like watermelon flavor? Why, yes, I do. Why do you ask?
She
I
does
love
like
watermelon flavor. Watermelon flavor of lots of things.
Oh man.
Ooh, ooh.
And Hannah donated $10, not really keeping up with the stories, but still had to give at least one baby donut.
Aw, thank
Hannah,
you.
we love you just being here.
Yeah.
Riley Wilson donated $2. More time. That guy's a freaking idiot. Stop donating.
Oh, yeah, we got 50 more minutes.
And 50?
15.
15. I was like 50.
Whoa.
And Purple Trader put us over the
Oh my God.
thing. Purple Trader, thanks for the $20.
Yeah, pair character sliding on the floor, going on his knees and saying, "Goal!" Where's the
She's just
whiteboard?
edging us all day.
Where's
and
the
Sabrina donated $5. Hi. More time.
Hi.
And Amanda Rose, thanks for the 15 buckaroos. I have my grandma's funeral this weekend. Thank you, OK Storytime, for keeping my mind busy right now. I love you all.
Aw.
Guys, Rose is
Aw.
in the chat for Amanda
Rose is in
Rose.
the
Little heart,
chat.
little Rose.
Yeah.
Also, Keon, and am I a little small?
You are.
We don't
Thank
need
you.
this, right? I have
No.
a draw. I have a pair to draw.
You can, we're about to get into a story. And Paper Trader, again, thanks for the $20.
Well,
We have a
Purple
wheel
We might
Trader,
have to wait on that.
you will get your pair, but I will also
wait on that.
erase this.
Riley is currently holding this down with his toes, with his stinky toes. But we got another one, another dono. Miss Woozy sent $2. I love your earrings, Angie. Oh, thank you. I love coming on this stream.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone's so
you are.
nice.
Coming on the stream more.
That is true. Yes, I am. I'll be here more, ladies and gentlemen.
Yay! And guys, I got a story.
Oh, and
we got a wheel spin, and I think you should. Angie, you want to spin a
Dude,
wheel?
of course I did.
All right, spin it good.
Of course.
Spin it
Is that
good now.
even a question?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a command. Hee 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 ha.
All right. I think this is for Heidi.
This is for Heidi Vincent.
Heidi Vincent.
Bring it closer. And then hold the back. You know where to hold it? The back of it?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay, ready?
It's a spin.
Here we go. That was a spin. Oh, God. Of course.
1.5.
I just got here. Guys, I literally just sat down. You could have waited. My girlfriend is beating me on camera, and everyone saw that.
Talking about.
She just threw her... she threw the hammer away.
What do you want? That's the pair that I need to draw. Are you looking for the phone?
Yes.
Do you want me to read it, or are you?
You don't think I can read?
No. Just kidding. I know you can.
Well, you know what? I'll let you read it then.
No, you can read.
It's fine.
It's just a question. Just a
It's fine.
question.
Hogs out for Riley. Free the footsies. That is so funny.
Let's get into it.
Hot librarian time.
Okay. All right. Just the glasses, Riley.
Let's do it.
All right. Are we ready, everyone?
Yep. All right, ready? 3,
Yep.
2.
My friend left me in a foreign country without anything to get home. I'm sorry.
Want to do that one more time?
Sorry, I paused.
From the top.
Ah!
From the top.
Okay,
All right,
I'm
ready?
sorry.
All right, 3, 2.
My friend left me in a foreign country without anything to get home.
Looks like you need to get an Uber or something.
An overseas Uber.
They sell them.
This is from the r/OK Storytime subreddit.
What of our
Riley.
own?
This is one of our own. One of our
Oh,
children.
family.
Lost and deserted.
Which take you on?
Oh,
What of our family?
one of our family. I know.
We would never abandon you.
Never. So, I, 27 female, at the time was in a graduate program and befriended Kim, 26 female. We had known each other previously while doing our undergrad at the same time at university where we were now completing our masters. Kim and I became super close over the course of 2 years in our first couple of years of grad school. By the way, this comes from Gingery Kitten, and if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit.
TLDR bot. Who is Kim?
Who is Kim?
I don't think that's in yet.
I think, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
We just started. Kim's a friend. Kim's a best
Thanks,
best
bot.
friend. You're so welcome. So it felt so good to be able to lean on someone who understood what I was going through. Juggling school, a job, and a social life, we connected on a level I had never felt before. She was passionate about the same topics I was, and we paired up on multiple assignments while in classes together. Now, here comes the incident. This was during peak pandemic time. Kim and I were in a group with 3 other people. We'll call them A, B, and C for a class project.
Give them names.
2-syllable
2-syllable max names.
We'll say Anne and Bailey and Casey.
All right, Ann, Bailey, and Casey.
Anne, Bailey, and Casey, okay? Anne and Bailey were in a relationship, and Kim was somewhat close to them as well. Our professor loved our work so much that we were recommended to present our research at our state's therapy conference. That went very smoothly. Then Anne and Bailey found another conference where we could present, this time out of the country. I had never been to this country before, but had always wanted to go. Now I had the opportunity to share my research with other inspiring professionals. Anne and Bailey planned out the trip for us and just relayed the total amount we each needed to pay. This is where I messed up. I thought I could trust their judgment in setting up our travel plans. I should have asked for details, when we'd have time to eat and sleep, what the travel protocols were during that time due to the vid. So we sent out on the trip. Right off the bat, I was super tired since we had a late night flight and I can't sleep on planes. The flight took about 8 hours. We were served a meal and I had brought snacks, but by the time that we deboarded, we went to our Airbnb, I was starving. However, we couldn't eat until lunchtime because we had to check in first.
Okay.
That first night at our B&B, there were 2 queen beds and a single bed. I was running on 0 sleep while everyone else had been able to sleep on the flight, so I asked for the single bed, hoping to get a bit more rest. Now, this wasn't a legit bed, more like a glorified lounging couch. It had only a thin sheet, and the place was pretty cold. We realized there were no extra blankets, so I spent the night freezing my butt off.
Oh.
The next day, we presented at the conference, and that part went smoothly, but we had to spend one more night at our cold B&B with no blankets for me. Then we finally started touring, and again, there wasn't much time set aside for proper meals. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner were rushed, and we barely had time to stop for snacks. Since we had timed tours, we had to check in on our schedule or risk missing them. At this point, I was running on little sleep, hardly any food, and sheer exhaustion. Then we arrived at our last B&B and discovered the hot water heater had stopped working as soon as one of us went to take a shower. The place was already small and cramped. It was an old city, so I understood that the water system might not be the best. But at this point, it was just another thing going wrong. Running on no sleep, not enough food, and now unable to properly clean myself, I was emotionally breaking down. That's a lot to handle in one
And it's
trip.
a cold shower.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's hard, man. That's hard. The night before our return flight, we all went to bed early since we had to get up in time to catch the only direct flight back to the US that day. We woke up early and dropped off at the airport, only to find out that it wasn't a 24-hour airport. Anne and Bailey, who had booked the flight, didn't realize this, so we had to wait an hour for it to open. When we finally went to check in, they asked for our last vid test, which had to be within the past 24 hours. None of us had taken one recently enough, so we had to rush across the street to a small clinic, wait for that to open, and that was another hour wasted.
Dang.
At this point, we were cutting it very close to boarding time. Anne and Bailey, who planned the trip, went in first for testing, then Kim, then me, then Casey. As Casey and I were getting our tests, Anne, Bailey, and Kim said that they were going to the check-in desk to tell the crew to wait for us. Now, I didn't like this one bit. When you're in a foreign country, you're not supposed to separate from your group. But I figured since I was still with Casey, maybe it would be okay. Once we got our results and rushed to the check-in desk, no one was there.
Oh, no.
Not the flight crew, not our group members, no one. I frantically called Kim, asking where they were. She said that they were boarding the flight and begging the crew to let us on. Now, I don't believe this for 1 second.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
Wait, sorry. I need more
believe it,
context.
but-
Yes, what?
Maybe they asked once, but I highly doubt that they truly advocated for us. So here I was, stranded in a foreign country I had never been to, with only one other person from our group. We had no clue what to do or where to go. The help desk told us that we needed to book a hotel for the night since the next flight to the US wasn't until the next day. We also had to buy new last-minute plane tickets, and we all know how expensive those are, especially for international flights.
So,
Ugh.
where did they go?
They went on the flight.
But the flight wasn't there.
Well, that's because everyone was boarding. So they
Well,
missed.
I thought they were at the gate, and they're like,
Mm.
they were at the wrong gate, and they're like, what happened? Where is everyone?
No, I mean, that's kind of what they're saying is that like there's no like flight crew, everyone, but I think it's because everyone was literally already on the plane. Like there were probably other people at other gates there, but yeah, they didn't do whatever they could to stop them. They just
Dang.
boarded.
Shoot.
What would you do? Would you board the plane or would you wait for your group and like have to go the next day with the rest of your group?
Depends on how well I'm doing financially.
Yeah.
If I'm not doing so hot financially, sorry guys. Now, let's
Good
say
point.
like it's a group of guys
Yeah.
and they were in the wrong. I'm gonna be like, sorry guys, I'm gonna get on the flight.
Yeah.
But if it was like you and Sophia left behind
Yeah.
and it was me and another guy, I'd be like, we gotta stay back. We can't just
Yeah.
leave these girls here.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
So that's my take on that.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Poor planning. That's
Yeah.
rough.
But with me being a time guy, if you're not on the flight when I'm there,
Yeah.
that's on you, man.
You just your fault, not mine. I had to drop $1,500 on a new ticket just to get home. On top of that, I had to pay for a hotel near the airport since we had to wake up early, get tested again, and make our flight. Now, I was a broke college student and had budgeted this trip down to the cent. I had brought a little extra money, but not enough to cover an emergency this big. I had to charge my flight ticket and use the last of my converted money for the hotel. I didn't even have enough left for an Uber, so we had to walk 5 miles to the hotel while carrying our luggage. Oh my gosh, this whole thing is just such a mess.
That's a 10K.
Jeez. Okay. Thank God the hotel had meals included, hot water, and cozy beds. Otherwise, I would have lost it. Yeah, honestly, big perk. The stress, exhaustion, and lack of basic needs throughout the trip had already pushed me to my breaking point. Once we got through our layover on the new flight, I was finally able to breathe and relax, knowing I was almost home. This is where I asked myself, would I be an a-hole for going low contact with my friend after all this? On the one hand, I get it. Buying another ticket and staying an extra night is expensive. But on the other hand, I thought we were good friends. Who leaves their friends stranded in a foreign country they've never been to? By the way, but I have another question. Who is going to listen to all of our extra stories and episodes with more stories just like this one? What's the answer, Riley?
I don't know. Could it be you?
Could it be you? I think it is. Just go to Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or iHeartRadio and search OK Storytime. Anyway, back to you, Riley. There's more to this story.
You, Riley.
That's
Just
great.
a news report.
It was never on, Riley.
Dude.
But there is more to this story. But what would you do? would you try to see what words they use? Would OP be the a-hole for going low contact with their friend? What do you think?
No. Because, like,
Yeah.
I would have not left them there alone whenever you're getting your test. I understand you were kind of... That was what went wrong. They were waiting on the test, right? And then they left them?
Yeah, pretty much.
I would go probably low contact and then, like, kind of step away. Be like, all right, you know my guy? You're not my girl?
Yeah.
You ain't got my back like that?
Yeah. I'm really glad that she was not alone
Yeah.
in this. But I don't know, because that is hard because, like, on the one hand, I feel like with things like this, if, like, something goes wrong, someone's planning something, I always have to, like, think that I have to blame myself a little bit at the same time, being
Okay.
like, well, I was also going on this trip and, like, I was doing this and that. I could have done the research into all this too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because do we remember, was she like, she was just like fully planning it herself?
I
it
think
seems,
she
this friend.
was fully planning it herself in a way.
Yeah, but I don't
Just
know
some
why.
miscommunication happened. What happened to the group
I
chat?
guess
Why is
she
no one
just-
talking to the group chat?
Yeah, I guess OP just said that she like trusted her friend, and that was mistake number 1. I think that's what she said.
Anyways, what happened next?
Let's see. Kim also said that she tried to help me out with the cost of the ticket, but that never happened. Not even $5. Nothing. That felt like the cherry on top of an already crappy experience. My friends and family who know the full story say I'm not the a-hole. They say it was a terrible thing for Kim to do, and I know if that's true, then Anne and Bailey are just as bad. Some of their past behavior should have clued me in that they weren't the best people to trust with our travel plans. Hindsight is 20/20, I guess, but what do you all think? Am I the a-hole for going low contact with my friend for leaving me behind in a foreign country? I don't think so. I don't think so. Low contact isn't that bad,
Yeah.
right?
I would go. I think low contact seems reasonable. Reasonable
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like trying to really, because at first I was kind of thinking like, I mean, I get it. It's expensive. I would kind of want to be like, sorry. Like,
I want to go on another trip with them soon.
yeah.
If they apologize, hey, I did something wrong. You can probably initiate it, but they don't see anything wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, now I'm really trying to like imagine going with like my friends to a foreign country or something like that and then having to come back.
Well, you
and-
have.
Well, I guess I have. Yeah, that's true. But I mean just leaving them there, because at first I was
I couldn't
honestly like
imagine
I
leaving
would
them
kind
there.
of go on the plane.
I
I'll
couldn't
be honest.
imagine living them there.
But I don't think I can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's because it's just not safe. It's
No.
not safe.
No, not at all.
Yeah. So no, you are not the a-hole. What does everyone in the chat think?
You're
Put
the
your
a-hole for being late in the
answers in.
first place, says Pinky the Slayer.
For being late?
That's a-
Well,
that's a hot take.
but that's the thing, is that that kind of was Kim's fault too, because she didn't realize that it wasn't a 24-hour plane thing, and that you had to get COVID tests or the vid tests
Yeah.
before going on. So they had
Well,
to
this
wait
is
for
one
the
of
flight.
our own.
Yes.
So you're not the a-hole.
So
You get the not the a-hole.
All right.
just
You're one of
because
ours.
that,
All right.
we are totally unbiased over here on this channel.
That's right.
No, I think you're not the a-hole anyway.
What
Even
country
if-
did they go to? Did they say?
They didn't say no.
It's probably Ireland.
Foreign.
You know why? They gave him the good old Irish goodbye.
This guy.
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah, you
I want
know
to thank
what?
my parents. I want to thank the academy. I love you guys. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you.
This freaking guy.
Yeah,
Professional.
That's a good one. All right.
Goodness
Look at
gracious.
all of these donos that we
We
have
got some
here.
donos here.
Look at all of these. Would you like some?
Yeah, they're from Ileana Pope. Leave them to the side, and then we'll read them.
We-
Yeah.
Oh, there is some.
Yeah, read that one last.
Okay.
Pinky the Slayer has donated $5. You'll be off air on my birthday, but can I get more winks and cake? Wink, wink.
What's that about? What am I winking for?
No, it's for Keon.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how I'm going to do that up here.
Get some cakes going.
It's hard to do it when it's by
Cakes.
myself. If I had help, it's
Just like press
Just-
6 and then just jump.
stand.
Golly.
All right.
Yeah, dang. All right, that's enough there. Amanda
All
Rose
right.
sent in $10. Lemon character laughing out loud.
I can't wait to draw these. Keep that one aside. Keep that one. Okay, he dropped it. That's fine. Little Burb has donated $5. Kiddo just found out your longest stream is 7 hours, and she wants to know if y'all are okay and if y'all get enough sleep, because that's just a lot, according to her.
Yeah,
That's sweet.
I've gone to like 2 a.m. in the morning once.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
and
I wasn't
people-
there, but I was watching it.
She was, yeah. You were there in spirit. This
I
was
was-
like right in
while
the
ago.
beginning,
Oh,
like
yeah, when we did it. Yeah.
February-ish.
Yeah.
While ago.
These bags are just hereditary.
But we're doing all right.
It's fine,
we figured it out,
everything's
kind
Bags
of.
are hereditary.
Mariah Rain has donated $5. Hey Angie, love seeing your gorgeous face. Yours is pretty good too, Riley.
I don't know how to feel about that,
Aw.
but thanks.
Thanks.
I know she-
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm definitely out of my league. Someone did
oh my gosh, there's
comment
more.
that I'm punching out of my league. Wait, did you read?
Yeah.
Someone did say I was hitting above my weight class.
Who?
I don't know, some
I'll,
commenter. I was like,
I'll
all right.
get them.
Do you not know what that means?
I do.
Okay. I was like,
That's why I'll fight them for you.
thanks, babe.
Yeah.
I love,
Okay.
I love you, man.
Okay.
I love you, man.
you too, man. Anyway, we've got donos. Cat 561784804 sent $2. Says Keon, what's an Irish goodbye? I don't understand. Keon, could you please share with the class?
So an Irish goodbye is when you just say goodbye without saying anything.
Yep.
You just leave.
I don't know why it's called an Irish. Do Irish people do that?
It-
No,
No,
I
it's
actually,
not.
Yeah,
I
was gonna say,
actually
do you
heard
guys
that
know
they
the
don't.
reason? I don't know the reason.
The people in Ireland, they have the really long goodbyes where you like
Yeah.
don't leave after a
So it's
while.
ironic to say that.
I guess. I'm sure there's a reason though.
Yeah.
I wonder if my etymology book has anything about it. I love
Purple
that.
Trader sent in $10. Twitch. You just getting off every time you send something, huh? What's going on here? Every time, dude. Every time I'm here, it's just like a little bit more every time.
Shit's messing with you.
Ah. All right, so we're gonna give some advice real quick.
Did you get these though?
Brittany, I see you, Lynn. Thanks for the $2. Absolutely loving Angie's pair whiteboard segment.
Thank you. Can you give me the whiteboard back? I want to draw my
Yeah,
pairs.
here in a second.
And a lemon.
Harriet Spaghetti super chatted 144. Did you tell Angie what we learned yesterday, Riley? We learned about women's fluids when they get pregnant.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Why did you say fluids?
I didn't know how else to say it. Am I wrong?
When like the water breaks?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Purple
Good.
Trader.
Well,
What the
good.
heck? Oh my gosh. Purple
Okay.
Trader, thanks for the $20. Riley brings out my inner imposter. There's an imposter among us.
Oh wait, here, Pinky Slayer's got it.
Among Us.
Pinky to Slayer. The phrase Irish goodbye refers to quietly leaving a social gathering without saying goodbye.
Mm.
There are several theories about the origin of the phrase, including its potential association with the Irish stereotypes, historical events like the Great Famine, or even specific incident where a woman coined the term after an abrupt exit from a date.
Dang, man.
Yeah,
Naming it after the potato famine?
that's crazy.
That's pretty wild. This one is from Ileana Pope.
Yes, we're going to give some advice here.
Okay. Ileana Pope sent $10 in. Should I tell them what's going on in my personal life? I feel like it could help them understand, but I don't want to make it seem like I'm making excuses. And a
And
little
she's-
bit of a review.
And she also sent in $5. I'm trying not to panic, but I'm so stressed. Although it's not the best work environment, I desperately need the job for money.
And this is a new job, right?
And
Training?
some other things that are happening is she's going through a hard time with her husband's health and everything. My advice
Mhm.
would be, if they confront you, you just take the hit, be like, I understand what went wrong. And then I would then say, hey, I'm just going to be 100% transparent with you. My home life right now, this is what's happening. This is what's happening. I want to put 100% of my effort towards this. Mentally, I'm not all there, but I do want you to know that I'm putting an effort towards this and putting everything I can into this
Mhm.
because just don't say like you're desperate for the money or that you're desperate for
Yeah.
the job. Say something like, I really appreciate what you guys are doing here and I want to, improve the area that I work in. And I think that this is a good spot for me to do that. And I'm passionate about this job.
Yeah, I think it's fine to share a little bit. You don't have to share all the details or anything. Like
Mhm.
you don't need to break down in front of them. If that ends up happening, that's fine. You'll be okay. But yeah, I think it's okay to share. There was one time where like I was failing all my classes, and then one of my teachers asked everyone to like explain why everyone's failing, and I told them I have no excuses, even though at the time I sure did, but I just didn't say them.
Yeah.
And I thought that would be better for me, and it was actually worse. So
Yeah.
I didn't get any forgiveness for
And
that.
if you want to get ahead of the curve, just be like, go to your supervisor, be like, hey, I caught wind of this and I really want to talk to you before we have a meeting or anything because I want to get ahead of it before it gets worse or anything. So that's what I would do. Yeah.
I mean, also if you're this is like your first time really on the job and you're in training. It seems like you were in training.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna be a little bit more, give you a little leeway. You're gonna get maybe a little scolded, but that's part of it, especially
Yeah.
if you're learning new things. It's okay to make mistakes and hopefully they can, brush that off. But yeah, just go into it with your head high and just be like, this is where I'm at, and just go with a positive mindset.
Yeah, you'll be good. You'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
We
got
got
Thank you for
these two
asking.
2 more. Faye Wolf has been a member for 11 months. And
Thank you. 11 months.
Lafleur has been a member for 4 months.
All right. 11
With the eye emoji. Angie, are you ready?
For what?
This next story.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
This girl does
Oh,
crazy things.
Wait,
Yeah.
are you drawing something?
I am. but-
what are you drawing?
Just a little sticker that someone sent in. But we're gonna have to
Can
wait
you
to
lock
see
in
it
and draw?
after this story. Yes.
All right,
What did you
cool.
just say?
Can I lock in and draw?
Yeah.
Multitasking.
All right.
Yes,
I believe
sir.
you. Here we go.
Ready? 3, 2.
The friend I hosted yesterday. I'm sorry.
He said, "Can you lock in?"
It's okay, because I did it too.
Here we go.
Ready?
You got
All
it.
right, 3, 2.
The friend I hosted suddenly vanished along with my valuables?
Hosted or ghosted? Am I right, guys?
Sheesh.
Dude, freaking bars.
Hey everyone, looking for some advice and just to tell this insane story. This all started at the end of December when I invited some friends to celebrate New Year's Eve with me and my boyfriend. Before we go any farther, this story comes from one of our very freaking own
No
from the
way.
r/OK Storytime subreddit.
Another one.
Another one.
Let us know if you're in the chat.
Yes.
Please.
Do some noises,
Please.
Do some noises.
Some
We
noises.
can't hear them.
Be super loud in the chat.
please. Do the clan like. Psh, psh.
There you go. There you go.
We planned to chill. We planned a chill few days before the party. By the way, this comes from Useful Platypus 27. If you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So my friend Lana and her boyfriend Tobias were coming, and I met Lana while backpacking in Easterland. Oh wow.
Easter Island.
Oh, Easter Island. I met Lana while backpacking in Easter Island, and she and Tobias are the sweetest people. Since they live in another country, I was really excited to see them.
That's the place with like the big stone heads.
Oh, yeah.
Like
that
the-
connect all the way
The-
down to the other part of the earth.
What?
Remember Hop, the movie Hop?
Yeah.
Those guys.
Well, I know.
What are you
But I don't
talking
know what
about?
you're
are
talking
you talking
about,
about?
though.
I was talking
Connecting
about
us to the other
theory.
part of the
it's
earth.
like the
Like-
dum dum gum
Yeah,
gum
that's
from
what I
Night
was thinking
Museum.
of. And yeah, dum dum.
What were you
gimme gum
talking
gum.
about?
Don't worry about it. Look it up.
Riley thinks that the earth is flat. So I think that might be.
You really?
That could be
You
what
got,
it
you got me
is.
mixed up with someone else that I know.
What?
I don't
Keon?
think the earth's flat.
Does Keon think the earth
I'm
is
a
flat?
global
Yeah,
studies
I
major.
Just joking.
This chick over here.
Just joking.
Anyways, while making plans, another backpacking friend, Alex, reached out on Instagram saying he was coming to Europe. Since he'd be passing through the Netherlands, I told him to stop by and mentioned our New Year's Eve gathering. He got excited and wanted to join us. The arrival disaster a couple of days before the New Year's Eve party, Lana and Tobias arrived midday. We had a great time catching up and walking around town. Meanwhile, Alex messaged me that he was on his way from Germany, where he had spent Christmas. He was supposed to arrive that day around 8 p.m., but kept getting delayed. At one point, he mentioned having some drinks, so I assumed he might have fallen asleep on the train. I told him that if his phone passed away, he should meet me in front of the Starbucks near the station. Meanwhile, my boyfriend and I were enjoying a relaxed evening with Lana and Tobias. To pass, board games, and wine. Alex kept being delayed at some point, and he would arrive at 1 a.m. We made a quick phone call where I asked if he minds walking to the mine. Sorry. We made a quick phone call where I asked if he minds walking to my place, which he said he didn't. Whilst we were getting ready for sleep, we waited up for him. 10 minutes after his expected arrival, I texted him, no response. At 1:40 a.m., I called, no answer. My boyfriend and I started getting worried, so we hopped on our bikes to check the station. He was nowhere to be seen. We spent the next hour cycling around the city, asking people if they'd seen him, checking the few places still open, not many, since it was Sunday, nothing. Eventually, we headed home. I even called the police just to check if he had ended up there. At this point, we were both worried and really confused. I barely slept that night. The next day, still no sign of him. The next morning, Lana and Tobias, who didn't even know Alex, kept an eye out while exploring the city. I called a few hotels and the Starbucks where he was supposed to meet me. No luck. Since my boyfriend and I work freelance, we try to focus on work, but I couldn't shake the unease.
How? He's just gone.
How close are we to this guy again? Did they say they were really close, Keon?
No, it wasn't like BFFs or anything, but like they're travel party like buddies.
But yeah, friends enough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say if like one of my friends was in LA that I know for like high school or something like that, and they're not showing up when they're gonna say they're showing up, kind of on their own.
Yeah.
Like you got a phone. Everyone checks their phone.
But weren't they traveling together already?
Not here. No.
Oh, he was
Alex
just
is meeting them at
I
their
see, I
place.
see. Gotcha.
So if they're not in my hometown,
Okay.
that's on them. They can do whatever they want. They're an adult.
Yeah.
I understand you're worried and stuff, but
It's probably
I don't
probably
know.
nothing.
I don't think it is
Right?
anything. Yeah. If they're not, hey, I'm stuck here, come help me. They're like, I'll show up. Don't show up. That's kind of weird.
Yeah. That is weird.
Well, something did happen to him.
Let's find out, man.
I started thinking maybe he lost his phone and couldn't access Instagram. Everyone has Instagram. Everyone can access Instagram. I knew his last name, so I searched online and actually found his parents' phone number and email. Figuring he might remember their number by heart, I left a message with my contact info in case he reached out. His parents didn't answer. By 5 p.m., we decided to go to the police to report it, mostly for our peace of mind. That evening, we tried to relax, playing pool and cooking dinner. Then at 8 p.m., I checked my phone, and Alex had sent me a follow request on Instagram.
Interesting.
The strange excuse.
Yeah.
I immediately called him. Turns out his phone broke on the train, and he had no idea what to do. So he arrived, looked around for us, and then just booked a hotel. He apologized, and we were relieved that he was okay. But in the back of my mind, I was suspicious. It just seemed like a weird situation. I'm not buying this.
What do you think happened otherwise?
Seems like a setup, dude. Just
For
like they're
what?
setting him up for something.
Mm,
I'm not buying it.
I don't know. I kind of it seems weird for sure, but like I don't really know what else would have happened.
Keon, what do you think?
You know?
I don't know. Like, if you're traveling, I get it. It's hard to communicate because you don't have like the SIM card, or some things happen. It's happened to me. My phone got stolen while studying abroad. It happens,
Oh.
and it
Yeah.
sucks.
That's no good.
Yeah. You have people you can talk to and like, hey, can I just message somebody, or go on Facebook or go on your Instagram for like a quick second. It takes like 3 minutes to sign into your Instagram or Facebook or whatever, just to message somebody. So that was kind of odd that he didn't do it immediately.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
my take. But also, if it's just the day, if it's like one day, that's okay. You check the next day. And if you don't get any messages, then I would go to the police.
Agreed.
Yeah, going to the police seems a little bit fast.
It was really quick.
Yeah.
You gave it a day, pretty much. Not even a day. You gave it like half a day.
2.
Yeah.
Ming Ming, I'm with you. I'm confused with the story as well. He finally showed up with his backpack, feeling bad about everything. We said not to worry and happy that we found him. We had dinner, drank some wine, played board games. To be honest, we all were after a good time, and at that point, there was no reason to be annoyed or to raise questions. We just give him the benefit of the doubt and just had a good time. New Year's Eve, the disappearance. The next day, we planned to visit a spa before the New Year's Eve party in the morning. I reminded Alex to check out of his hotel and maybe buy flip-flops for the spa. I mentioned that he could rent a robe as it was required. Later, he returned, not with flip-flops, but with a robe, saying he bought it at a store. He mentioned that his girlfriend didn't have a robe, which he could give the robe to her. Despite the weirdness, the next few days were fun. We spent 8 hours at a spa, had lunch, and relaxed.
Okay.
That evening, we ate traditional Swiss food. It was a nice mix of people from our different countries, me Dutch, Lon and Tobias German, and my boyfriend Leo Swiss, Alex American. Alex mentioned a few times that he would chip in for food and booze as he drank a lot.
Typical American.
Typical
Yeah.
Americans.
Typical American drinks a lot? Wow.
Am I right?
When I was in
guys?
Bali, there were Dutch and Germans there, and all my American friends were drinking way more than they were.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The Germans and the French did love me.
Yeah.
They're like, this guy's crazy.
I told him I'd appreciate it since we already bought everything before he arrived. New Year's Eve was great. We danced all night, watched the fireworks, and got home around 6 a.m. The next morning, Leah took Lana and Tobias to their car while I started cleaning the apartment. At some point, Alex mentioned needing some alone time and wanted to grab a coffee. I understood it had been an intense few days in the small apartment. Still, whilst we were talking, a bit in the atmosphere was a little awkward, and I just couldn't pinpoint why it was strange. He stood up and wanted to take his backpack. I asked him as he was coming back later, why not leave it here as it's a heavy and big bag? And he told me he wanted to take it as it had his laptop in it. This caught me off guard as he had already found my website and could have reached to me sooner when his phone was broken. So things aren't adding up here.
Interesting.
We discussed that we would either visit Amsterdam for a night and then come back, or he would return later that evening. We made plans for the next few days. Still, it was a little weird as he didn't even say bye to Leo, who was coming back anytime. The vanishing act. Later that day, Alex messaged me that he would head to London earlier than expected and would be staying somewhere else that night. We said, cool, let's talk tomorrow. That's when things got weird. While doing laundry, I realized my new robe was missing. Alex's robe was still there.
What?
I messaged him asking if he had seen it, mentioned he forgot his robe, and asked if he was coming back. No response.
What? Why?
Over the next few days, I sent him another message, including a payment request for some of the food and booze and the spa, around 600 pounds. Still, nothing.
60.
60 what? Oh, 60.
It's like 60 euros.
Around 60 euros. Still nothing. Me and Leo actually drove to the spa to check if it was there, but it wasn't. Weeks passed, and I realized one of my sweaters was missing. That I was sure was in the room the living room where he stayed. I asked Lana, but she said she hadn't seen it. We had a phone call and agreed it was strange we hadn't heard from Alex at all. Leo, meanwhile, was getting increasingly annoyed at the lack of respect, ghosting us after making plans and not paying me back. Then, while cleaning my apartment before heading to Switzerland, I made another discovery. My analog camera was gone. This wasn't just any camera. It belonged to my late grandfather and still had a full roll of film from a trip Leo and I took to Tunisia.
Wow.
I had a long chat with Lana about this matter, and she feels sick about it. Oh my gosh.
He just took everything?
Yeah.
All of this, like, valuable stuff.
Gone.
Dude.
That's my travel tip whenever. You can never trust anybody. They could be the coolest person, just have all your belongings locked up. That's why you bring locks on when you travel.
Yeah.
That seems good. Truly.
Especially in like hostels or Airbnb, wherever you go.
Gosh, hostels. Yeah. Did they know each other beforehand? Like, have they met each other?
They were
beforehand?
messaging each other on like.
Yeah, they traveled some.
They traveled together.
Yeah.
Dang, because if they were just messaging each other before, then it would be like way less trustworthy. But if they've already met each other before and stuff, like, still go with Keon stuff. Don't trust, but like, that's like
It's hard.
disappointing.
Oh,
Very
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure they didn't take the stuff as I know and trusted them. And besides, they were just not that kind of people. I traveled with Lana 6 countries, and she really gets upset about this kind of stuff. What do I do now? At this point, I had given Alex multiple chances to respond, including sending him a payment request for about 60 euros. Honestly, the scooter rental and extra costs from that night searching for him weren't cheap either, and I barely worked that day. But the money isn't the main issue. It's the missing items. And more than anything, the trust that's been broken. I think it's hard to assume he took my stuff, although on the other side, he's not responding to my messages. By the way, you can respond to us after the story by checking out your favorite podcast platform, searching up OK Storytime, and checking out our stories, because we got a bunch of crazy ones just like this one.
Come on down.
Come on down.
Dang, man.
Can you do anything? He's
I don't
gone.
know.
There's no such like. This is just. Yeah.
It's kind of how it be when you're traveling, I guess.
This is just.
Dang, man.
There's no such thing as like travel insurance for this kind of thing. It's like
Yeah.
Plus, they live at home. This is their
Like-
home.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know if you could really
You can
like
get home insurance.
Yeah. There's a couple
It's
things
just
you can
like-
have for
just
travel
like-
insurance, but this is just one of those things. You're like,
yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Yikes.
And it's like if you don't have evidence to like blame someone, you know, if you don't have like a cameras or something, I don't know, then
Yeah.
then they might not be able to work. Dang, man.
Dude. Oh.
That's so sad.
I know some people might say, why invite someone you didn't even know that well? But in the backpacking world, there's a sense of mutual respect. You travel together, look out for each other. I let him into my home, was hospitable, and now I feel used. I don't know what my next step should be. Should I confront him? Should I let it go? I just feel bad that this whole situation has cast a shadow over what was supposed to be a fun and meaningful reunion. I confront him, and I mean, I know those pictures are gone. I'm really sorry about that part.
Yeah. the camera. I know. I don't know though, because it's hard. Like, if they don't see each other in person at all, then confronting him would just be like messaging him on whatever app.
And he's not gonna answer.
Exactly. So it's like I don't even know if that's gonna do anything. You know?
Yeah.
But it's really just kind of so crappy though, and they were so worried about this guy, and they were like literally just worried about his safety when he wasn't like talking to them. He has to feel bad about that. That's so crappy.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
But that's the end of that story.
That's the end. Oh man. What would you do, Keon? Would you confront him?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't confront him. I would just be like, hey.
But how?
I mean, I would message him like, hey, we didn't get a goodbye from you, but also, did you see any of these things that I had? Like, there's no way there's no like 100% fact, like, he's the one who did it.
Yeah.
I mean, all lights and fingers point to him.
Right.
But you still cannot be like, he's the one who did it.
With no
Yeah.
no proof or something.
Yeah. If you don't have full 100% proof,
Yeah.
there's no way saying like he did it. Yeah, you could suspect who it is, but
Yeah.
it sucks. And if he doesn't reach back out to you, you can kind of,
Anytime you see him in the backpacking world,
Boom.
Yeah.
Swing that heavy backpack on him.
boom.
I was going to
Cool.
say no message is a message.
Yeah.
Dude,
Agreed.
that's so true. That is so true,
And
Keon. Oh my goodness.
That is the end of that story. We got some donations.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna go see if our thing has arrived. I'll be back.
Oh really? Oh yay. Okay. You got food.
Oh, yay!
Oh, yay! Yippee! Okay, anyway, we've got some donos. All right, the Amberlance. It's one ants, but I see what you're doing. Sent $2. They got the parent. I'm gonna sing parent. They got the parent contact his parents. Oh,
I don't think they ever reached back out to OP. That's the thing.
that's actually pretty crazy. Oh my gosh, wait a second. Riley's mom is in the chat. Hi, Mrs. Wilson. Anyway, hi. Anywho, yeah, okay, so they got his parents' contact. They're that close where they have his emergency contact, and he's just gonna dip like that? That's crazy.
The thing is,
man.
if you get in contact with his parents, what are they going to do?
They're not gonna do anything.
If
They're
he's
just-
not, if he's out there backpacking, what are they going to do? They can't be like, hey, you got
Yeah.
to go back and, tell him.
Yeah, they're just gonna be like, can you just message the parents just like, hey,
We're just really worried about your son.
Yeah.
Have you talked to him yet?
also, like, next time you see your son, keep an eye out for, like, robes and money and, like, a fancy camera that's actually mine because he took it, things like that. But that's not going to do anything. Corey Faye sent $7 in Canada money. Canada. Oh, and we got another sticker. Hippo character's head pops out of water surrounded by his hippo squad. All right, dude, that's coming right up, my guy. Coming right up. Ileana Pope sent $5 responding to our advice. I'd take a scolding or even a write-up. I just can't lose the job. I'm thinking through good wording of just enough, but not too much. That's perfect. I think that's great.
Oh.
Yeah. You got it, girl. I believe in you. Thanks for the dono. Member milestone. Hello, Ellie said has been a member for 12 months. Oh my gosh, happy birthday. Happy membership birthday. It's your knighting anniversary.
1 year.
You were knighted 1 year ago. And then Harriet Spaghetti sent $2 in Canada cash. She says, that's not all we learned, Angie. Uh-oh, what did you guys learn yesterday? I have a feeling that if it's something about women, I don't even know it. I'll be so honest. So please enlighten me. Please enlighten me. And I'm getting your drawings. I'm just gonna finish up this one really, really fast. But I'm getting them in. Guys. I really love this little drawing sticker segment. So yes. Okay, I have a couple of them ready for you. So first of all, there was one sent by Purple Trader, I believe. Purple Trader sent a pair character sliding on the floor on his knees saying goal. And then we also had a lemon It was lemon character laughing out loud. That's what this one is. And here is my here's my drawings for those. Yeah, we've got the goal. He's going crazy for that goal. And then we have this lemon. I made the lemon evil. So that's just how I saw it. I just saw him laughing evilly. So I'm sure it was just laughing like, you know, in response to one of our jokes or one of the stories or something like that. But in my mind, he's actually committing crimes, and he's really having a lot of fun doing it. So yeah, hippo sticker on its way, coming right to ya. In the meantime, I think we have another dono. Oh yeah. Janessa has donated $5. Angie, I love your earrings and your hair. Thank you so much. I wish I remembered where my earrings were from, so I could send you. I could tell you that info. It's something on Instagram. One of those Instagram purchases. I saw it and I was like, can't wait till I have enough money to get that. It wasn't like that much, but I was really happy to get them. I love these bad boys. But thanks, guys. I can switch cameras if you need. Is that what you're talking about? I'm not super hungry. Sure. That sounds good. I have a hippo to draw. So I hope I can figure that out too. Oh, thank you so much. Yay.
Sorry,
Yay.
guys, we're just getting things situated, feeding people.
I do think we have another dono
All
actually
right.
before we get that. We have Hyrule Starlight. Hyrule Starlight has been a member for 8 months. Hey guys, I'm going to be sending some more blankets your way for the newer host.
All right.
What? Is there a color that Angie would like? And does she have an emoji? What? Well, I love pink and green. So,
She also likes purple right now.
well,
All right.
I like pink and green. Those are the
And her
better ones.
emoji's like a
But-
sewing kit.
Someone did a sewing machine with wings on it. So I don't know if I don't think there's an emoji for that yet, but if you were into customization, I guess the people have spoken in that regard. But yeah, I don't think I have the phone.
I have it.
Okay. I thought you were looking at me expecting me to.
No.
All right, cool.
You good to go?
I'm good to go.
Awesome.
Wait.
And the Tomlet has been a member for 13
Uh-huh.
months. OMG, Angie, your drawings are better than the original stickers. Plus, your look is totally fire today.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining us on the stream.
Thanks, the Tomlet. Appreciate you. I don't know what the actual stickers look like. I would love to compare. And just know how freaking good I am.
They usually pop
Also,
up
your
there.
mom's in the chat, by the way.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mrs. Wilson. I don't know if she's still here. She was a couple minutes ago.
Hello, Mrs. Riley.
Mrs. Riley's mom.
Hi, Patsy.
Ooh, all right.
What's her name?
Someone said, "Oh, Josephine's going to bed. Good night, Josephine.
Good night,
Good night,
Josephine.
Josephine.
Y'all will lull me to
Sleep tight.
sleep.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Can I get some cakes before I go to sleep?"
Yeah, he wants
Yeah.
I feel
it.
so dirty every time he does this. I'm not even the one doing it.
You know what's funny?
He likes it.
needs to be lower.
But just jump.
Just
You need to be
jump.
taller, Keon.
Oh.
Smack it. Smack it. All right.
Oh.
From this angle, not great. From this angle,
Ew.
it's like you witness.
All right. That's enough.
Never
That's
enough.
Good night,
Soft.
Hi, Mrs.
Josephine.
Riley. I hope you didn't.
Yeah, my mom's in the chat, Keon. My mom's in the chat.
All right.
I hope you. I don't know. Good night.
just
Good
don't.
night,
Don't
good
look her
night,
in the eyes.
Josephine. Hope you like that.
Can't look her in the eyes right now.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
My wife's best friend insulted me in my home, so I banned her.
You shall not pass.
Me and my wife got married a year ago. We both are in our early 20s. I love my wife very much. I do everything for her, take care of her. I know she loves me, and I never felt ashamed for doing what my wife asked me to. And as her husband, I feel like she's my responsibility, and it's my duty to take care of her. By the way, this comes from Substantial Shape 68. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to r/OKStorytime subreddit. So, her best friend, BFF, insulted me. Her BFF visits us every few weeks. Always did. We aren't close, but we do talk, but not enough to be friends. But me and my wife's BFF get along. So we're acquaintances. 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, she came to spend time with my wife. After talking to my wife, she came to the living room, and it was just me and her, and my wife was cooking. We're watching the news, and long story short, we're arguing over politics. Classic. No, I think Mr. Paw Paw should be president, not Mr. Dog Dog.
So, okay, who's Mr. Paw Paw?
Mr. Paw Paw is
in real life.
I think it should be Mr.
Real life
Kitten
cast.
Whiskers also as the vice president, not Mr. Dog Dog.
So which one's Trump and which one's Kamala Harris?
I just made up people. I'm not actually arguing over politics.
live action remake cast.
I do agree with Papa's, bureaucracy and like what they
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, more litter boxes, man. There's not enough litter boxes.
Not enough litter.
More
We gotta
Paw
get more
Patrol.
just
litter.
wants fire
I
hydrants
want
everywhere.
more Paw Patrol.
More Mr. Dog Dog just wants more fire hydrants everywhere. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but how much is that going to raise our taxes though to get more litter boxes everywhere? That's what you really have
Actually,
to
it's
think
more
about.
environmentally safe.
Burn it all down.
We were watching the news and arguing over politics. We went back and forth, and she got angry mad and started getting loud. My wife came, and so was arguing. BFF got so angry that she started insulting me. I didn't like that, but I kept it civil. But she started saying that I am a simp without a backbone.
You just got squirrels in your pants? SIMP, squirrels in my pants.
Squirrels?
Wow, that is crazy.
Side note, anyone got napkins over there?
Yeah, there's some in the bag. Coder can help you out.
Anyone wanna
But
throw me
I
napkins?
think that you're not a simp if it's your wife. You're just taking care of her. Dude, I simp over Angie all the time. I cooked her food last night so she could have it for lunch because I knew she was going to
True.
want food, this certain type of food. And I cooked 2 other kinds of food because I knew she was going to like this certain kind of food.
Yeah, he's the best. Love him.
And I was going to make noodles for her, but she already had that covered. And it felt weird watching her cook noodles and when I could have done that.
Yeah, he wanted to get in the way, and he was.
I
like,
wanted to get in the way. I was helping and I missed you. And I just wanted to hug
Aw.
you. And you were like, I'm making noodles.
kept messing with it.
No.
I knew what I was doing.
Did you?
Yes, it's just noodles. It's the one thing I can do. You can't take that away from me.
It's the
But
only thing
anyway,
I got.
Riley's great.
I always hid behind my wife and listened to her all the time, and I am weak. I don't know anything about the real world, and I'm basically my wife's puppy, who always listens to her, so I should shut up and listen to my wife's command. I was angry, but I asked her to leave. She said she's sorry for what she said, but I kept asking her to leave. She looked at my wife, and my wife just said it's between you guys, and deal with it. I demanded she leaves right away. And she finally left. Yeah, if Angie's friend called me weak, called me a simp, I'd be like, all right, you can head out now.
I'd just be like, you're just freaking jealous.
Yeah.
Like, sorry, you can't hold down a man like this one. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's tough. I don't know. I couldn't see one of my friends talking to you like that.
You could or couldn't?
Couldn't.
Hey,
If, like
Angie.
one of my
I
friends.
don't think my friends would either.
Your boyfriend's a simp.
Keon,
Arrest me.
what's wrong with that, Keon? Sorry, you just are jealous that you can't hold down a man like mine.
Do you see what I'm dealing with? I hold down this man over here.
Hey, yo.
You're just jealous.
All right. I felt really bad for what she said, so I went to my wife to talk to her and ask her if you think the way she thinks. My wife said ignore what her best friend said. I am not her puppy or anything like that. I am her husband, and she couldn't have found a better husband, and she's glad that I'm with her.
Aw, that's cute.
We both spent the night together, and my wife said she'll talk to her friend and she will always be on my side. But yesterday, her best friend visited once again. She said she came to me to apologize. I politely said that I'm currently still angry at her and it's better if we do not escalate. What you said was extremely disrespectful. I love my wife, will always love her, but that doesn't mean I'm a puppy. And for you to consider me one is disgusting. She said she's extremely sorry for what she said in her anger and didn't mean it. I asked her to leave. My wife simply said it's between you both. deal with it once again. Later, my wife said I should forgive her best friend, and I think I should, and I should not think about whatever she said. And I am her husband, so no matter whatever decision I make, she will support me, and will always choose me over everything else. And if I want to, she will ask her best friend to never come to her home again. Now I'm thinking if I should forgive the best friend or ask my wife to cut her off or not allow her in my house again. Am I the a-hole? It was dark. It was mean what she said. It did hit, pretty close to your heart there. But I don't think you should. She apologizes. She's extremely super sad.
Yeah. I think it's an overreaction.
A reaction?
Yeah. I think you can be mad about it. We talked about it. She apologized.
Twice.
It's not that bad. Like, I don't know. I don't really like the thing about, like, you'll choose your partner over absolutely everything else in your life. Love you, Riley. But, like,
What? Run that back?
But, like, I think, I don't know. I've just been in a situation where, like, an ex of mine got mad at something that my friend did, and he got way too mad at it. And I think I didn't agree with him, but I kind of had to. I don't know. It was a weird situation, but I've been in her shoes. If OP were to be like, no, she can never come back. I've been in the, like, wife's shoes, and it's not fun. So don't do that.
Yeah.
So I think it's not that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Get over it. Maybe it's going to be weird around her, and if it still is, then you can talk about that again. But I think to have her never come back because she called you a simp and a puppy, it's like, come on.
Plus, it's not even that harsh.
Yeah, like, that's not even an insult. When
she
you
did
really
hit
think
your
about it.
manhood, but
You're good.
how strong's your manhood if you're going to let this stop you from being friends?
Exactly. You're good, man.
Update. Sorry, what? Bye, everyone say bye to Keon.
Bye, Keon.
He's got to go home. He's
Bye,
got to go home to
Chad.
his girlfriend.
Bye.
Bye, chat.
Bye, Keon.
I'm seeing you later.
Bye.
Bye, chat. I love you all. Happy Easter.
Bye. We love you, Keon.
Bye. Bye
Capture
now.
the Easter
Bye.
bunny if you can. He has a lot of sweet tweets.
Aw.
Aw.
Or we'll have some courtesy treats. You guys should come to the Easter egg hunt this weekend if you can.
Yeah.
Anywho.
All right.
Bye, Keon.
Updates. After my wife's best friend called me a puppy, I was very angry at her friend. Normally, I would have forgiven her, but I do not feel comfortable about the fact I was insulted. If it was a joke, I wouldn't have cared so much about it. I decided to talk to my wife and share what I think with her. I told her that I want to discuss and share what I feel with her. She sat me down. She said I should tell her everything I feel. I was blunt. I didn't try to sugarcoat it. I said I do not like what her best friend said. Really? I do not like being called names. I am not your obedient puppy. I am your husband, and I listen to you and do everything you ask for because you are my wife. And it's my responsibility to take care of you, to listen to you, and give you whatever you need.
Oh, that's cute.
I'm not no puppy.
That seems a little over the top to me.
Mm-hmm.
What, the way I'm doing it or this guy?
No, that guy.
Yeah,
like,
I
Yeah.
agree.
Exactly.
But if your best friend thinks of me like this, that she would call me your puppy as an insult over a pointless political argument, then I fear what your other friends might be thinking about me. Because what she thinks is what everyone thinks.
Ah.
And what the friends think about you is the most important thing in the world. Dude, get over it. I'm sorry.
I
Get
can't.
over it, dude. Get over it.
I'm hurt.
You're fine.
I'm hurt. My manhood card got damaged. I'm hurt.
No, you're good. Deal with it.
If everyone's making fun of me for treating my wife right and doing everything that is needed for her, I will just stop listening to you and thinking of you all the time. It's gonna stop. I'm not even gonna look at you. I'm not even gonna think about you.
Oh my God.
My wife hugged me and said she didn't know that I was thinking this way, and said there's nothing wrong or to be ashamed of for a man to listen to his wife. She said that I'm not her puppy, but her husband, and she couldn't have found a better husband than me. She hugged me and kissed me and said she will talk to her best friend and all of our friends And if I want to not to allow them in our home, she'll ask them not to come over anymore. Wife, don't give him this. Don't give him an inch, because what is he going to
Don't.
take?
A mile. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I can't clap. I've got
Dear gosh.
dude, that's like listen. Look out for number 1. Make space for your friends, guys.
Yep.
You're right. I know it's your husband. I know that's different when you have a family and stuff, but like they're not the most important thing in the world, okay? You are. And if you want your friends, you want your friends. Keep them around.
Oh,
You know what I
wait,
mean?
wait. I said that's not necessary. Oh.
There you go. Great.
I said I just feel extremely bad about what she said, and I wonder if she, along with every one of her friends, thinks of me as your dog. I do not want to lose your friends and live a restricted life. All your friends are welcome to our house, but ask your BFF to remain distance from me with limited contact for now, because I'm still angry at her.
Oh my god. Okay, well, good. Good, except for that last part. That last part makes me roll my eyes.
Yeah.
But good. Whatever.
I can't imagine being married to somebody who literally can't take one of the lightest jokes I've ever heard.
Yeah, like
Yeah, dude.
You the amount of insults I could give you, dude. Like, come on, man. It could be so much worse.
Yeah, Christian does this to me all the time, but I'm like, dude, you're just jealous you don't got a girlfriend. Like, come
When
on.
He calls you a puppy.
He's like, oh, what are you going to do? You're going to cook girlfriend feud and be all cute and stuff? Oh, but it's like jokingly. It's not like actual.
You can take a joke.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Depending on who's coming from. Just joking. My wife said she will make sure that I will never get insulted again. And she asked me if I would treat her differently. I said I won't. I love you. And you are my whole world. So no matter what you ask of me, I will always try to do my best to fulfill your desire, because you're my wife. My wife immediately hugged me and kissed me again. And she said she's glad that I'm still thinking of her and she will fix it all. She's glad that I still think of her even when I'm hurt. What we did is not relevant, but I'm glad that my wife is still thinking of me and my best interests and cares for me. Update 2.
Excuse me?
I
I'm sorry.
can't with this guy.
What we
I
did is not
can't.
relevant?
I can't with this guy.
I feel like what you just like you just that word. Wait, I'm.
If I had a friend like this, he would not be my friend anymore. I'm like, dude.
You know what?
Maybe she was right.
I think you are a simp. I think you are a simp. You're a silly little puppy.
Maybe she was right. Dude.
But honestly,
Sniper monkey.
Sniper monkey. What is that?
Simp.
Got it.
Is that really?
I don't know. Sometimes Dakota says things I don't know.
For
what
my
he's talking
enlightened
about.
beings in the chat, just back me up.
I'm just thinking of squirrels. We should put squirrels in his pants. Then he'll be he'll really know what a
But he
simp
might
is.
like that, dude. There's some freaks in this world.
Yeah.
Iron
it's true.
Giant. Squirrels
That's
in the
true.
Pants, Iron Giant.
Well, I don't
What?
know what that
Dude,
is.
there's a whole sequence in the Iron Giant where a squirrel crawls up Dean's pants.
Really?
In the diner.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
thinking Phineas and Ferb.
Sorry, that was a hard one. I'm sorry.
That was
tough.
honestly one of the most obscure things I've ever said.
Yes.
You're excused.
Guys, we got an update.
I
I think all might be right.
Oh.
The wife might fix it all.
Oh.
Update 2. Posting for advice and more perspective over my situation. For those of you who don't want to read my previous posts, TLDR is, I had a huge argument with my wife's best friend over politics. It got so heated that she started getting angry at me and called me my wife's puppy. And she doesn't care about my opinion because I'm a puppy. I kicked her out. Sorry. I evicted her out and discussed it with my wife. Anyway, in the beginning, I didn't care about it. I was hurt, but I didn't want to hurt my wife's feelings. I thought that I was a man and I should always think about my wife and put her first, but deep down, I felt bad, felt humiliated, and kind of did care. Not just by my wife's best friend's words, but also the comments on my post. No! More people are coming after you?
What? Oh no! You
Oh,
poor thing.
dude!
Just get your wife to shut everyone up. and
How can they not
apologize.
see?
Oh my gosh!
Oh,
I'm just a man that just really cares about his wife. Come on, man.
so a few weeks ago after the incident, told my wife that her friend or any of her close friends is not allowed in our house. My wife asked me to understand why I wouldn't allow her best friend in our house. She doesn't understand why her other close friends aren't allowed. Your other close friends might call me a puppy too. Or even worse,
Holy.
a small little kitten.
Meow.
I can't allow that to happen.
Dude, this guy's yapping his way out of a marriage right now.
I don't know. She might like this. I see little Dommy mommy, and she's like, "It's okay. It's okay."
It's okay, little simp. Mommy's here.
I told her she disrespected me, and your other friends would also might be thinking of me as a puppy. I'm your husband, not a puppy or a dog or whatever. And I'm super pissed about this disrespect, which got me wondering what they might have been talking about behind my back. My wife said she understands, and if I don't want them in our house, then consider it done. I come first. She loves that I listen to her and put her before anything and everything else, and unless I am okay with allowing them in our house, they won't be visiting us. She asked me to never change and said she's willing to lose everything, but not me. I should always listen to her, and she will do the same. Hot take. OP is isolating the wife.
Yeah, what was that last line about? Something about changing?
She asked me to never change, and she's willing to lose everything.
That makes me want to scream. You're willing to lose everything for your husband? But here's the thing. If your husband is always looking out for you, she's thanking him for being like, thank you for always putting me first. This isn't putting her first. This is putting the husband first.
Yep.
Because if you actually cared about your wife and cared about her, like, having her own life and not changing her or whatever, you would let her have her friends around in your house. Like,
weird. And for all those that don't know what a simp is, Sanka, a simp is basically a guy that is willing to do anything for a girl, but they're not in a relationship. It's sort of like if me and Angie weren't dating and I took her on a date and I took her to the very expensive restaurant, did all these different... Okay, thank you, Pinky the Slayer. Simp is a slang term used to describe someone, particularly a man, who is perceived as being overly affectionate, submissive, or...
attentive
towards someone they are attracted to, often in a way that is deemed accessible or lacking self-respect. It can be used in a derogatory way or more playfully, depending on the context.
Yeah, people used it as an insult after, for a while, but then, when it, after it was coined for a while, it's kind of like, well, that's not an insult because, sorry, I'm just, treating, this person that I like with respect and, giving them all these things. You know what I mean? It's it's not really an insult.
Yeah, dude, this guy's definitely manipulating this woman.
Which actually makes me think more of, if this guy is so offended by that term, then it's then how good is he actually treating his wife?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the whole thing, or it's kind of if someone called you gay or something like that, and then you were like, "What? No, I'm not gay. I'm not gay, guys." It's whoa.
I'm not gay. I'm not gay.
Okay,
I'm not gay. I'd never be gay. Don't ever say that ever again.
I say my bro's hot.
Don't ever say that. I'll never hang out with you ever again. Get out of my sight.
Sorry.
Exactly. It's okay, well, first of all, in this situation, it's you're trying to cover something up. And then also it's why is it even a bad thing? Even if someone's saying it in an insulting way, don't take it as an insult if you're a freaking adult and are secure in your relationship.
What's that saying? The wolf howls louder. I don't know if you're crying
You've got
wolf.
2 wolves.
No, stop. No, not that. I know where you were about to went down. Don't do that one. No. But it's if you're saying I'm not this. Hey, stop texting. If you said
he just threw his phone on the ground.
It's a 16. It's fine. If I forget the word, but if it's I'm crying, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I'm not gay.
Mm.
You probably I'm not a puppy. Yeah. I'm not a puppy. I'm not a puppy.
If you feel the need to be so loud about it, then it's you obviously are being really defensive about it. And if you're being defensive about being a simp, how good are you actually treating a wife?
Exactly.
Anyway, is there more?
After we discussed and agreed on not letting her best friend in our house and lived happily, my wife 2 days ago asked me if I'm down to talk to her best friend and she truly regrets what she said and wants to apologize. I refused and said I don't want to ever talk to her. I'm not talking to you. You're mean.
Are we in the 5th grade? Are we in the 5th grade now?
You're
The
mean.
answer is yes.
And it's better we stay away from each other.
Ah! This is crazy.
Because you think Mr. Dog is better than Mr. Kitty.
Meow.
I don't want anyone in my life who disrespects me in my own house, especially in front of my own wife.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I don't want anyone in my life who disrespects me in my own house, and especially in front of my own wife. My wife said it's better if we put this whole situation behind us and start fresh. Only solid piece of advice I've ever seen in this whole story. I asked her if she's on my side or her friends. She said she's with me, but it's better if we reconcile and get along, and her best friend is willing to beg for my forgiveness.
Beg? I'm sorry. I need to calm down. You need to beg.
And guys, we beg you to go to your favorite podcast platform, search up OK Storytime, please. And there we will please you with plenty of stories. Just please press on one of them and listen.
Yeah, go do that. While I lose my absolute mind over here. That's crazy.
Wait, could you scroll up about the guy with dyslexia? Can you
Yeah,
scroll up real
okay.
quick?
No, that's why
you're the
that
best.
was paused. I was trying to...
You're the best. Sorry.
No. Don't worry about it. Hey, here we go. It's from Issa Dinsmore.
Aw.
Not sure how to spell your name right, but when I found out Riley was dyslexic, it made me so happy because I am also dyslexic and loathe reading out loud. Thank you for reading more. It means so much.
Dude, really, honestly, after like a month or two of reading out loud, it was rough. Everyone, thank you for bearing with me for that month or two. But after that, and I kept doing it consistently, it was great. I feel like once I get a rhythm, Dakota knows when I struggle whenever it's a hard story, but I just kind of find that rhythm, and it's good.
Dude, there'd be times where we'd be reading stories and he would just get the most absurdly poorly structured, like misspelled, like nightmares of stories. And it was just like, dude, if you're powering through that, you can power through whatever. So
That's true. And Pinky the Slayer says, bro, you're such a bitch. I know I'm not supposed to say that word at a minute. But yeah, you are. You definitely are one. Sophia wouldn't like that, but I think we can all agree here.
Yeah, we can agree. As the woman in the in the studio, I'll allow it.
Thank you, woman. We got the woman's approval. My wife said she won't force me, and it's upon me if I want to forgive her best friend or even talk to her. But she would prefer if we got along, and she doesn't want to lose me, and she is glad that she has found a husband like me, and whatever my decision is, she will agree. Like she said for the 10th time. And begged me not to change because of what others said about me. Now I'm wondering if I should forgive her best friend and allow her and my wife's other friends in our house for my wife's sake. I think I might be uncomfortable, for which is why she's bringing it up. I'm bringing it up. Not allowing her friends in our house might be stressing her, but it will stress me if I constantly see the person who disrespected me in my house, and my wife allowed it. Get a grip!
I have
Get a freaking grip, dude.
the biggest fire burning inside of me right now.
Sorry, I don't want to bring this up, but I feel like you know someone like this.
I think I have known someone like this. And girl, you better run. You better run because what? Because what? Anyway, I'm okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's just
fine.
like it's just like what the heck? Like calm down.
I think
You're fine.
what you need to do is go to therapy as fast as you freaking can.
Yeah.
And then forgive her. Cause like,
I just don't understand.
so what someone made you a little mad because you love your wife. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
At least they didn't call you a bum that never takes care of her wife. Imagine if she said that. That you should feel more offended by that.
Yeah, well, I'm not liking the little subtleties that we're seeing here.
Oh yeah.
I don't like. Well, okay. First of all, actually, this isn't even that subtle. In the first story, he said she was like, "I'll tell him to never come back if you want," and he was like, "No, that's fine. That's okay. Like they are allowed back." Update number 2. All of a sudden, they're not allowed back. And now she's asking him again, can they come back? And he's like, no. Like, and then another subtlety that I don't like is that she's just all asking him not to change based on this, thinking that this insult is going to, first of all, make him change, which is just insecure and like not what you want. And then also, if it's an insult that's actually kind of a compliment and she's afraid that he's going to start treating her poorly now because of it, then like, what's going on?
This is literally the same vibes as like, I'm not cute. I'm handsome.
Yeah. I'm tough, man.
I'm a man. Yeah, I'm not a puppy.
Yeah, like
I'm not a puppy. I'm a human being.
yeah. Come on.
Riley playing Clash of Clans.
No, I'm finding the next story.
No,
I would never game on this podcast.
Never ever. Hey, wait, what do I do with my trash? I just need to throw these away. Not
Okay,
I
here.
guess
I
bring
have
it over here.
Riley's got me, but we've got some donos. I do want to keep that though, and also keep this too.
Dakota, you ready to read, brother?
Yes, I am. I'm scared.
You're scared.
I'm scared
Well,
over here. I don't know how to add
the next
minutes. I don't know how to add minutes. I don't know how to do dono time. I'm scared. No, I couldn't find it. Okay, yeah.
Okay, in the meantime, we've got some donos. All right, Purple Trader sent $20. More characters. Hippo character falling to the ground in a dramatic way, bursting into tears with the words "epic fail" in the background. What are these stickers? I thought these were emojis that we were getting at first, and now these are like full like cartoons I have to draw now. I'm not complaining, but still, what?
It's a hippo having a case of the vapors.
Okay, having a case of the vapors. Here, would you like to read the others?
What's up, brother? I'm getting situated.
Okay, cool.
Get situated. Oh boy. Zoe Zozo has been a member for 2 months. Welcome. I'll be happily married for 12 years this Sunday, and I love my simp husband. So you just keep doing you, Riley.
Thank you. I will. Absolutely. I love simping out.
The extra weird thing is that she was basically like, you love your wife so much.
Yeah. Like, girl.
Dang. And he's like, no, I don't.
Yeah.
I could take her or leave her.
Right. It's almost like if they were talking about politics and stuff and she was like, oh, you must be so smart, huh? Like, even if it's in a sarcastic way, he's taking it as being like, oh,
And
no,
so-
I'm not smart.
All of this did happen because they were like, my team's better than your team. Right?
Yeah.
And it started
It was just
in that
about
context.
Something about politics, yeah. Which
Dude, get
also
over it, bro. What happened
goes
to
with the person
agreeing
I
to
know.
disagree with people, dude?
It's hard.
We
these
don't
days.
exist in
It's
that
hard
timeline
these days.
anymore.
Dude, it's just not possible. It's
And
not
I get
possible.
it with certain issues. With certain issues, it's like, well,
Sure.
This guy.
there's not really two sides to that.
Yeah.
But
or it's not as
There's a
complicated.
lot of stuff that's in the gray. Even that stuff, even the stuff that's very like, like there's still a gray in almost every issue in life.
Right.
So
right. It's just it's not
sorry,
not
moral
enough to get
relativity.
too crazy about depending on what it is. But there are some more donos. Would you like to read those
Oh
while
yes,
I draw?
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, no. They're gone. They've gone down into the fire. The floor is lava. It's the 3 that are connected. So probably those. Yeah.
I have found them. Don't worry. I know everyone was worried, but don't worry. Kaylin Cresswell, thanks for the $5. I'm finally back from camping and getting my daily OK hit again.
All right.
I missed you guys so much. Also, Eli says hi.
Hey, Eli.
What up, Eli? Woo! Eli, have you ever seen Spider-Man 2? Do I look like Doc Ock? Let me know.
Beg your mom to let you watch it. Beg.
Oh, dude, honestly, like that was one of the first. I remember seeing that movie and like the tentacle scene that was like Evil Dead inspired. That scared me.
Yeah.
When I got back home, and I'm in my basement, like playing my little video games, like I'm like looking at the hallway, being like, are like the scary Doc Ock tentacles gonna come grab me?
Oh
like,
boy, that is
I mean,
scary.
it was intense.
Yeah.
Because Sam Raimi, master of horror,
True.
was the one who made all those Spider-Man movies. Anna Cox, welcome to the Nights.
Welcome.
Dude,
welcome.
I
to
have a
the
best friend named
Nights.
Daniel Cox. I love. Yeah.
Dude, I got a real good friend named Sabrina, who donated $5.
Oh.
Enjoying watching y'all tonight. Been a rough week, but getting through it. Hey, we're gonna make it.
Yep.
We are.
gonna make
We'll be here with you.
Poll. 1 for rough week, 2 for good week.
Poll. We're gonna make it. Yes or yes?
Oh,
Yeah.
one for bad. Bad week.
Okay, I'm trying to draw.
Everyone says I look like I'm from Top Pew. Pew pew. Top. Bang bang.
Dude,
I'll take that.
hippos are a
I
lot
need
harder
Ray-Bans,
to draw
though.
than
These
I
are
thought.
wrong. I look like John Hamm,
Sweet. We're
fellow
all good on
Missourian.
Okay, this is a hard one to do, but this one is from Corey Faye from earlier. Sends $7. A hippo character's head pops out of water surrounded by his hippo squad. It's not the best, but I do have a little.
That's good.
We've got a little hippo character there,
It's
and a couple hippos in the background.
Moto at the watering hole.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Ooh, Moto's looking at you. I think
Moto likes
Moto
you.
likes you.
I need to do that dance for Angie.
Just knock down all the other girls in your.
I like 'em thick. I like 'em plumpy.
Dude, that was so funny as a kid.
I finally watched Surf's Up, by the way.
Really great
Wait, you haven't
documentary,
seen
right?
Surf's Up?
Great documentary.
I feel
I
like
had
you would
not
have
seen
loved
it.
it.
It was fantastic. Surf's Up had no right being as good
It's
as
pretty
it was.
good.
It was so
I haven't
good.
seen it in a
Best
while. I should
documentary out
rewatch
there.
it.
That was what's that guy's name from Napoleon Dynamite? We go, bow to your sensei.
Oh yeah.
I know
That was the
that.
guy who was
I never seen that
like
one.
these are my ladies.
Oh yeah.
Sheila.
Oh, is
Diva.
that what that's from?
Yeah,
So-
these are my
oh,
ladies.
okay.
Come on, girl.
Wait, we have
Bow
another
to
one.
your sensei.
Really, really fast. We've got Nicole Lynn has been a member for 7 months. Rarely get to catch lives anymore. Work stole my soul. So
No.
happy to be watching live tonight. Missed you guys. Aww.
Welcome back, Nicole Lynn.
We missed
I
you
know what
too.
it's like to have your
I've said
life.
it.
I know what it's like to have your work steal your life.
We're
Mm.
gonna make it.
Together.
We're all gonna make it. We are all collectively making it.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh, and we have a wheel spin. We have a like wheel spin.
Yep. You
That's
oh,
right.
Shoot, dude.
got it?
Where is it? Is it over there or is it over here? Where?
Well, if you took
Oh,
off
no,
your
no, it's down
blinding
here.
glasses. Oh,
It's down here.
not the big
It's
one?
down here, Angie. Please grab it. No, it's not the big one. It's the little one.
Okay.
All right. Here we go.
So we've got a couple options on here. I hope it lands on trivia because that's Riley's favorite.
Riley's favorite.
No.
I don't know why Riley hates trivia. But here's your
It's
wheel
off
spin,
task.
everybody. We got it's time off task. What is this? An Amazon warehouse?
Yeah. When I'm here.
All right, here we go. Wheel spin. Oh, it's so quiet. I forget.
Oh.
Oh, it's going so fast. It's moving. Wow.
And 10 more members.
10 more members.
Yay.
10 more babies. 10 more babies. And it's Kaylee Brown says it's Rex Kwando. Yes, that was
Rex
perfect.
Kwando.
This
That's
is Rex
his name.
Kwando.
Dude.
Bow
I
to
love
your
it.
sensei. Oh, I
Oh,
kinda
it's
lost
the chicken
it.
guy.
I hit it really good the first time.
Riley,
Bow
can
to
you
your
do me a
sensei.
really big favor really
No,
quick?
not right now.
Okay.
What do you want? What do you
I
want?
just want you to find that dono. I think it was from Purple Trader that was about the like a hippo falling to his knees or something.
Oh my goodness.
I've lost the ticket. I don't know where it went. So
Here.
Well,
I'll
you
give
could just
you one better.
freestyle whatever you imagined.
yeah, okay,
in
I'll
your
go
heart of
from memory.
hearts.
Wait, are you gonna find the thing? It's spoilers. I can't.
Look,
It's
look.
spoilers, Riley.
Look.
Oh, it's a hippo crying and it goes epic fail. Yeah,
Oh,
yours
it's
would be
epic
better.
fail. Pfft, dude, I'm
Yours
gonna
would be
do
better
so
than that,
much
dude.
better.
And then this one. Look at this one, babe.
Oh, okay.
You kind of did
Surrounded
do
by
that
his
one.
hippo
No, you
crew.
did that one
I
perfectly.
did the little nose.
We
You
got
did it.
locked
It
in.
was in the
All
one.
right, locking in.
All right.
Ready?
That's me locked.
In 3.
No, we're not ready. You didn't change the thing in the top.
All right, let's do it.
Dude, I sit in the chair for 1 minute. I absorb all the juice. Yeah, let's go. I changed my mind about being a surrogate for my sister. She didn't take it well.
Oh, what stage in the process did we change our mind here? That's my question.
That's a very good question. Like, actually, I'm keeping it.
It's like,
This is mine now.
yeah, my bad.
Dibs. Years ago, my sister found out that she would not be able to carry children traditionally and that her eggs would likely not be viable. She had complications and everything had to be removed. This is when she was 22 and she was absolutely devastated. By the way, this comes from I'm sorry, but I can't. And if you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit. So, my sister has always been very nurturing and loves children. We were the best of friends growing up, and we were still very close until this happened. At the time, and now I am child-free, so I told my sister that it was okay because I would definitely donate my eggs, and if I could surrogate for her, I would.
Oh
And
my God.
I really did mean it.
Oh my God.
What?
What happened? Purple traitor.
Ba, 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 ba. And
Purple traitor.
da, 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 da.
Twitch, Riley.
Twitch, Riley.
That's what she
Why?
said.
Another 15.
We had a Chris 30
on the
left.
clock.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you, Purple Trader.
Oh my goodness.
And that's another wheel spin.
Thank you to all of those emojis in the chat for Purple Trader. That's
Indeed.
perfect.
Look at all those. Look
Our
at all those.
queen.
Roll. Okay. So, at the time and now, I am child-free, so I told my sister that it was okay because I would definitely donate my eggs, and if I could surrogate for her, I would, and I really did mean it. I wasn't just saying it to make her feel better because I love my sister, and seeing her in such pain and thinking she was less of a person because of it devastated me too. I wanted to help her in any way I could. We pinky swore, a thing we did as kids when we really meant something. OP dropping pinky swear lore.
Yeah.
Just to let you know,
Just
pinky
listen
swear.
to something
Actually,
that we did when we really meant something.
that'd be so interesting to me. Like, what regions of the world don't know about the pinky swear?
That's
got
question.
it might not be worldwide.
Whoa.
I've never thought about that.
Me neither, actually.
Wow.
It seems pretty universal to me.
Yeah, right. Okay. We pinky swore, and she felt a lot better knowing she could have a child that was genetically very similar to her, and we do look very much alike. People call us twins all the time. She got married 2 years ago to a man who knew about her situation, but I guess also knew about the promise I had made. He very much wanted children too, but they are both against adopting because they want a child as genetically close to them and looking like them as possible. They are afraid of hidden health issues in a child unrelated to them. I didn't know she told her husband about my promise. And though I hadn't forgotten about it because she reminds me every once in a while, it wasn't something I thought about often because I was living my own life. Well, about a month ago, she and her husband came to me and told me they're ready to have their baby, and it's time for me to make good on my promise.
Oh, wow.
So demanding.
Yeah, I feel like timing really should be something that OP should be consulted with about. You know? I feel like they can't just be like, at any second now, you can be pregnant.
Right.
Because I say so.
Right, where it's like, remember your pinky swear? It's time for you to get pregnant.
Right.
It's like, all right, let's at least discuss timelines,
Yeah.
discuss, which maybe they are. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But that phrasing,
doesn't seem
it's
like it.
time for me to make good on my promise.
Yeah, ew.
You have one part where it's like, yeah, that's gross. But then also it's like making that commitment as OP, like making that commitment to your sister, being like, yeah, I will surrogate for you and you can use my eggs.
Yeah.
You might not have realized at the time necessarily how big of a commitment that is.
True.
You know?
Yeah.
And I know that she says she meant it, but it's like,
Mhm. Still.
well, yeah, now theoretically it's time to get pregnant.
Hard to imagine.
So I reacted with utter surprise because I felt like they sort of ambushed me and gave me no notice to be okay with it. But she just said, I've had more than 5 years to be okay with it.
Oh, wow.
Which again, it's not how that works. It's like, hey, so me and my husband are
Yeah.
really thinking that it's time to have kids. And remember what we discussed?
Yeah.
Not like,
Don't you know that pinky promises are legally binding?
yeah.
That's what she's going off of. pretty
She's
much.
just like,
You must make good on your deal. It is time for you to give me my baby.
Exactly. Oh. Oh, wow.
we all have to make sacrifices, folks. I sacrifice my vocal cords.
We'll forgive you. We'll wait.
Okay. I guess because I was surprised, I didn't say I needed to think about it or anything. I just flat out said, no, I don't think I can do that. I explained to her that now I am in graduate school and working at a job I really like, that I just started and will have a career I can't be pregnant for the next 9 months, and most places will not agree since I have no children. I'm also in a relationship with a man I really love. I've talked to him about this, and he feels a bit weird about it the way I do. Having a child that is biologically my child with my brother-in-law, who we always have to see and see the child very often too. Over the years, I've just decided I don't feel right with a child that is biologically mine in the world. I guess it might be different if I never have to see the child, but it'll be my son or daughter running around. And my sister has already very adamantly said that she will tell the child about what I did for them and how they're lucky when I do not want that at all. I don't know if this is going to be a hot take. I've been full of them today. OP, the moment you started feeling this, you needed to bring it to your sister. The instant that you realized, I would not do that.
Yeah, that would be smart.
You needed to bring it up.
That would be smart for sure.
Yeah. And
sure.
like 95% of stories we read on this show, if you had clearly communicated what you were feeling or experiencing at the time, instead of waiting for the moment of confrontation,
right,
this would have probably gone way smoother.
Yeah, especially since she kept bringing it up and being like, hey, remember, I want a baby, but I can't.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Hey, remember you gave me that baby, right? And you're just like, yeah, I am.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
yeah, so.
Yeah, good point.
I wouldn't even know if anyone here's an a-hole yet. It's just this situation just sucks. Yeah. It's a hard situation.
Yeah.
Oops. Whoa. Okay. She also maybe wants more than one kid. And obviously, I would have to be the surrogate for all of them because they will not have children that have different mothers.
Wow.
What is this?
That's a lot to put on OP.
Yeah.
That's a lot, man.
Like, oh, we want 4 kids. You're going to have to bring them all to term and separately. We don't want any of them to be twins.
Right.
Or, yeah.
Actually, you know what? I actually want octuplets. But you said, you literally pinky promised, man.
You pinky promised.
You gotta go through or else I'm gonna be heartbroken.
We'll get our own reality TV show. Come on. Okay. She also maybe wants more than one kid, and obviously I would have to be the surrogate of all of them because they will not have children that have different mothers. On top of that, I am sensitive to medication. I don't want to be on fertility substances, and even without all these reasons, I just feel like this is not something I want. These are all very selfish reasons. I know, especially considering the gift I would be giving my sister of a child, the thing she wants more than anything. She called me later in tears, yelling, saying that I'm a liar and that to go back on my word and leave her childless just because I want that life makes me the worst kind of person.
That is so unfair.
It's really,
That is so unfair. This is not her fault at all. And there are so many other options. Like, come on. That is so unfair.
Jess M, and I have not read this. Let's see. Jess M says, I get that, Dakota. But also, I don't think OP and her husband would come up to her and say, time to get pregnant, rather than saying, hey, are you comfortable with moving forward? I don't think OP and her husband would come up to her and say.
Right?
Yeah, wait. Yes, I agree with that entirely. Either way, though, it's like, OP just didn't realize, your sister's devastated. You're like, let me help you. OP didn't realize maybe at the time, if OP had done it right then, maybe that works. Fast forward, several years, half a decade. Now she's starting a career. She's got a boyfriend. It's like, it's just it's not feasible anymore.
Right. I mean, the timing, I feel like, comes into play a lot because, again, like you said, like she's got this job going for her. She's like in school or graduating or something like that.
She's in graduate school.
Yeah. And so it's like
graduate school starting a career. Like,
gotcha.
whoa.
Yeah. It's like, okay, well, maybe someday I would love to, or maybe like, when I learn more about it or when I'm mentally ready, then like maybe then I could still do it eventually. But right now, not a great time for me and my body.
Yeah.
My internal organs.
It's it's hard spot, rock and a hard place type situation.
Yeah.
I cried too and told her. So, okay, let me go back. She said I'm a liar and that to go back on my word and leave her childless just because I want that life makes me the worst kind of person. I cried too and told her that's not why at all and tried to explain my reasons again. But she just said her husband will divorce her over this, and could I live with that?
Oh,
That's crazy.
guilt tripping.
Bad on the husband to say that, even if that's even true.
Right.
To like, blame divorce her over this.
If you're gonna do that, then it's like, was that even solid to begin with?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's like, I don't want, I know it's like we want the genetics to be as similar as possible. We want this.
Right.
You can have a kid and you can know exactly what their genetic like dispositions are going to be, or like if they have any, predispositions to diseases or like whatever.
Right.
Like you can make that happen. But like, it's, I don't know.
Yeah. No, not cool on the husband, not cool on the sister. Too.
Yeah. I get wanting your kid to be yours, but there's a level of like, I want the genes to be this way.
Yeah.
They cannot come from different mothers. It's like, just be a parent. Enjoy loving a child that is yours.
And your children.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway. Her husband's a nice guy, but he's always wanted kids. And this has always been in their relationship, so I can see how he would divorce over this. She's not just making threats. Honestly, I can't live with that, and she knows that. I know how badly this hurts her, and it hurts me too, but I just don't think I can do it. Later that week, my mother called to yell at me too. My cousins and aunts have said on Facebook that it's my body, but making these choices is selfish, and I'm really hurting my sister. They're a pinky promise family.
Dude, here's the thing with the whole selfish thing. You could say that a lot of things are selfish. Going to school for yourself can be selfish. Because, you want to go to school to better your education so you could get a better job. Applying for different jobs could be selfish. Because, you want to get a better job for yourself. That doesn't mean those things are bad, okay? There are some selfish bad things where it's like, okay, you're, taking over and it's I don't know, impeding on someone else's life or whatever. But this is a situation where it's like, sure, you could say it's selfish, but I don't think it's in a bad way.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In a way, you could even say that they are selfish for wanting their own genetics to be brought in the world when there are other kids out in the world that exist already. Not bad that people want that, but it's, and if you really want to call it something, you could call it selfish.
Yeah.
Technically.
It's, it's all just comes down to a pinky promise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't pinky promise in vain, folks.
Yeah. You got to take those seriously.
Yeah. My cousins and aunts have said on Facebook that it's my body, but making these choices is selfish, and I am really hurting my sister. They don't want to be involved, but they do not agree with me. My mother said I am not her daughter if I continue to behave this way and hurt my sister.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
You're literally like, your whole life would go on pause for a year. You're starting a career. You're trying to finish grad school. You're in your own relationship.
Yeah, come on, man.
It's absurd. I get it.
Come on.
You pinky promised. But it's like, and again, this literally goes back to this exact same point. You should have immediately, when you realized that this probably wasn't actually going to happen, instead of avoiding it, you should have confronted it immediately and told your sister, hey, I don't think I can do that anymore.
Yeah. Pinky Day Slayer made a good point of wanting money, too.
Yeah, you can get paid as a surrogate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
You didn't know that?
No,
You get paid like $100K a year.
Dude,
what?
Yeah.
Crazy. I feel like it should be more.
Dude, I might have to look into this.
Wait, you want to become a surrogate?
$100K?
Dude, $100K just
I mean, I
carry around
guess that's
babies?
Pinky
fair.
Day
Like,
Slayer's at
that's-
$250K.
That's
right?
I mean,
For both kids or have as many kids as they want? Yeah. Can I?
yeah.
Well,
I guess there's a price
I
for
feel like
everything,
it should
folks.
be even more than that, honestly.
Give me $10 million.
$10 million.
Give
Yep.
me $10 million. I give you a
Up to
golden child.
$125K in compensation.
Wow.
Wow, that's crazy.
Oof. Okay. My dad has been understanding of my points, but he doesn't want to live in a family divided, so he tells people to leave me alone, but will also not fight with my mom, who is way more aggressive than he is. It's been this way for the whole month, with my sister ignoring me, except sometimes when she messages me or calls me to be angry. My brother-in-law has messaged me, and my mom calls me daily to tell me that she did not raise me like this, and that her children know that giving your word is the most important thing and that following through on your promise is the biggest deal, bigger than everything else, and that it is a comparatively small sacrifice for what I would be giving to my sister.
Girl, no.
Oh my God,
No.
that's toxic.
Not a small
I mean, keeping your
sacrifice.
word is one thing, but I think we're talking about this like it's like, you know, you said you'd go with her to the East Coast.
Yeah.
It's like this is being pregnant for 9 months.
Yes.
And then having to see the kid all the time and feeling weird.
Yes.
Like, now, you didn't know?
Going through postpartum and not even being able to have your child.
Yeah.
Some people pass away during pregnancy. Like, that is not a small sacrifice.
Yeah.
It's not a small sacrifice.
And America is not first place in, what is it? Matriarchal mother?
Oh, yeah, matriarchal.
The health of the mother giving birth.
Yeah.
Not very
Yeah.
high on the list of top countries.
Exactly. So, not a small sacrifice.
Yeah, it's
at
a
the
lot.
End of the day.
I know a lot of people will say it's your body, so do whatever, but it's not that simple to my family, and I don't want to lose all of them. Well, they're all going to lose you, not the other way around.
True.
I love them and my sister, and I know it's crappy to be mean to me, but it's also kind of crappy of me to go break my promise to her. True. Thank God. OP, I'm so glad that you just owned that.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. However, this is an incredibly complex topic and situation.
Absolutely.
Which again, so folks, when we realize things and we realize them as truths,
Yep,
and they conflict with a
Communicate.
pinky promise,
Just
you
communicate.
gotta put it out.
Exactly.
How do I help them understand, or should I just do it? I'm really confused and unsure right now. And there's an edit to add. This is not the first time I've mentioned to my sister my reservations, or told her that
Oh.
as my life changes, this becomes more and more impossible to do.
Wait a second.
She has also changed her mind many times about whether she could love a child that isn't hers. She has decided that she is happy being without a child. She has talked about how painful it would be seeing a child that isn't hers with her husband, and not only isn't hers, but is her sister's. I have been very open about how I feel along the way. And nothing in my post was new information to her. Just, it probably has never happened all at once in that explosion before. I feel like she is somewhat ignoring a lot of our conversations over the past several years and just fixating on what I said when we were going through this when we were 20 and 22 years old. But I also understand that because I know she's in so much pain. And she is right. I did make that promise, and I made that promise in earnest. I meant it. People should keep their word when they promise. But for people who are saying that I was not honest and never told her how I felt, that is just not true. I've told her how I feel every time she's asked me, and every time I've told the truth. There's an update.
Okay.
Now, I'm fully, firmly in the camp of you do not need to do this, OP.
Yeah,
Not
don't
at all.
do it.
Big
I'm-
info revealed
I mean,
there.
I've been in that camp this whole time, but I was just
Yeah.
in the degree of like what you could have done to prevent this. It's like nothing.
Yeah.
You were 20.
And you did it. She said multiple times that she wasn't so sure. Like, as she kind of gets closer, she feels like it's a little more impossible. Which is like what you were saying, is to say it earlier, and looks like she did.
And she just your sister completely ignored it.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, well, that's fine. But it's actually, no, she didn't.
Right.
Oh my God. The sister
Well-
was like, I don't know if I could love a kid that you gave birth to.
Okay, but that's weird though too, because she was saying that she doesn't know if she could love a kid that's not hers. But if she's being a surrogate, then she would literally it would be with her eggs and with the husband's sperm. You know what I mean? And she would just be the oven for the buns.
Yeah,
You know what I
right.
mean? And so it's like, yeah, it still is your kid. Like, it's just not coming out of you. Because unfortunately, that's not possible. And that is very sad. But that's still, we can't be putting that on OP. We're getting lots of mixed signals over here. I don't know what
Yeah.
she thinks
She's
about
not really
kids.
solid about it.
Absolutely ridiculous that she goes, yeah, you know what? I don't even know if I could deal with raising your kid because I would know it was yours.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do you want out of this?
Exactly.
Do you
Exactly.
actually want
Yeah.
your sister? So you don't, but you do.
Yeah.
And now that you've decided yes, all of that goes out the window, and now OP is just the biggest jerk on the planet Earth.
Right. So it makes sense, OP, that you're a little blindsided by this, because so are we. So are we.
Yeah.
So is the whole chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Dude.
Ridiculous. Okay, let's hit this update. Because of everything I read, I realized I needed to do my best to hear her and to also be heard. I sent my sister a text begging her to see me, to talk to me as we did in the past and not like enemies. I wanted us to be a team again, working towards her being happy. My sister finally called me and decided to come over. Almost as soon as she was in the door, she was in tears, hugging me and crying. I cried with her before she was ready to talk, and when she did talk, I was completely unsure of what to say. She told me that she was becoming okay with the idea of being childless for her life, and that she knew this time of and she knew that asking me was literally the worst and she knew that asking me at this time was literally the worst time she could have chosen. She told me that though she told me that though the promise meant worlds to her back then, I was still a girl in her mind, and she used it only to feel better and relied on it too much to feel better even through the years. I've always been her little sister that she protects and watches out for, and she wasn't even sure if she could accept such a thing from me. She never really expected me to do that without actually talking to me about it, and that is partially why we have only half conversations about it. I'm sorry. And that is partially why we have only had half conversations about it. It was a great source of comfort for her, but not something she felt like she could make real. Her husband, though.
Uh-oh.
Are we uncovering the real villain of this story?
Perhaps we are.
Don't forget the mom, too.
Great snakes.
The mom was not.
Oh, yeah.
great,
Dude,
too.
the whole family being like, I raised you better than this. I raised you to make babies.
Yeah, it's like, okay, grandma, calm down.
Yeah, that was mom.
That was mom. Yeah.
She's crazy.
Crazy.
What is the SEC says we need a trigger warning? What is the trigger
wait,
warning
click on
here?
that again. Riley's mom says, so if it's OP's eggs and they don't want to even compensate for her surrogacy, I wonder if proposing other money saving options might dissuade the sister. Diabolical.
Diabolical.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
it's diabolical, mate.
Exactly.
Okay, here we go. Her husband, though, has been insisting that they have a child now and that it has to be that way, even though she has told him many times that it was okay if I couldn't do it and that they could be happy without a child or a child that was genetically only related to his family. He disagreed with her and got in her head and convinced her to ask me. My mom had also begun to ask her when she would start this process, as it's often long and involved, so she felt pressured by all of her support systems to do this. So she did it in that way because of the pressure and because she knew I'd have to refuse. She apologized very much over this to me and wanted to sooner, but hearing me really say no reminded her of the hurt she went through back when she first found out. Since I was her rock then, she realized that she never had her own place to anchor her pain inside of her because it was anchored to me.
Whoa. Big therapy moments happening right now. That's crazy.
I'm going to hit a really quick trigger warning. Quick trigger warning here. There are, this story contains mentions of fertility issues. If that's not something you can hear, go ahead and skip to the next story, please.
Wow.
Oof. She said it felt like going through all of that again, but alone, with her angry husband insisting that she find a way to make this work. She said she felt comforted by my family and mother siding with her, but realized it was still a way of not dealing with things by herself. She wasn't even fully aware of what was happening with them until she got back on Facebook and talked to our mom and was really upset by that. I was just as surprised as before, not sure what to tell her. I told her that if she had to go through a divorce or being childless, I would of course support her through that. She said she was not sure at all what she wanted and that it would be easy to stay with her husband and just let him hate me, but that didn't feel right.
Huh? What? Hang on.
Are we cutting contact or what?
I mean, it sounds like hubby may have been doing a little manipulation.
That's really
weaving
not.
the web.
That's
the web.
terrible for the husband to threaten. Like, if you can't, either you give me a child or I divorce you.
Well, yeah, that's like an
Come
impossible.
on.
And it's like, give me a child like through your sister that like
Yeah.
which is like, again, like, wait,
Yeah. It's like
people are so screwed up on genes and genetic passing. Do you have any idea what a jumbled mess your genetic lineage really is?
I sure don't.
Like, there's nothing sacred there.
Yeah.
Just put it out there.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
I get it.
You'll still love a child, even if, or, well, I mean, you should still love a child, even if it's not your exact genetic model.
Right.
Like, come on.
It's like genes. It's like, at some point in my family, and if it's, genes get swapped in all the time. It's like somebody has a kid and is not, whatever. I can't even explain this right now, but the point remains. People think that their genetics are like, I must pass down my bloodline. And it's like,
Right. It's
dude,
like,
your bloodline got screwed up 1,800 years ago, dude.
Yeah.
All right. I told her that it would be fine to me if I didn't lose her, and if at the end of it, he could be okay with other options. But she said this wasn't fair, and she wasn't even sure what other options she wanted. Wait, what?
So she might not want, like, adoption and stuff like that, I'm guessing.
Let me hit this one more time.
Yeah.
She goes, well, I could let my husband hate you, but that didn't feel right. OP says, I told her that it would be fine to me if I didn't lose her, and if at the end of it, he could be okay with other options. She's like, he can be upset with me. I don't care. I just want you. Maybe you can figure something else out.
Yeah.
But she said this wasn't fair, and she wasn't even sure what other options she wanted.
So now maybe she's thinking, like, okay, this is a lot to put on OP, but at the same time, I don't really know if I would want other options. Well, because, I mean, like she said before, if it's not her kid, she doesn't know how she would love it.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know. What I'm not getting is that she said this wasn't fair. I'm like, that sounded perfectly fair to me.
I mean, maybe not fair to OP with being like, well, you
it was
still
OP's idea.
I know, but I mean, it's still...
Oh, just about the husband hate?
Yeah,
her husband hating her?
Exactly. That wouldn't
being
be
like,
fair to OP.
I don't know. I would feel weird living with my husband that hates my sister.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
maybe, hopefully that's what...
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What else makes a lot of sense is that you can listen to full episodes with stories like this on Spotify and iHeartRadio and Apple Podcasts, wherever you listen to podcasts. Just search OK Storytime. Your mind's gonna be blown at what you find.
Dude. Absolutely, dude.
You can blow your mind for 53 days.
53 whole days. Straight.
Okay. We have a little bit more story left. Angie, do you have any finishing thoughts here?
It's just, I'm glad that they can have this conversation now. Because before it was getting scary. It was getting scary. I was thinking that the pinky promise was gonna be held over her head for the rest of her life. But it looks like things are starting to calm down. And that the solution is more on the actual couple having the child and not on OP. A little bit more, at least.
I'm glad there was
feeling hopeful.
The revelation that the sister literally never even wanted to. The sister was like, this is not going to really happen, right? This is crazy.
Yeah.
And her husband's like, you got to make it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So
the husband's wild.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, husband sounds pretty toxic.
Yeah.
But I digress. I'm not sure what to tell her now either or how to help. Her husband loves her very deeply, I know, and this hurts him. We're all just people trying to cope with something that is terrible and painful. I don't know if they will stay together or not, or if my sister is right in that they just needed something concrete to snap them out of the fantasy so that they could deal with this in their life and marriage realistically. I'm hoping that he is okay and that she is okay and that they can move away from this stronger. But whatever happens, I will support my sister. And that
good.
is the end of that story.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
The sissies stick together. Honestly,
Good.
I like that. I feel like that's
too.
probably the best way that could have gone.
Yeah. I feel good about that ending.
The husband
on the husband to figure out.
Like, I get it. Like, you have a right as like a person. You're like, this is what I want. I want my kid to be like as genetically similar to me as possible.
Sure.
But like not considering the fact that OP is also a human being.
Right.
Who will be carrying the child.
Right.
Instead of just a machine, like a test tube of some kind.
Yeah. He needs to learn more about pregnancies and the horrors. So I think to to really understand this
And the horrors.
situation because I'm scared. Personally,
Apocalypse.
it's gonna be
Now.
a while, but personally,
It's gonna be great.
I'm scared.
We're gonna have 4 beautiful babies. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. Not for a while.
4?
Yep.
Not for a while.
4 of them?
4.
What are they gonna
4
be
little
named?
Rugrats.
Sawyer, lawyer. You gotta give them the names of what all their jobs are gonna be.
Oh, yeah. Podcast producer.
Yeah.
Podcast producer
Come
1.
on,
Camera
come on.
operator 1.
Look-
Host A.
Podcast producer, cam op, mechanic, and
Janitor, we call her Jan.
we call her Jan. We call her Jan. Ooh, nice.
Dude.
That was nice. Hey,
Yeah.
that was nice.
Remember that statistic when you were in school that were like 25% of the jobs that are out there don't even exist yet, and you're going to be a part of it? That happened to me.
I don't remember.
What
that.
When I was 10, there were no podcast producers. Maybe there were, but not
Oh,
like
wait.
this.
Yeah, like the
true,
digital
huh?
explosion. Yeah. No, I get you.
That's pretty funny.
Oh shoot, what was I gonna say?
Nothing.
Oh, I remember now because you said Jan,
Jan.
janitor. I have a very fun random thing to ask you.
Okay.
If your name was right, Daniel. Right. Imagine
Daniel.
your name's Daniel.
Daniel.
Would
Okay.
you rather be Janiel or January? If you were January but Daniel.
January with Daniel.
January but Daniel. Are you Janiel or January?
January. I like January.
You like January?
January.
January.
Yeah. I like
And
January.
not Janiel.
Not Daniel.
Not Daniel.
Daniel hurts to say.
Riley?
Daniel.
Who would you be?
I forgot.
Would you be Daniel or
Choose now.
January?
Janiel.
You be Janiel?
Yep.
That's perfect. So you can be January and he can be Janiel.
So,
We got donuts.
why did that come up? We do have donuts.
It's just the way you said Jan.
Jan. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I'll give you some donuts.
The reason I have that in the chamber is because one of my best friends is Daniel.
That's funny.
Is he dating a girl named January?
Let's
I don't think so. Cassandra Warren, welcome to the night.
Welcome. Purple Trader said another $10. Riley, your mom is a true chaos demon, and we love her.
she joined you guys.
He
Come
joined.
on, Mom.
Oh no.
Hey, Purple Trader, thanks for the 100 buckaronis here, and that's
What?
another wheel spin.
Oh my gosh.
And
Oh, he's doing it
Riley's
right now.
aggressively setting it up.
Wow.
Oh God, he's gonna hit it.
Oh
God, he's gonna hit it. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Okay.
20 members.
Let's go, baby.
Oh. Caitlin Cresswell sent $5 in Australian dollars.
Ooh.
Eli hasn't seen Spider-Man
Phantom
yet,
does.
but I'm taking him to see the new Minecraft movie this weekend. He's super
Yeah.
obsessed with Minecraft. Yes, I have yet to see that movie.
Please make sure you take him to an early showing. I don't know if they're doing that all
Chicken
over.
jockey!
The chicken
Chicken
jockey
jockey!
insanity. There's people setting off fireworks
People
and like
bringing full-on
throwing,
chickens
you know,
into
like
the theater.
Flint
axes.
and steel.
lighting stuff on fire.
Setting stuff on fire.
Go to
Can
an
you imagine?
early showing on a Sunday so that you can avoid the
Or
absolutely twerked out.
Or if he
Gen
wants the best
Z crowd.
experience of his life, go later.
Go even later.
For the
3
best experience
a.m.
of his life.
showing. Oh.
All right, next one.
Okay. Oh, do you have another one or no?
No.
Okay, Miss Woozy sent $2. I just tried to light my beer. LOL. Long
Wow.
day for real.
Long day.
Dang.
That's a long one right there.
Oh, and this one was from us. 20 memberships.
All right.
Nice.
All right, and then by the way, I
Let's
do
see.
have my hippo
It's
falling to its knees. I think it needs to be in tears, actually.
good.
I worked on it throughout that whole story because I don't know how to draw hippos. I was trying to figure it out, but I think I got it. But epic fail in the background. I forget who this is for, but this is for you, man. Epic fail.
And it is on
That's
its
really
knees.
good.
Thank you.
I've never seen a hippo on its knees before.
Dude, it was hard.
Yeah, it's
I
a
had to
man.
so much trial and error.
man.
It looked like everything but a hippo for the longest time. Okay, now we're gonna go on to the next story. Oh,
Here it is right here.
thank you very much. That's all right. That's all right. I've gotten a break from.
All right.
I've had a break from
Do you want to
reading,
swap it
so
out?
I will be.
Wait, what? No.
Do we?
this is...
We're okay with
this
reading
one
the long
is
one, right?
Oh, it is? Oh, okay. I thought we did that one earlier. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Guess not.
We are
Ready,
on the
Angelina?
move.
Yes.
Ready in 3,
My father crashed my car and left me to deal with it.
He's just like, I'm going to go to the hospital. You go ahead and just take care of this. He just disappears.
Just walking off.
They find him in Tijuana.
I, 21 male, have been living at my parents' house due to recent life events. We have a pretty good relationship, but of course we have our moments. Well, about a week ago, my mom was at work and my dad needed to run by the store. He couldn't wait until my mom got back, so he asked to borrow my car. I agreed to let him have it as I didn't have anything I needed to do right then. By the way, this comes from OKSKD. If you want to submit your own stories, go to the r/OK Storytime subreddit. Well, about 40 minutes later, I get a call from him saying that he had been in an accident. Of course, that scared the crap out of me, and I made sure that he was okay first. He said that he was fine and explained the accident. Long story short, he ran a stop sign and smacked straight ahead into another vehicle. Luckily, no one got seriously injured, except my car. It's busted up pretty bad. Without going into much detail, the bumper, headlights, hood, and parts of the engine are all messed up.
Oof, that's really bad.
Sounds like it's totaled to me.
Yeah, you have engine damage from a bump?
Yeah.
That wasn't a bump. That was a smash.
That's a smash. I got my car in the shop and I'm still waiting on the estimated time it will take for me to get it back. Until then, though, I need a car to get to and from work. And that's where the problem is. See, me and my mom have different work schedules, but similar enough to where I could see us working something out. She usually goes in an hour earlier than me and gets off about 30 minutes before me. I figured I could drop her off, go to work, and then pick her up. Well, my mom hates the idea. She says that she doesn't want to have to rely on me to pick her up or get her to work on time.
Dang.
She said that since she wasn't involved in the accident, she shouldn't be affected by the consequences. Well, unfortunately, you do live in the same household as these people, so.
If you live in a place with public transportation, which is not everyone does,
yeah,
that is the solution to this problem.
Yeah.
A lot of you, I'm astounded at the amount of people who are like, just refuse to take the bus with no other option.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I took the bus in my hometown, it'd be weird.
I was just thinking about that. Do they even have buses?
Again,
We do, but you have to walk to town to get to it.
A lot
It's like,
of
might as well just
places
walk to where you wanna
don't
go.
have very good
Yeah.
accessible public transportation, but if you have it, that's your solution right now.
Yeah. I told her it would just be until I got my car back, but she didn't care. I was expecting Dad to back me up since seeing as he's the reason I got into this mess, but instead he just agreed with her and said that I should find a different way. The problem is there is no different way. There's no good public transportation system in our town. We live about 45 minutes away from where I work.
Gotcha.
There's your answer.
Hey, it's like you read my mind.
Yeah, you like heard him talk to her or something like that. My dad then suggested I bike to work, which I quickly shut down. I'd rather not have to bike all the way to and from work every day when we could literally just share a car.
Yeah, but think of how pumped up your calves would be.
Dude, you're going to be so strong,
Your calves
though.
would be yoked.
Yoked, dude. I told them it was unfair for them not to let me use their car since Dad crashed mine. Then they said that I was just being ungrateful as they were already putting a roof over my head and I shouldn't expect much more from them.
Classic. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the we're losing.
Yeah.
We put a roof over your head.
Right. So when all bets are off. Yeah. I have no idea where they even thought I was being ungrateful. All I'm saying is, why would I choose a harder, more time-consuming way to work when there is an easier option? Am I being unreasonable? I feel like at the least, Dad could convince Mom to let me use their car since this is his fault. But instead, he's just sitting there agreeing with everything she says. I would ask my siblings to chime in on this, but knowing them, they'll just agree with my parents. So am I the a-hole? We have some comments, but what do you think?
I don't think you're the a-hole, but
No.
I think, if depending on whatever the financial situation, if your mom's going to work and that money that she's making at work, contributes to keeping the house, your house, I think that you need to prioritize her getting to work.
I guess so.
But there's also a situation where she could probably make it work where it's we can both share the car.
Right.
So her being unreasonable after the dad literally not who knows if it's totaled, but the dad crashed the car.
Right.
And
It's
then,
hurt.
to pull like we put a roof over your head and you're asking too much. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that one of the bare minimums for having children is we shouldn't be homeless, right?
Yeah, that's like
Like-
legally what you have to provide.
Right.
I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure whether we were here or not, you'd have a roof, right?
yeah.
Or you'd want one.
Right.
So,
It could fit more than 2 people in there.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, but yes, that's what I think is crazy. Is like it's really not much that she's asking. Because on the one hand, OP has to walk or bike over an hour at this point. Because if it's 45 minutes in a car, it's gonna be so much longer walking and biking.
Yeah.
Or the mom just like has to maybe risk being late sometimes, but that's not
Right.
even like guaranteed at all.
Right. It would definitely take a lot more logistics. I see some people being like, rental car in the comments or like dad should pay for that. I don't know, but I'm getting the sense that maybe like the financials or the income is not super,
Yeah,
this probably people may not be able to afford to
true.
get a rental car out of pocket for however long the car's going to be in the shop, right?
True.
That's just a reality.
Yeah, I have
Something-
heard
yeah.
that U-Haul it's like $20 a day to like get their car, something like that. If like
Well-
not a big truck,
well-
but like a pickup truck.
It's a hack. Pickup truck. Yeah, you're right. It's a
Yeah,
hack.
but don't they make a day like it's like 4 hours technically?
Something
Oh,
like
really?
that. I saw some people try to get a rental car and they couldn't, so they just got a U-Haul truck for $20 and
Yeah.
they just drove around all day.
No, exactly. That's what my friend did. She used to work at U-Haul, and she's like, yeah, hack.
Mhm.
Anyway, just an idea.
Kate's pal, I do also agree. Dad did the accident. He definitely needs to chip in for the repair. The repairs should be
Yes.
at least split. Like if
Yeah. I'm hoping that is what's going on.
Yeah.
But there are some comments. Comment number 1 says, info. Do you pay for your own car insurance and upkeep on the car? Also, did you buy your car or did your parents? OP says, I bought the car and I pay for the insurance and any maintenance it needs. Comment number 2 says, not the a-hole. Your mom's objection is that she doesn't want to rely on you to get her to work on time. Ask her to take you to work and pick you up. Yes, you'll be inconvenienced by the earlier arrival time, but you will have arrived at work without having to take public transportation or ride a bike.
boom.
Maybe you can start earlier and finish later, at least for the short term. Failing that, honestly, your father needs to own his errors here. He wrecked your car. He needs to get you to work while your car is being repaired. Maybe he's got a friend who owes him a big favor. Maybe one of your siblings can do him the favor of loaning you a car. Maybe he can come out of this. Maybe he can come out of his pocket to pay for Ubers or a rental. Yeah. You have grounds to sue him. As he created a problem that is impacting your ability to work. Your court case is the nuclear option, though, and I wouldn't drop that bomb until I was already out of their house. Yeah, that's a big thing to go to.
Huge bomb. And I think this ignores that like a lot of some of these situations, just like it's the finances. It's like it's not feasible for me to go to court against my own father.
Yeah, I feel like if you're willing to go to court because of this whole thing, it's like just don't go to work for the time that you don't have the car. That's the amount of money that you'll be spending.
Exactly.
On
You're going to lose
fees.
more money suing your dad for
Yeah, exactly.
come on.
But they're giving us all the options.
Also, guess
Thanks,
what?
commenter.
When your dad loses that money, you're in the same household.
Where are you gonna live?
So
Yeah.
it levels out.
Right. OP does respond to that comment saying, I brought up the idea of her dropping me off and picking me up. She says it will mess up her schedule and that she doesn't want to wake up any earlier than she has to. I feel like she's just unwilling to try to share the car.
That's true.
Commenter number 3 says, this is insane. I hope your car at least is in your name so you don't have so you have no trouble after getting it back. If not, make sure that he transfers the title and then take them off the insurance. It's not going to work, but I would first put it into It's not going to work, but I would first put it into their terms of put it to them in terms of liability and use your mom's argument to justify your demands. If your mom's argument of not having been involved and therefore not needing to contribute anything is going to hold, then fair is fair. At minimum, you should be compensated use of a car to get to and from work or the cost of a rental and some form of monetary compensation for the increased premiums that will result from an at-fault moving violation and collision that was not your responsibility. we've got a lawyer on our hands, everyone. Even with the worst insurance, I have to expect that there's an increase of at least $50 a month on top of what you were paying previously. That's a good point. Insurance will go up from being in a crash like that.
Yeah.
Possibly more given your age. Insurance is very high for your age bracket. And then when that fails, I would remove the spark plugs from both of their cars and make them miss a day of work and see how they effing like it.
Yeah, again, that's assuming that they have the luxury of being able to miss a day of work. I don't know. I don't know for a fact, but I'm picking up an intuition that they are like really leaning on each other financially.
So the dad doesn't have a car, right? For some reason.
I don't know. I think they might have been a single car, or maybe I'm not sure.
I don't remember why the dad doesn't have a car, but that could always be a clue to their
Riley, could you
situation.
clue us in on that at the top of the story? Does it say
something about
Sorry.
why? No, you're good.
Yeah, because it's a lot of this is it's like you just don't like realistically. It's like you might not be able to afford to miss that day of work.
Right.
It's like people who haven't been like in the below the poverty line. Like I had a lot of friends growing up who were like, it could not like, it was tight.
Yeah.
And it's like a lot of things that were issues. It's like where it'd be like, oh, we'll just leave. It's like that costs a lot of money.
well.
It's like I can't afford the gas. I can't afford the place to stay. Like, wow, what am I gonna do? Like, why doesn't the dad have a car?
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
The dad owns the car.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm seeing?
Okay,
From Heidi Vincent.
so mom and dad share a car. Well, about a week ago, my mom was at work, and my dad needed to run by the store. He couldn't wait until my mom got back, so he asked to borrow my car.
Okay, so the mom and dad share a car.
They share a car.
So then the mom absolutely is involved in this because if we ignore that it's the mom's car and it's just the dad's car, then the dad should lend OP the car since he smashed hers. But since the mom just also has to use it and like has to go to work and stuff.
Yeah, she's like, I ain't waking up earlier for you.
Yeah, it's like, girl, well, sorry, like that's. Now you have to take it up with him, the fact that he got you involved in this because he didn't want to wait for your car to share. You know what I mean? It's like, if we're sharing cars so much in this family, why is it such a problem that we do it again? We've shared cars in my family, no problem, because something goes wrong, you know?
Yeah.
It's not that hard. But this commenter actually continues. How do they expect you to get money to move out if you lose your job? Soft brain narcs. Is the distance really accurate? 45 minutes by car is like 4 hours by bike. That's an insane thing to say unless there's a mistake there. OP responds, I didn't even realize that the bike ride would be 4 hours long. In my mind, when he said it, I thought it would take somewhere around 1 hour 30 minutes to 2 hours, which is still just an outrageous suggestion. But 4 hours is insane. I'm going to bring that up if he mentions that again, because there's no way he expects me to do 8 hours back and forth.
It's a full shift.
That's a full shift. Okay. And then there's one more comment before we have an update. Commenter number 4 says, this is a tough one. Dad should obviously step up and take care of this. Why isn't the insurance covering a rental while yours is in the shop? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Well, not every insurance policy has that.
Yeah. Are you living rent-free at your parents'? Not the a-hole. OP responds, I'm allowed to live with them rent-free as long as I'm saving money in order to move out again. I do buy my own groceries and help with the bills, though, so it's not like I'm totally living off of them. As far as the rental car goes, apparently that's not something I chose to add to my plan. So something stupid on my part. But we do have an update. Let's just jump right in, shall we?
Let's do a swan dive right into that.
For a little backstory, I've 21 male, had been living with my parents due to some recent life events. I believe this is already a summary. Wait. Oh, wait a second. Okay, never mind. I'm going to read it. Okay. About a month ago, I made a post here talking about how my dad crashed my car and my mom refused to let me use theirs for my commute to work. Long story short, my parents ended up paying for the expenses to have my car fixed. We did also end up sharing a car until I had mine back. Good. Thank you for finally being smart. After that, I thought it was done and over. My mom made a comment about it here and there, but it didn't seem to seriously bother her. Until about a week and a half ago. She demanded that I pay them all the money from my car expenses back. She said that it wasn't fair that she lost money due to an accident that she didn't cause. And I think that's fair, but I reminded her that I didn't cause it either. Dad caused the accident, and I told her I'm sorry that it ended up affecting her as well. but that didn't change the fact that my car had to be fixed and it was Dad's responsibility.
Yeah, well, because he ran the stop sign.
Yeah,
Sorry,
absolutely.
Pistachio. Ran the stop sign.
Absolutely.
Ran the stop sign. It's his fault.
But what does the mom even what money did the mom even lose? Because I assumed OP was paying to get it fixed.
It just sounds like that there's like a weird toxic dynamic about maybe money or autonomy between OP and her parents or their parents.
It seems like it.
I'm not sure. I did
Yeah.
not pick up the male feed. I don't even know what words to use that don't make people upset anymore. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. But that didn't change the fact that my car had to be fixed and it was Dad's responsibility. She got really mad at that and started on a rant about how it was unfair and I was using them for money. And what was my dad's response to all of this? He just agreed with her.
Of course he did.
Girl, that's insane. Insane.
He's like, oh, it's not my fault at all?
Yeah,
yeah, no, I agree with you.
That's totally on you.
Listen to your mother.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. I ended up just telling her what I've already said because there was honestly nothing else to say. She's been very upset with me since then, but she never mentioned any possibility of punting me out. So imagine my surprise a couple days ago when I came home to all of my stuff being outside of the house in boxes, literally on the curb.
Dang. That's
wow.
Next level buffoonery
Yes.
from these parents.
Oh my gosh.
They got in an accident in your car for no reason other than the dad was impatient.
Yes.
And now all of a sudden, they're kicking you out because what?
Yeah.
Because you're like, hey, that was your fault.
You didn't do anything at all. At all.
You just want us
To pay for the damages we caused, don't you?
That is mind blowing. Oh my gosh.
Also, I see a lot of comments that are like, dad might not have a job.
Yeah, I mean, he's working from home or he's like, okay,
nice, Caitlin.
I'd rather live on the streets than deal with this. Yeah. Jeez, man. I was honestly shocked and mad about this, and I immediately went in the house to question my parents about this. My mom said that she was tired of letting someone so ungrateful live in her house. My dad just repeated what my mom said, but in a kinder way because I guess he thought she was being harsh. I couldn't believe it. I asked her to explain how I have been being ungrateful, and she responded by basically saying, "We raised you." And how does that mean you're ungrateful for being raised?
Yeah, you raised me to be someone who keeps others accountable.
Yeah. Like, huh? It's not her fault she was born for you guys. Come on, man.
We raised you.
We raised you. You ungrateful.
Yeah.
We went back and forth for a bit, and we were both pretty mad at each other. Then my mom told me to leave the house or else she would call the police on me. What is going on? This is crazy.
Where's dad for like any of this? Like, come on.
He's there. He's just like the mom is just like, I'm going to call the police on you. And then the dad's like, I'm going to call the police on you.
He's like, I know
That's what's going on.
I know I'm the one who caused all of this.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say anything because I'm also scared of your mother.
Right. I have no idea if anything actually would have came to that situation, but at that point I was so confused and angry that I just went outside and called around to find someone I was able to stay with. I ended up sleeping at a friend's house. It's been a couple of days now and siblings have both been calling me. I guess my parents must have told them what happened. I'm assuming it was specifically my mom bad talking me to them. My sisters agreed with my mom and said, my sister agrees with my mom and says I should have paid them back the money. My brother agrees that it was unfair for them to punt me out, but also says that I should have just paid the money back. My dad has also been trying to reach me, but honestly, I've just been too mad to pick up the phone for him. I'm just so shocked by this whole situation. I wouldn't say me and my parents' relationship has always been easy street, but it's never been this bad. I honestly thought we were good until all this. The worst part is I was planning to move out and rent an apartment with a friend once their lease was up in 2 months. My parents knew that and still decided to do this. I'm just so confused and I don't understand where they're coming from. I get that they raised me and took care of me and all that, but I just feel like that doesn't give them the right to do this all of a sudden. I don't think I did anything wrong. So honestly, am I the a-hole in this situation? And we have an update, but what's our answer? No, not the answer. And we do have this update. We're just going to roll into it really, really fast. Okay. Update number 2. Some things have happened since my last post.
Huzzah!
I calmed down a bit and decided to finally answer one of my dad's calls. He started talking about how afraid he was that I was never going to talk to them again.
Oh, you think?
Then he said that things weren't supposed to go that way. And the other day, and apologized for Mom putting my stuff outside. Apparently, the plan was to talk to me about it first, but he said that Mom got caught up in her emotions. When I asked why he didn't step in, he said that it was because he didn't want to upset her anymore. Girl, I didn't really want to accept that excuse, but I took it so we could move forward.
He really was literally like, I'm sorry, I'm just really scared of your mom.
Yeah.
And I was amazed. I was getting out of it. Like, I had my get out of jail free card. She was focused on you. I was the one who crashed that car. I was astounded.
Yeah.
So I just decided to play my cards right.
Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah. That was until I got another call from my brother. Mom's been absolutely crap talking me to him and my sister. Apparently, she kept comparing me to them and how good they're doing. Mind you, they're both older than me by several years. Then she went on a rant about how much harder it's been to raise me compared to them. At one point, he says that she even insinuated that I was a mistake. Though he says to take that with a grain of salt, as she didn't outright say it. My brother was uncomfortable with listening to her talk about me so harshly, and he decided to call and tell me. By the way, I want to tell you that you can find full episodes with more stories just like this one on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeartRadio, whatever your favorite podcast app is, and then search Storytime. That will always be there for us. There's a little bit more into the story. Should we keep going? Do you have anything to say, Riley?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. I'll leave it for the end. Right.
I'm feeling a mix of emotions about this right now. Part of me is still mad about the suddenly punting me out thing, but I'm mostly just sad about it all. Knowing that my mom is saying all this stuff behind my back only makes me think that she really means it. And whether she outright said it or not, hearing that she thinks I'm a mistake honestly crushed my soul. I don't understand why still, but I guess she has her reasons. I don't really want to talk to her again, but I do really want to know the truth of why she feels this way about me. I'm not sure about Dad yet. I'm not the type to cut people off, and having to do it to one person is already too much for me. I'm still staying with my friend as of now until I figure out what I'm doing. I guess I'll see how it goes from here. And that is the end of that story. Yeah. Oh,
I don't know if my mom has like a emotional regulation disorder of some kind.
Perhaps.
Or if it's maybe like misplaced, like maybe mom can't give dad the consequences of this because of, I don't know, maybe it's like I don't want to admit that there's problems in my marriage. So instead I'm going to make it problems with my kid. I don't know.
Not a very mature thing to do on all fronts except for OPs. Like, really, OP didn't do anything at all.
No, nothing. And it's, the human brain is a mysterious monster.
Yeah.
And
you're so right about that.
There's so many different reasons that the mom could have been acting like that. However, none of it was right. All right?
Yeah, none of it was right.
We raised you. I'm pretty sure that's what you're supposed to do when you have a kid.
Yeah, that's kind of what you sign up for.
Yeah.
But we do have some donos. Oh, Purple Trader sent $5 hippo character applause whilst nodding in approval, saying GG.
Indeed.
GG.
That'll be done this evening.
That will.
Bobby, thanks for the $10. This was my first live from y'all. Welcome, Bobby.
All right. Hi, Bobby.
Thank you for keeping me thoroughly entertained. I was wondering when y'all usually go on live and how long they usually last.
Dude, every day.
I live in Eastern Standard Time Zone. Thank you.
Every day.
6 p.m., but mainly 3 p.m. on other days. If you're a member, become a member.
Every day.
Become a memberino.
Every weekday.
And Purple Traitor, thank you for the 99 cents smiling face with horns.
Yeah.
All right. Derek Sipes sent $2. Family doesn't mean anything. They owe you good night. That's right, Derek.
Good night.
That's right. So Purple Trader, I'll draw that later. But thank you so much. I love that thing. Anyway. Good night, everyone.
I believe that's all she wrote.
That is it. That is it.
Well, that is the end of the stream, folks. We all love you, and we're glad that you've been here. So, If you love us, make sure you subscribe.
We love you.
And see you tomorrow. We got one last donation from Miss Woozy. Bobby, every day. It's every day, Bobby. All right. Love you.